it's usually two QA people who have desks in my room, but they are never at their desks. So literally all day, it's just me in the room by myself.
Wow.
Also,
And it
you
was-
were alone and watched the movie alone?
I mean, I got work done.
I did my work.
I did work, but there definitely was something happening on one of my monitors that was not work related. I don't know. I've just been like watching a bunch of like Linus Tech Tips videos for some reason.
Hell yeah.
It's just like something to put on, and then today more than usual, I spent more time just not doing anything. But
Oh yeah.
No one was there
you
to
were
tell
looking
me
at
not
the monitor on the right a little bit more than the one on the left today.
yeah. So,
Actually,
I've got like
enjoy
4
those days.
monitors, so I can still get work done.
You have 4
Holy
monitors?
shit, you're Iron Man.
Well, I have 2 normal like 1920 by 1080 monitors, and then I have a tall vertical one.
For demoing the product.
For demoing product, and then I have my laptop monitor on too, because we have laptops.
Nice.
So literally just like I have the control center going.
Jesus.
It's pretty sick.
Yeah, I like those days when I'm alone. If I go to the studio and no one's around.
Yeah.
Dude, it was also raining today too, which made it
beautiful.
better.
Dude,
Yeah, and I sit right next to the window, so I'm like, all right, this isn't too bad. People kept coming in and be like, oh, Steven, you're all alone. Like, you all right? I'm like,
You must be
yeah.
so sad.
Nope.
I'm in my
happier
element.
now than I've ever been here.
I've never been happier.
You mean I don't have to talk to people all day? What?
That was basically like the verbatim conversation I would have for like months when COVID quarantine first started. It's like,
Oh,
man,
yeah,
it must be really tough like living on your own. How are you handling quarantine? I'm like, I am like in my element
thriving.
right now.
Animal Crossing just came out. I don't have to talk to people. I'm doing pretty damn good.
I actually lost my depression being able to do what I want in my
Yeah.
own space.
Having to talk to you is what makes me depressed. So
I was finally able to finish my Total War campaign, so thank you.
It is true. I wasn't able to play too many games back before COVID, but once COVID hit, I started just knocking games off. It felt great.
Big games too, man. You were going
Yeah.
through like Fallout and Oblivion. Jesus.
Yeah, I played Witcher because I
Oh,
wasn't
right.
able to play Witcher or anything like that until COVID because I could just be at home.
yeah, you didn't have to worry about commutes anymore. So that was an additional like at least like
dude.
2 hours added onto your day.
It made it,
Oh,
especially
yeah.
living back in San Jose. It was like an hour there, hour back every day.
Yeah. Not too shabby.
Was it
Yeah.
that far though? I didn't
traffic.
think it was
With
not.
tra-
Oh,
with traffic,
right.
And I
That's the
also
real killer.
used to ride my bike to the train station and then take the train. And like I did that to kind of like save money and stuff. And eventually it just wasn't worth it. But that would for sure take over an hour.
True.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
I
I'll-
remember.
Oh no. I was gonna change topics, so continue.
I'm ready to move on.
Yeah, because I remember last time when we stuck into your like a company and stole one of their
When I was at
paper.
Nvidia, yeah.
Oh,
That
yeah.
was great.
it was pretty close.
Remember we thought we got locked in the parking garage. We started to panic a little bit.
I remember
So
that.
so I asked
Didn't
you,
account
like,
for the motion
how
sensor.
many years have
Towards the
you
door.
worked here? How many
I
years
guess
have
he's-
we worked here and you couldn't find the parking lot?
I was really scared that we just got locked in that parking garage for the
I
weekend.
was scared, man. I was there for the first time.
That would have been very unfortunate, but
I should
we
have
made
tried
it
to
out.
sneak you guys into the building. That would have been fun.
That would have been fun.
Oh, it was very funny.
Honestly, I don't
stranger.
think it would. I don't think anyone would have like freaked out. It's not like it's the highest security. When they first
No.
made that building, they have, and they still to this day. I don't know if they actually turned it all on, but they have cameras right at these little posts that you hit right before you hit the doors, which are supposed to be like face scans to badge you into the building. And obviously that wasn't implemented at the beginning. And I'm curious if they ever do that, because that strikes me as people don't want their faces and like your system. But I guess at work you have a badge with a picture anyways.
Yeah, like they know who you are. You
Yeah.
work there.
But still
Not gonna be
pretty
anonymous.
low security, considering it is like a high technology company.
Yeah, but what are they? They got. It's not like they're doing anything secretive there.
True,
everyone
true.
knows what they're doing.
Everything secretive that they're doing is just a way to basically trying to find things for the other engineers to work on, because that company just has money to blow, and thousands of employees, and they don't always know what to get people to work on. So they have entire teams that just come up with things to do. They go absolutely nowhere. Yeah, R&D.
That makes sense. That makes
Fuck
sense.
R&D.
There was an esports team there, which their whole job was to basically just set up a room to host esports teams and also have like training things there or like boot camps for esports teams. And your job was literally just to host and hang out with teams. That's it.
You were just the LAN party guy, basically.
Yeah.
The number
like the
the number
easiest
of
job
companies
ever, and they're
failing to
probably
make
making
money
six
off of
figures.
esports.
Oh.
Sounds like a PC bang in Korea. Yeah, do you know what is
that?
PC bang? PC
No.
bang.
No.
PC bang is like a PC cafe. A bunch
Ah.
of people go in there
okay.
and playing games.
Yeah.
That's
while
kind of what it
eating
was. Yeah.
stuff. Yeah.
We're not nerds.
I'm not a nerd. I'm a
I'm
jock.
just spending my entire Friday evening on the internet. I'm not a nerd.
Yeah. When people ask, this last week, I think I made this girl mad, but I hate being asked like, how was your weekend or how was your night? 'Cause it's
I
such
never have a good answer. Well, okay, here's something. The secret to making anyone over 30 angry at you.
Oh
Just
boy.
like, yeah, I just took 2 naps on Saturday. And they're like, they get so
Oh
mad.
my
They get so
God.
jealous.
Triggered.
Nothing makes sad older people more jealous than saying that you were able to take a nap and you have no
Multiple
responsibilities. Yeah, I said this to a bunch of like people with kids and stuff.
That's
I'm
good.
like,
Oh,
That's
yeah.
good.
I took
Yikes.
2 naps on Saturday. What did you guys do?
I bet they'll stop asking you after a while.
Hey, I probably because that'll be the answer for the foreseeable future.
Well, after I got out of bed at like 11:30 in the morning,
I literally told them, I'm like, yeah. So I woke up around like 11, ate some breakfast, then I took a nap. Woke up, played some video games, took another nap.
Oh yeah.
Oh god.
decided in the moment, oh, what am I gonna do for dinner tonight? Hmm.
Exactly. It's literally just like wake up, breakfast, naps, dinner.
Oh man,
So-
I get
So
excited.
triggered.
I get excited on like a Sunday when I don't know what I'm gonna do, and then I have like this idea around 3 p.m. when I've been up for an hour, and I'm like, ooh, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna like play something for the next like hour and a half or so, and then I'm gonna like order food, and then I'm gonna get it, and then I'm gonna watch a movie, and I like plan out my night from that point on, and I'm excited
Yeah.
for everything coming my way.
There's something oddly exciting about planning, like getting excited about dinner. I'm just like, ooh,
Ooh,
I'm
I
gonna
know.
like order from
Yeah,
this
yeah.
place. Ooh, yeah, that's gonna be good. Ooh.
And then
Ooh, game,
yeah,
food,
you know
nap,
what-
yeah.
while you eat, right? So like part of your dinner is like, ooh, and I'm gonna watch like some Bleach, or I'm gonna start watching Harry Potter tonight. Something.
Yeah.
You just get excited about it. And then the biggest bummer on a Sunday night is knowing that I have to be in bed by a certain time because I have to wake up at 6 a.m.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
the only
that is-
unfortunate part.
That is the unfortunate thing.
Which I usually don't follow anyways, and I go to bed at like 1 a.m.
Yeah.
Although
Bad.
next weekend I'm gonna actually be doing something on Saturday. I'm going to Busch Gardens.
Whoa.
God!
Is that like a
What is
concert
Busch
venue or what is that?
No, it's a theme
Sounds
park.
like
Ah, gotcha. I swear I've heard of like
Um,
Busch Gardens. It sounds like a casino or
it
something.
sounds-
Sounds
it's
like
an East
Knott's
Coast
Berry
thing.
Farms.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but I'm gonna have to. They want
Busch.
to leave at like 6 a.m. on Saturday. I'm like, I mean, fine, but don't expect me to be conscious. I'll get in the car and I'll just sleep. But
Don't talk.
luckily, I won't have to miss stream on Saturday because we'll be back by like 6 or something. So
Oh, you'll be wiped out though.
I'll be fine.
Just like a car ride alone would make me exhausted coming back.
Yeah.
Traveling is just
How long did
exhausting,
you say it would
man.
be?
It's like a 2-hour drive, I think.
Oh yeah, I feel
Ooh.
like I would
It's
be
pretty far away.
wested.
We'll see.
Well,
Then I'll have something to tell the sad people at work. They're like, hey, I actually did something on the weekend.
I napped on the way to a theme park.
Yeah, on the way to an amusement park. What do you think about that?
Nappy
Oh,
Steven.
yeah,
That's what they call him.
yeah, exactly. I also I watched 2 movies this week.
Oh hell yeah!
One of them,
What was
Hopefully
that?
one of them was
What a-
Whiplash.
well, okay, I watched 3
Whoa,
movies
3
this week.
Okay.
2
shit.
movies in the theaters.
damn.
One of them was just the normal Tuesday night thing. We went and saw the Dungeons and Dragons movie.
I heard that was
Oh,
that seemed
how was it?
decent.
It's fairly
looked
decent.
fun.
Better than I expected. Fun, not amazing. Probably a solid 7
Okay.
out of 10. And I saw the Super Mario movie.
How was the Mario movie?
Now I gotta know.
We got to see it for free because it was a team
it's
outing
Mario.
for work
Oh,
on
Damn
Wednesday.
right. Game
During
studios
the
love
day,
doing that,
so
man.
basically like we fucked
Oh,
off
we
at like
did.
2:30, and I was like, all right.
See, Zynga did that for us, except instead we went to see The Last Jedi.
Oh no!
Oh,
Wait, you saw it
man.
twice?
What? No. No. I saw The
Oh,
Last
sorry,
Jedi,
The Last
and then
Jedi,
Rise of
yeah.
Skywalker was with you guys.
Rise of Skywalker, you saw with us.
I
Yeah,
had to
there
forego
were
the
3
Rise of
Star Wars
Skywalker
movies.
one because I had to go
Excuse
home
me?
early.
Ew. But yeah, the Mario movie was decent. Like it was fine. Lots of Mario references, obviously.
Sure.
The best
It's a
movie
Mario
Illumination has
movie.
ever made?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, that's really a no-brainer.
Right.
But they had. I was kind of like they were showing like another like Illumination movie, that like trailer at the beginning of it, of like some like migration thing where it's a bunch of geese migrating. I don't know. It looked just like something that could be boiled down to like a 15-minute like short or something like that. But I'm like, that's gonna be an entire movie. That's gonna suck.
Hold on, my big question is: LeBron James one of the geese?
Why?
No. I don't
wait,
know.
LeBron
and I
James
don't know
was
why.
there?
You don't understand that? The Illumination
it.
is like notorious for getting non-actors who are famous names to be in their movies.
Oh, absolutely.
Why
Yeah,
LeBron
but LeBron James.
yeah,
Sure.
he's literally in that. He's literally in that like Yeti movie.
Oh.
Damn.
But that's the point,
I
right?
mean,
They'll get they
yeah.
get singers and rappers and other
Right.
famous people who are not actors to
Well,
voice
they
act.
did the opposite in the Mario movie. They literally got every famous person they could think of and just jammed them in there.
Right.
Why baseball player?
Honestly, the Chris Pratt's voice, like, it was annoying at first, but it wasn't like it was fine. Like, it didn't really bother me at the end of the day because they're purposefully just not doing Italian accents,
Hmm.
sort of thing. And it would have been really annoying if they were Italian the entire time.
You've
Right,
reminded me
someone
of
at
the
work
thing.
said they wished that they had gotten an Italian man to play Mario. And I said, "Do you
No.
really wish that?"
No, because they. Oh.
Oops.
You just reminded me of this.
Zendaya is Michi. And LeBron James
Oh,
is
There it is.
Can I
Too
Can I
late.
get
I'm
in?
already full screened. You're gonna have to wait.
can I get in?
Too bad.
Please? Let me in.
And Zendaya
My boy
is
Common.
Michi. Gina Rodriguez is Coca. And Zendaya is Michi. Ooh,
That's all I know about that movie.
That's
Zendaya is
elimination.
Michi.
Probably
That's all
more
I
than
need,
you need to know.
Yeah. But yeah, what did they have
Yeah,
like Danny DeVito playing like the Lorax or some shit? I remember that.
Yeah, he was the Lorax. There's also a trailer for the newest Trolls movie.
Oh, good. DreamWorks.
I
does
don't
that,
know
though, yeah?
Why?
They don't even have numbers on it anymore, so I don't even know if it's like 4 or 5 or whatever.
I swear it was like
But
3.
my God, was it the most annoying fucking trailer I've ever
Was
seen.
it worse
I
than
hated
that Ugly Dolls movie trailer?
Oh god.
it. Yeah, because this one thought it was hilarious.
Oh no.
It was not. At the least
I can
bit.
care less about that fucking movie.
Yeah.
You know what's upsetting is I bet that they believe they have some core message in that movie as well.
I can't possibly think of what it could be, but I'm sure they're proud of it.
They would be, because there's no way they're not cliche with their animation, which tells you they're gonna
Yeah.
put some cliche message in there as well.
when
On
are
top
they
of a bunch of
bringing
art.
when are they bringing Louis C.K. back for The Secret Life of Pets, man? Why'd they gotta replace him?
Yeah, whatever happened to that guy?
Bring back Secret Life of Pets?
They did for a
Never
sequel.
saw that. Thank
They
God.
recast the character he voiced.
Oh yeah. Listen, it's not like Secret Life of Pets needed a sequel
Who
anyways.
No.
cares?
It's not like any Illumination movie needed a sequel.
I watched that movie by myself really drunk.
Secret Life
that
of
was
Pets?
probably the only, yeah. That was probably the only situation where I could actually make it through that movie.
Yeah, these are just they're bad.
But what about Sing and Sing 2 and the upcking Sing 3
Oh
boy.
my god, stop!
and Secret Life of
Stop it
Pets
already.
3 apparently?
Are these the franchises that we're begging for more of?
Despicable Me
Yeah,
4 coming
something
July 3rd, 2024.
Alright,
It-
wow.
Yay.
I can at least I still think it's dumb, but I at least understand that Despicable Me is this like phenomenon, right?
The
With
first one
minions
was
and
like, I
everything.
feel like
Okay.
legitimately
I
decent.
enjoyed
The first
I
one
enjoyed
was,
the first one.
It's a good movie.
But
and
then
they haven't
were
made
like,
anything
"Oh,
good since.
Money.
No,
Yeah.
and there's not exactly this world that they've created. You know,
Uh-huh.
it was a
No.
good isolated movie, but they didn't exactly make some superhero world that was so fascinating.
But what
No,
about
it's
what about
like
the 2018
better.
classic, The Grinch?
Oh,
You know, where they tried to steal Jim Carrey's thunder.
listen, I just pretend like that movie doesn't exist.
For a lot of people, that's their Grinch.
No, those people deserve death.
That's their Grinch. They don't know any better. They're being raised by idiot millennial parents.
Oh yeah, Pomo's watching your movie like right now, by the way.
Right now. Why?
He's like, oh, this is Andrew's pick. BRB, gonna watch it. Wait, J.K. Simmons is in this? I'm like,
Okay.
you're about to miss a lot of conversations, sir.
Don't worry,
Why-
he's probably
why-
watching it on like 2x speed, just so he can make sure he gets through it.
Yo, those
He's
drum
just
solos
watching,
would
like,
probably
a
be pretty
summary.
fucking wicked fast at 2x speed.
It's quadruple time, baby.
Not quite my tempo.
Not my, not my tempo. Were you rushing or were you?
Or are you dragging?
Are you dragging?
Dog, this movie was fucking stressful.
If y'all,
Oh
if
my
y'all-
God.
if y'all are interested in wasting any more time, I have something that we can
Gladly,
waste time on.
gladly.
Oh, definitely.
How,
I don't
how-
want
how
to, but
willing,
if you want,
How willing
I
are
don't
y'all
know.
to dig into my personal life for this?
Oh,
How willing are
How
you to
willing are
divulge
you?
into?
Well, I don't.
how
I don't,
far you can
I don't
go.
care.
by all means, then.
I'm the one that
share
brought
away.
it up. I don't care.
Uh-huh.
Would
I
y'all
hope this
like
is really
to?
embarrassing for you.
Would y'all like for me to read aloud a slew
God.
of text messages from my ex-girlfriend from a number that I didn't know?
Oh no.
Jesus.
Oh God. Ooh.
Now that sounds fucking juicy.
I'm intrigued. So obviously, yes.
I'm so interested.
Part of me reading this is so that it helps me to remember how absurd it is, so that I don't feel tempted to respond ever at all.
Please don't
under
ever.
any
Just
cir-
block
under
her,
any,
God.
under any circumstance.
Ex-girlfriend? No, just no.
But
Not
so,
In any
specifically this one.
circumstance.
so this will hopefully accomplish those two things: one, entertain,
Yeah.
and also keep remind me that this is absurd and ridiculous, and
Mhm.
never ever respond.
Indeed, indeed.
Okay, so, well, I'll lead off with one that I got like 2 years ago on this number, and it was, and that was the last time I had heard anything. Was August 10th, 2021, and the text message that I received was, "Don't do anything with my social security number."
Do you have her social security number?
When we were dating, I did know it because we were like doing things, right? And I
Yeah.
would help her with paperwork or taxes or whatever. And
Sure.
so and I'm not gonna lie, I'm good with numbers. I still remember it.
What is
in
it?
my head.
Don't say.
Honestly, even if like, it's not gonna do you any
What?
good to know that information. What are you gonna get
does,
from her?
it honestly does me no good, and also I have way better credit than I can ever imagine this person ever attaining in their entire life.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, unless
I-
she completely
See,
changed.
see, to me,
I
if
don't
she's
imagine.
if she's worried about you using her social for something, that almost seems like it's projecting. It's like, well, if I had his social, I'd do some pretty fucked up shit. So he better not. I better make sure he doesn't do that.
Right. Ooh, I should also add that on this day, because I'm remembering now, I got another message from a different number, and this one was from her father saying,
Oh,
"Don't do anything with enter blank her name, her social security number." They both
Okay.
messaged me on the same day.
This
And
seems
even
like
her
a
father?
drunken panic attack, man. Like,
It was
because
and I
how
was-
long has it been since you guys have dated?
since
Years.
2016.
Yeah.
2016?
So like this was absolutely
Yeah.
like she was like shit faced and then came to the realization, was like, that fucker
Her
has
father.
my social. Oh, shit.
Yeah,
Like,
in a moment of just distress and shadow,
yes.
her and her father emerged to freak out at me on my phone.
Mhm.
well, I think their main concern is when a pro and con list only has one item on it, and it's in the cons. You can't really trust a guy like
He thinks
that.
he knows everything, including my social security number.
But in
that
this
he does
case,
know.
she would have been right. I do know it.
And
See,
that's her
whenever I
worst
get a
fear.
You should
message
just
like
steal
that,
her identity just to really stick it to.
Oh, well, I know, because I like bits. I think it would be hilarious to respond and say like, mortgaging a house, is that cool? Like, something just to, like, it's something that it's obviously absurd, but a person this deranged would really believe.
The problem is that opens up, like, it'd be funny,
But
but
you
then
can't.
she would not leave you alone for
I know.
Yeah.
I
wait.
know.
Yeah.
Well, and
so
this
not
is why
worth
this
it.
is again why I'm sharing these, because I have to remember how absurd and psychotic this is, and not ever be tempted to respond.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it's a lot easier to respond if I'm doing that, if I'm just quietly taking all these in on my own and no one knows. Now I have y'all here to shame me in case.
Shame.
Okay,
Shame.
so that was
Ever.
to-
And I mean ever
ever.
respond to her.
I have never heard like this person has come up a couple of times in conversation, and every time I have never heard Steven disapprove of a person more.
Oh, I
Well, 'cause
vehemently dislike this
Steven
person.
was well acquainted, spent a lot of time with her.
Mhm.
She even lived at our house for like a
Oh
few months.
Lord.
Yeah,
That
so-
bitch doesn't know how to make a goddamn grilled cheese.
She,
That's the
is-
biggest sin.
she is a little bit helpless, and even more so when it comes to cooking.
Okay, I need little information, some information. So, what did you see when you first met her? Why did you?
I
decide
was
to
I was
go
20
out
years I was
with
20
her?
years old. I saw.
He saw a
Oh
hole to put
yeah,
his dick
that
in,
explains.
basically.
Yeah,
explains.
I was a horny 20-year-old.
That explains.
What
What
And
other
also,
reason
and
did
there
you
was
do it?
also
20s?
the there was also the chase aspect, like initial rejection, like, oh no, it's not gonna end there. Like, keep pursuing until you achieve your goal, that kind of thing, making it more satisfying. And then after that, like being with someone extremely helpless and distraught, and then me feeling really strong for being better than that.
Mm.
So it was a very selfish thing. But you're 20 years old, and what do you expect?
Yeah.
Okay, but now we're 30 years old.
Yes.
And so 20 years ago, this stuff makes sense. This is, we're 30 years.
20
years, sorry.
years.
And
How
old are you?
And 10 years ago.
Andrew's
It's
turning
probably-
40 this
This
year.
is a good time to tell you guys now that I am turning 40.
Yeah, it's
You know,
So,
that's gonna happen, guys.
It is. Not before
And
Diesel.
we're gonna be
though.
having these same conversations, I promise.
no,
you.
Diesel will be long 50 before that happens.
Diesel might be dead.
after Andrew's story, I have a story to tell you.
Oh, do you?
God.
Wait,
Ridiculous.
Does it have to do with shaving your son's pubes?
Oh.
No, it's not. But it's one of my
Just
one of my
checking.
female friends' husband. So there's like one of my female friends who is very close to me. Like I've known her for a while, like for quite a long time, and she have a husband, and they got a kid, like on the one like a little like a girl kid.
Uh-huh.
I don't know how to say this.
Daughter?
A little
kid.
girl
I
kid?
co- yeah, a daughter. Yes.
Oh, I
Daughter.
see. Okay.
Shit, why did I forget?
A girl kid.
A girl kid. I
we
like
are-
girl kid.
Yeah.
We are pretty close.
Girl kid, boy
so
kid.
I consider her like a niece.
Okay.
So last weekend, she called me. Like she's got a situation that
Damn,
she's
everyone's
fighting
ex has
with
been
her
feeling
husband.
horny recently. Christ.
No, she's not my ex-boyfriend. She's just a little
Not yet.
friend.
Okay.
Yeah. No. she's-
Soon to be ex.
Future ex-girlfriend.
No!
My future ex-girlfriend.
Okay. In someday there's a possibility she can watch this feed. So I don't
Well,
want to leave
okay.
If
any.
you're out there,
any
and I think
evidence.
you know who you are, Jerry's available,
No.
Trust
So-
me, he's single.
and he wants it.
So this husband, I've known him for a while, and
Mhm.
when they first met, I actually wonder that I don't think he is very capable of emotional controlling or something. So
Mm.
you shouldn't meet him. And they married after 2 months. After they first met, they married in 2 months. Basically.
Oh, wow.
Because they
Alright.
decided to married and they married after 2 months. That means they planned, right?
Okay.
So that was the first warning, red flag, strong red flag.
Yeah.
And after an year or so, they started fighting, and they had a baby after that.
Well, it's a
Well,
sign
not
of
to solve
fighting.
everything.
It is like okay, you fight like every day and you had a baby. That is not good, and now you lost your chance to get out of there.
But now
Yeah,
you guys have
basically.
something in common that you can work towards.
Right.
Exactly,
Right.
yeah, I
Baby,
don't-
Yeah,
baby
I-
solves everything.
I actually thought so. So baby might be able to solve their problem a
No.
little bit.
Oh,
No.
No,
It
No.
never does.
No.
It went worse and worse
You don't
and
say.
worse.
How?
How could it go? I mean, I thought there was like a bottom after an year or so, like a bottom, literally bottom floor. There was deeper hole.
There's always another floor.
There was so many deeper hole. Like they could
Yeah.
like just dig in. So but they didn't like cross the line, like cross the worst line. But last weekend, but he finally crossed the line.
He hit her.
Oh yes, you know what?
What?
Oh my
cross the line.
god.
Jesus.
So she called me, and like my husband actually hit me, and but this guy is so despicable, and this guy is not even like a top guy or something. This guy is so small personality, so
Yeah.
he hit her, and he
Oh.
was worried that she's gonna call the police or something, so he escaped.
Yeah. He just ran away.
Yeah, so she
Oh,
called
what?
me like she called me like I'm worried he's gonna come back and hit me again. So I'm gonna call the police, and can you like help me to try to solve the situation or something?
Oh.
Yeah,
my
I didn't say
goodness.
anything. I seriously want you to tell her like I warned you. I told you. But I didn't.
yeah.
I didn't.
Yeah.
She's in so stressed. I didn't want to like
Not in that
like add the
situation.
stress.
No.
Add the
Yeah.
stress. I will eventually tell her after the situation is
Yeah, what-
resolved.
Yeah,
But
once everything's good, just be like, I told
Yeah.
you so.
yeah,
Yeah,
like
after a
in
couple
some
years-
comedic timing. In some comedic timing.
Wow.
So
What a dirtbag.
I got out, but I actually met a couple times, and I was trying to like solve the situation. I had a conversation with him, so I know where he goes. So I went their neighborhood driving, and I called him. Like he didn't respond, but I eventually like he got responded with phone call, and he was like mumbling like no, something like
What?
that. So are you drunken? No, I'm not drunken. He always says I'm not drunken when he's drunken. This guy
Yeah.
is alcoholic.
Okay.
Whenever he's drunken, he come back to the house, and he just yelling at yelling everybody, like his wife and his daughter. And I was trying to like saying like no, this is not good for you. I was like at first I had a conversation like you have to think about your family, your wife, your daughter especially. And after that it didn't work, so I was like you have to think about yourself. If you are angry and like drunken every time and yelling, you're gonna die soon, and you're gonna stress out. Like you have to think about your health and your mental health. Don't even think about your family. You have to find your happiness.
Really doesn't
in
give a shit about
families.
his family.
All right.
Yeah.
Well,
I think
eventually.
I think maybe we should understand the difference between an interesting and engaging story and a funny
A
story.
depressing.
Yes.
fucked up story.
I thought you were gonna have a hilarious
Like a
engagement with
lighthearted,
your
funny-
ex, Jerry, and then you started talking
No,
about
Yeah,
this is
domestic
a
abuse
story
and
of-
alcoholism. It's like I'm very interested
Oh.
in this, but also it's bumming me out. Not kidding.
Yeah. I was like, I was
Wait,
gonna
Jerry,
say
is there a
like,
punchline? Is there a punchline to this? Get it? Get it?
Oh my god.
Oh, and there it is.
There's the
not
punchline.
really, not really. I was gonna say like, yeah, find your life partner.
Oh no, it's a sad. It's only
Yeah.
sad.
Oh,
It's only
God.
sad. There's no
Jerry.
like.
Why?
Let's go
He's
back to
not
Andrew's
a
psycho
funny
ex and her funny texts.
Mine is only funny.
Let's go back to funny. Most people are here for funny.
Okay, Jerry, you're a beautiful man for handling that stuff, but let's take a minute to talk about the girls that have psychotic problems. Okay. All right, so where I left off 2 years ago. Don't do anything with my social security number.
Yeah.
Dead silence. Actually, no, not dead silence after. You know what? I'm just gonna wrap in other. This is all entertaining.
Okay.
No one gets hurt in this. Okay.
Good.
So in
Except for-
between this message 2 years ago and today, at some point like last year sometime, I was getting notifications on LinkedIn that this person had made an account and was viewing my account because
It's
that's
the
how
only
long-
social media she can find
it's
you
the
on.
only
He's all business.
Yes,
because
yes.
LinkedIn is the only social media that I have, and this person
She's got to stalk you somehow.
had to find some way to figure out if I'm like married or something. I don't know.
I need to see if he's using my social security number.
He's
gotta
just
make
posting it
sure.
publicly on
It goes
LinkedIn.
on my account, and I just talk about like I got a new
So,
house.
yeah,
Bought a
you
new
literally
car.
just have her social security number as your like info, your bio.
Contact as my contact info.
Your contact info. And underneath it's just a note like, this is not a phone number. This is some random girl's social security number.
By the
So
way,
do
her
with that
name
information.
is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. This. Here's her address.
Well, I'm gonna try to be good not to slip up and say her name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
I mean,
I also am not doing
I
this
feel like-
just to,
I feel like a
purely
first name would
ridicule.
be safe. Don't say it anyways, but just
I won't say it
obviously
any. I
last
won't say it
name is-
anyways. But I don't want to feel like because this person has like issues. And
Mhm.
stuff. I don't
Clearly,
wanna- I don't
clearly.
Wanna, I don't want to make it like that. I'm just trying to ridicule, but it's still funny. It's still funny. So this person, she was checking out my LinkedIn, and I thought that was hilarious. Like she didn't have like an account and she didn't have like any information. She didn't really do anything besides make an account and a profile, and that was
just
it.
so she could
Just
look at
to
other
come and
things.
look at
But
my
she
account.
still used her real name. Maybe she doesn't know that you get
But
notified.
still used her real name, which I thought
Probably doesn't.
I thought was
she
interesting.
probably thinks LinkedIn functions like all other social media, where it doesn't notify when somebody looks at your
Yeah,
page.
where you can just snoop on someone without anyone knowing.
Even
I
then, if
assume
I
that's
were
true.
specifically trying to like snoop on someone, I'd make a
Just
fake
make a burner
account.
account.
Fake
right?
account,
Especially
man.
especially LinkedIn. You don't need to prove that's your real name or any of that shit.
No.
Like,
No, no.
fucking
Name
cares?
yourself Fake Fakerton. Who gives a shit?
Fake Fakerton.
I think
then
I
you
might
get all
catch on to
these-
that one. Though.
You start getting a bunch of job offers. You're like, oh, Fake Fakerton, we need you. We need you on the Anderson account.
You start living this double life, and Fake Fakerton's actually this really skilled mortgage broker. And,
Yeah,
And
you
just
stole their
quite the
identity.
charismatic fuck too. Like, goddamn.
he doesn't take no for an answer. Just like Jerry's friend.
Oh my god.
So a few LinkedIn peeps, but never. I swear I was expecting like a message or something because I'm like, well, now she knows for sure that this is my account, and there's literally a messaging system on there. But no, that never happened. And after a while, like that went dead as well. And again, I knew better than to go and like click on her profile to see
Oh,
to show her
God,
that
no.
I had viewed her.
That
you know?
shows that you're interested.
Because
In
that's
her. You
again,
can't do
that's
that.
the same as just responding to a message. I might as well go show up at her house. So I didn't. So
Not this time.
Not this time. But this again. I think it's important to note that there's always this temptation to go to an ex. Always. Because it just feels good to be wanted. That's why again I'm bringing this up so that I feel stupid for ever thinking that.
Yeah, you are stupid.
So now I get a text message. I think that nothing else really happened there until what was this? April 2nd. So like last Sunday.
Okay.
Last Sunday, I'm sitting at the pizza place waiting for my calzone to finish, and I get a text message on my phone. And wouldn't you know it, it is on the same number that the "do not use my social security number" message came from. So I know exactly who it is.
So this person isn't
But-
even in your contacts anymore.
Oh no, far from it. Far from it. I just haven't blocked the number because I assumed that was it, and I didn't feel the need to block it.
Yeah.
And also again, I'm really sad, and the idea of blocking it felt too final. So now I get this, but it might change now. So
Block it.
So now I get this message last Sunday, just waiting for my pizza, and it says, "Hey, you know what's funny is I'm the girl you met at a party when we were 16. I remember now, and we never talked about it."
What do you mean? What?
Oh.
That ain't you.
So anyone who knows me knows that I was not partying when I was 16.
Party.
I was
16.
Breaking
I
into
was
churches.
I was definitely not partying,
Incorrect.
having sex, or drinking when I was 16.
Mhm.
Those things were nowhere near on my radar for a good
Nah,
like
bruh.
3 more years to come.
all
at
of
least.
this
19
seems
maybe.
like bait to get you to pipe up, to respond to
Oh.
something. That's all it is.
Absolute bad.
No, that wasn't me. And then
But keep in mind, this is from the same number
Yeah.
that she used.
For all you
That
know, it
was
could have been her dad.
obviously- That was obviously from her saying, "Don't do anything with my social security number." So it's not the most clandestine behavior.
But what if she's actually thinks she's talking to somebody else and multiple boyfriends know her social security number? Like that's her
I
pickup
know.
line.
That's also
That's
possible.
a whole nother issue. That's her problem.
All right, so right after that, so she continues this. She's one of those multiple texts to get 1 point across. So the first one on that day was, hey, you know what's funny is I'm the girl you met at a party when we were 16. I remember now, and we never talked about it.
That's
Then she
hilarious.
says, crazy, huh? LOL.
No.
I had a black sweatshirt on and jeans.
Whoa.
And I should point out that
Nope.
these are all separate messages, like she's thinking it and then writing
Yeah.
it.
If all of
So
that, if
it's
all
all
of that
just
is
stream of
true,
consciousness.
if all of that is true, it is extremely sad that like that's a core memory of hers. It's like she knows exactly what she
yeah,
was
it's a
wearing
false
on a
memory.
party in 2016.
That 14 years ago, you met someone at a party and knew exactly what you were wearing.
But that's funny though, isn't it? Because
That's crazy.
Crazy.
LOL.
Isn't this funny?
Yeah,
Crazy,
you're
huh?
right. It is crazy. It is crazy.
So when I read that first one as these were coming through, it was making me laugh to think I could respond. What's funny is that this is all a lie, or just anything
Oh,
to sort of play
dude,
off
she
of
know-
that. But
like-
again,
she might be accidentally stumbling into this, but she is giving you like a silver
she's-
platter to just dunk
is.
dunk
Oh,
on
yeah.
her.
That's her.
she
That's her
is
grand
really
scheme.
she's triggering my thumbs. You know,
Yeah,
she really
yeah.
wants any sort of light in the darkness, any sort of flare.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Ooh.
Crazy, huh? LOL. Next message. I had a black sweatshirt on. Next message. And jeans. Next message. This is. how
Oh
she's talking.
man.
What is she trying
And
to
she
God,
can-
that's just
she can-
begging
she
for a quippy
continues.
comeback. That's
She really. I know.
That's some
I
good
don't
vocab.
think she's clever enough to think that, but she does want a response. I don't think she
Mhm.
realizes that.
I was
How
gonna say,
clever
she's
it
probably
is, because
accidentally
it-
stumbling upon like one of
Right.
your most vulnerable triggers.
My instincts are to insult and shame.
I want
and
to berate you. That's
I
I,
want-
don't
I
want
want
I don't
you
want
to-
to engage in this conversation. I want you to feel bad for messaging
Yeah.
me.
I think in her mind, she thinks I'm gonna be like, "Oh, you have the wrong number," or like, "Who is this?" Something like really like nice and
Yeah.
genial.
Yeah.
Type something
No.
out in Chinese or something.
Or Steven's
That'll
like,
get her.
I just got back from the war. Where are you at the airport?
Oh, no.
We accidentally
Just
had
kidding.
a,
Wrong number.
Yeah, we had a wrong number texter back when Steven and I were in high school, and we were just kind of like fucking with him, pretending
just-
to be that person. And it turns out that this
Yeah.
was some guy who had just got back from deployment and was looking to get picked up. And was like,
Oh,
Well, no, he wasn't looking to be like picked
Something
up
like
from the
that.
airport. He was looking to like reconnect with this girl. And we're just like,
Tragic.
once he said that he just got back from deployment, we're like, never mind.
Wait, did y'all say?
said
did
wrong
you set it
number.
straight?
yeah, we said
Yeah,
like,
we're
wrong
oh, yeah, I
number.
think
Just
this is
kidding.
actually
Bye.
a wrong number.
Block.
Yeah.
Wait, how much
Wow.
did you engage with him before that?
Like a
decent
couple
amount. Like,
back
'cause it
and
was
forth
just-
texts.
It was just like me and Jared were just hanging out in his basement, and then I think I get the text, or I can't
I
remember
forget
if
who
or
got
he
it.
did.
Yeah.
But one of us got a text message. We're like, "Oh, look, this is funny. We got a wrong number." Like, wouldn't it be funny if we responded to this?
I mean, that's a
We did.
golden situation.
It
for a
is.
teenager.
It was, God, it was hilarious.
I mean, you're
to us in
crying
the
when that
moment. We
happens.
were,
That is-
we were
you're so
dying,
happy
like
when that
thinking of
happens.
just funny things to say, like kind of leading this guy on, and then he's like, "Yeah, I'm a veteran."
Well, thank God we had like the moral thread of like being like, okay, now this is too far. We,
There's a
we
line.
should stop.
There's a line.
That's
There's a line.
nice. That's
Oh.
good.
It was
God.
clear that he was in love with this girl, that they lost
Aw.
touch while he was out fighting the war.
If we were
We were
worse
giving him
people,
hope.
we could have easily made up a story
Wait,
about like a
You
baby,
could have ruined
some
them.
shit.
Oh yeah,
like,
easy. I mean, to
easily.
be fair, it's very likely that she just does have a baby. Wherever
If
she-
Well,
if
but this is-
anything, we saved his life. because he doesn't know
Yeah.
whose number that is now, and he'll never be able to find her and get hurt like
That's
that.
for his. That's for his.
You know what?
veteran.
We did that for him.
We did him a
You're
solid.
welcome.
Just some advice, guys.
Strange veteran.
Don't like marry a girl, or like definitely don't marry, but don't engage in some relationship, then leave for 2 years and expect that that's just gonna be solid when you get back. That's who do you think you are?
True love, though.
It doesn't work.
Yeah.
I would love to. I've never heard of that working out pretty much ever.
I mean, first of all, breaking up, there's a reason why you guys like a break off, and it doesn't automatically solve. It isn't automatically solved after like a time pass. So
Well, no, this is they're still together, and the guy leaves for the military. So he goes, like you're
Oh.
like you're dating, you start dating a girl, and maybe even like get engaged, and then leave for 2 years.
all right.
Imagine how
This-
much you
this
change in a
military-
single year on like a year-to-year basis.
Right.
Just like living by
And
living by ourselves, I feel like I changed like dramatically
and
every
think of
single
the people
goddamn
that are
year.
doing this are like 18 to 24 years old. They're doing it young. 'Cause that's when they're joining the military.
At their herniest.
And
Yeah, like you're leaving girls like like in college alone while you're away for 2 years, and you're away stuck in barracks with other guys and girls. You know,
Mm.
like there's no way that you have to be like the most Christian people ever for that to survive.
But also, if you're spending like 2 years in the military versus like 2 years in college and stuff like that, you're not even coming back the same people. You went different life paths, and now you have probably developed like different philosophies on life and different morals, and then you
True.
come back, you're not like the same people that were compatible before it. You're fundamentally different, and those different
Yeah.
people probably aren't compatible anymore.
Well, this is why the trick is to get her pregnant before you leave, so that
Oh,
when you come,
right,
come
you gotta
back, you
lock
come
her
back to a
in,
baby.
you know?
Yeah, you come back to a baby, and then
Yeah.
the baby will keep you together.
Especially if
Well,
it's
you're
black.
deployed for 2 years. How do you come back to a baby?
Well, the baby's like a year.
all
The
know.
baby's like a year and a half
Ah,
old.
gotcha.
Oh,
gotcha.
perfect. Okay, yeah, that makes
You,
sense.
you literally get her pregnant, and once you are certain that she has been successfully inseminated, then you deploy.
And you feel safe to leave.
That now you can leave.
I'll only leave if I know for sure you're pregnant. Otherwise, I just can't trust you.
I can't. I need you to do this for me. I need you to hold it in. I need you to lift your legs up in the air.
You
Form
do
that
that-
bowl.
Oh, that bowl maneuver.
Oh, nice
Increase your
pelvic bowl.
fertility.
Deep.
All right. So, after explaining what she was wearing that night, she goes on to say, "You took me home." Next message. "I wanted to have sex with you. I was a virgin."
I'm sorry,
Do
you
you
took her home at 16? What
w- yes,
fucking
yes, I was-
home?
I was 16. I was 16. We were both 16. Met at a party.
Yeah.
She wanted to have sex, and she was a virgin, and I took her home at 16.
Okay.
what
It
a
is
what a
going
suave
crazy.
Rizzler you
And-
are, man.
That didn't happen.
This, I swear.
You sure that didn't happen,
I
Andrew?
swear this is a fabrication. I promise.
Maybe
you.
maybe you have a more attractive evil twin that can actually
With Riz.
yeah with Riz. You got the
I've got an
the
evil
Riz
twin with Riz.
Yeah, the Rizzler twin.
No, this is the consequence of Andrew's L Riz, because W Riz would probably yield you better results.
Mm, wow.
So
So Riz does
my
not discriminate. It attracts all.
True.
One of my favorite little messages here is the one after saying she wanted to have sex with me when she was a virgin, and it's, "Do you remember?" Like,
No, I can't say that I do remember you being a virgin.
do you?
I cannot
remember?
Do you
Emphasize
remember
en-
being a virgin?
I
Do
cannot
you?
emphasize enough, if this did happen, how little impact it had on me. Like, it's all so
Yeah,
fucking
I-
easy to just like,
I know.
she's like putting
I
the net
know.
out there for you.
She's,
Oh my
she's
God.
doing the alley oop. She's lifting the ball up into the air into the perfect spot as I'm doing a backflip towards the,
You
the
smash it down right in her face.
I'm ready to break the glass like Lejean Brames.
But the moment you do, like, she activates her trap card.
Oh,
Like,
she's
that's
got-
all
yeah.
you need.
Oh yeah. Then she knows that you are on the other end and you didn't change your number. And,
I know, because now I'm pretty sure, right? Like, there's no way to. She could just be sending these out into the black, right?
Yeah.
There's no way
Yeah.
to know. There's
Mhm.
no way to know that it's going anywhere, which makes this all the more entertaining.
It's like a diary.
That after multiple years, like, she'll still send messages into the darkness.
Dude.
But not just a stream of thought of like what she's feeling, which is what I would expect, you know, that this is just desperate, like a release of feelings. There's still an agenda here, as if it could reach me when there's no evidence that it is.
Yeah.
So not to say that you aren't a massive catch, Andrew. But imagine like just dedicating like this one person like
Listen, you're not worth it.
occupies such
No,
a
I
huge space in
agree.
your mind for years.
I agree.
Oh man.
Even I know, even though I would love to take it as a compliment,
Sure.
there is no logical way to justify someone
Dude.
consistently thinking about someone who has neglected them like this for that long. Like, zero contact for 2016. It's been 7 years.
Yeah.
7 years.
Imagine
And-
all the
and I'm not
opportunities you could
even,
capitalize on if that didn't take up such a huge space in their hard drive, man. Like,
Yeah.
ugh.
I mean, it's possible that I just destroyed her emotionally. and she will never recover from it. So it's not even that I just occupy this like dream or fantasy in her head. It's that I did something to her. Like, she sees me as someone who did something to her, even though I was the one, you know, getting cheated on and stuff.
Well, yeah, you
But-
stole her social security number, so
Oh,
Yeah,
my
that's pretty bad, Andrew. Don't
That's
do
pretty
that.
she has
sure.
not stopped
don't-
worrying about it. Clearly,
Like, I'd be afraid. So.
don't use my
So,
social for anything either, please.
Honestly, if you, I don't know Stevens, but I feel like if I had to use it a couple times, I would remember it because it would feel like a vital number to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so
Do you remember mom and dad's? Like, did you ever have to use theirs for like beneficiary stuff?
No,
For like
I-
life insurance or anything?
No, I don't remember ever having to put their. I think I maybe had to put mom's or dad's in once, many years ago, and it never stuck.
Steven, do you
Yeah,
remember
that
my
one- that
landline
one, no.
number?
Which one?
My
Nope,
landline
I don't.
number.
Oh, I know.
sure
I
don't.
remember our.
I remember your guys's too.
248-446-3971.
Yep, I remember it because of the 4 corners at the end. I'm like, oh, that's
Yeah.
a neat
Oh
number.
yeah, dude, that's a good one, right?
Mhm.
God,
I
just
really lucked out there.
Mhm.
how many years has it been since I dialed on a landline? Holy
Dude, we
shit.
used to call each other every week to like hang out
Yeah.
on like sleepovers and shit, and we were calling each other on landlines.
Yeah,
Fucking hell.
man, are we old?
I mean, at least we weren't using like one of like these telephones like Diesel did.
Oh, like Diesel,
Yeah.
or like sending like carrier pigeons.
Alexander Graham Diesel.
Do people have landline these days?
Old people,
yeah,
probably. Yeah.
They
yeah,
do.
probably. I think they still
There.
have services.
All I know is that if my parents stopped using something, then that thing is,
It is
on its
obsolete.
last fucking legs.
Yeah, it's dead.
Which goes to show you, my parents like just last year have switched to streaming services. They've canceled
Oh,
their DirecTV.
That's wild.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still here, motherfucker.
Yeah, we know.
That's
why
why
we
we're
said
making the
it.
joke. This is we're like my ex-girlfriend sending out our jokes into the darkness, knowing somewhere.
Yeah.
I just
And you
want to
made the
make sure
mistake
you're
of
still here,
responding.
Diesel.
You're giving us exactly what we want.
Yeah. So,
The difference is Andrew didn't respond, but you responded.
that's true.
See, guys are pretty easy. It's not hard to manipulate a guy.
God.
All right, so in case she was
So-
clearly worried that she wasn't adding enough details.
Yeah. So hang on. I'm
Um,
curious. From like, did it start with a social security text?
Well, that was
That was like 2
that's
years
the
ago.
last text message or the first one that I ever got from this number.
Okay. So what's and that was years ago.
This was 2 years ago.
Okay. So when did she start texting you again? And how long has this been going on now? Like, what's the time span of this?
So this was that last bit of correspondence was 2 years ago in August.
Yeah.
So August 2021,
Okay.
and the messages started again on April 2nd, this last Sunday.
Okay.
So a good, like I said, she's sent out signals like like a ship in the night sending light signals on LinkedIn, but no messages between now and then because she doesn't know my email anymore, and I blocked her other numbers. So she's had no way because in like 2018, 2019, she was still trying to like send emails and crazy shit like. She sent me stuff, dude, man, if we go back, I wish I still had some of the old emails because they're absolutely insane. They're deep paragraphs. And one of my favorites that she ever sent back in like 2017 or 2018, I think it was 2017, was an email describing that she hopes that my plane crashes on the way to LA and that I die.
Pretty
Like,
normal.
But then, like following up a day later, being like, "Sorry, I didn't mean that." Like, also, your penis is small, and
oh,
it was always sort of like volleyballing back and forth. It was oscillating between like I hope you die, and I'm sorry, I miss you. I just wish we could talk again. It was back and forth.
how many
Yikes.
personalities got going on in there?
Yes.
A number of them. Yes.
Oh shit, man.
So yes, so even 2 years later, still think, and if I think back to when we first met, in 2012, that's how long this person has been effectively, and to this day, it's crazy to think. In 2012 is when I met this person as a 20-man myself, and saying like, "Ooh, she's really cute. I would like to touch her."
And even earlier than that, in 2008, when you met her at a party and took her home.
Oh my goodness! So think
Remember
about
that?
the years. Think about the years.
Wow.
And that even back then, when we first started talking, we would get into like these little tiffs as I'm trying to like court her, and then it would go silent, and then I would just get a random "hey" text from her. And back then it was like, oh man, I don't know what to do with this, but I was still young enough. I'm like, that's a sign. That's a sign.
Yeah.
We have to
she
do
likes
this.
me.
We have to do this. And now 10 years later, I get these messages, and it's just
Still doing the same shit.
well, because a 20-year-old girl sending messages like that, I'm like, okay, I get it. This is your diary, but a 30-year-old woman.
Oh.
Oh wow!
A
Now that
30-year-old. This is a 30-year.
A lot
Now
of
you
things
can
clicked
see
into
that way.
place for Jerry there.
That's
Yeah.
just sad.
It's
I
a
mean-
30-year-old woman.
Let's be real. I don't think there's a scenario where she is gonna be like.
No,
Mature.
Not unless she gets
She
like
had-
professional help.
She had no
Yeah.
prospects.
This is
No.
In general. I remember when she was like, "Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do with my life. I think I'll be a voice actor." I'm like,
dude,
Alright.
she had no direction.
no idea what she
direction
wanted,
whatsoever.
like anything.
And again, that for me.
So I
that
can't even picture her having a job at this point.
No, I would
Dang
wager
it.
she doesn't because her dad has money, and she has a house that's basically all to herself anyways because her dad's always gone, unless he's at home drinking, and like she just has like a big house to herself and usually like friends or other families that will just take her in pretty much whenever. So she's like a floater.
just goes to show if you're not challenged in life, you don't improve. Kind of
That's
like
so
the theme
true.
of the movie we
Oh,
watched.
someone should
wait,
throw a
are we
symbol
trying
at
to
her head.
transition because there's still messages to
Oh,
read?
there's still. Oh, fucking go, man. Let's go.
Okay,
It sounded
do we
like
just
you
go
were.
through
No,
them
it sounded
because
like you were
we've been-
wrapping up. But
Well,
no, if
you
there's
gotta
more,
pick up the damn
there's
pace
more.
then,
Well,
Andrew.
you guys start talking, asking questions. You're
good,
breaking
you're
this
good,
up. Okay,
you're good.
let me get through day
Start from the
one.
beginning. I'm lost.
Okay, so she the last thing I said was, "Do you remember?"
So it's
question
20.
mark.
I was 16 years old.
I was as a 16-year-old at a party. I was wearing a black sweatshirt and jeans.
Wait, you
Just
were wearing a
emanating
black
Riz.
sweatshirt and jeans too? Oh my god, you guys matched.
This
That's romantic.
This is a really dreamlike scenario that happened, and that's why we're so tied to each other.
Ah.
Andrew,
so after she
Andrew
says,
was
"Do you
just
remember?"
rocking
question
the
mark,
Dean look.
She begins to add more details to help me remember, and she says she was with Courtney Hoffman, a completely fake name that she made up to add detail to her story. And
Wow.
then she goes back to that. She remembers that she had said before that she wanted to have sex with me because I was a virgin, or because she was a virgin. And she says, "Oh right, I forgot I said that." And so she adds, "You did too want to have sex," and follows up with, "But I passed out and you helped me." So that was day one. That was day one. Was basically the ploy of. So plan one with her was deploy fake story about old sex memory that will initiate some kind of response.
A bold gambit.
When I did not respond to that, 2 days later I get another text message. This one, the plan has changed. Now, here's the text message. Andrew, I let you in my house that one day when you wore your mask. When are you going to come over?
What the fuck? Ew, no. This is no. What the fuck?
I don't even know how to interpret this one. This
I
one.
let you
this
in my
one
house when
actu-
you were wearing that mask or whatever the fuck. Like
This one truly confuses me.
Does she think that you guys somehow had like a rendezvous during COVID?
It would literally be impossible.
Right.
uh,
Oh man. Oh god, is she like off her rocker? Like not
I
in
mean,
a
I'm
not in
sure-
a
I'm
joking
sure,
way, but
but-
more of like,
No,
does
like,
she
in a
straight up
business
have
sense,
like
she needs help.
30-year-old Alzheimer's right now? Like what the fuck is this?
There might be diagnosable issues here. Beyond just like the typical like, oh, I have like personality disorders and things like that. No, like this might actually be something deeper than that.
Yeah, holy shit.
I'm actually quite worried that she like leaves the evidence that you actually entered the house and like a Me
What
Too
evidence
situation
could
or
she
something
leave?
like that.
Well,
She
No.
saved
It's like that.
everything.
In Me Too situation, a girl doesn't need to prove. Like a boy have to prove I was not there.
Well,
Something
he
like
can
that.
prove that
yeah.
he's been living like hundreds
Yeah.
of miles away
It's
for
across the
10
entire
years.
country.
I-
So.
So it's not like in San Francisco or.
No.
No.
She is on the other side of the country.
Oh, okay.
And has
It's not
been
even-
since
it's not
what,
even an
2016?
Since
I mean,
2016.
she has been since the dawn of time, and she'll never leave that area.
That is where she will be forever.
I don't think it would be
so yeah,
hard
you don't have
for
to worry
Andrew to
about
prove
that.
that he has
I-
never been there for almost a decade.
I do agree that this is the kind of person who would, in a fit of in a psychotic episode, accuse me of something I didn't do, and could probably convince someone sympathetic that I did do something wrong.
But
Well,
I
that
don't
happens a
think
lot
that
in real
whoever
life.
she convinces would have any way to impact your life whatsoever.
Yeah, well, and I would also know
Yeah.
that enough people know me to know that like that's none of that would be true.
Hmm.
So, all right, so here is the final day. This is the last one I've got, and this was yesterday.
Great.
So this was yesterday.
So
but,
nonstop
like,
for like a week.
Yeah,
She
yeah,
couldn't
basically
just
since
stop
last
thinking
Sunday,
about
she's
you.
into it.
Cool.
And so her this is plan C,
Hmm.
and this one starts. Stop sending guys to my house.
Huh?
And
Oh,
the next message,
man.
WTF. There was a guy and then a different guy. That's weird, huh? OMG, and then emoji of a scared face.
Dude.
Oh
and then
god.
and
This
the,
is.
and the final message that I got was, "I'm scared, Andrew."
What the fuck?
Lord.
Oh, no, I'm scared. What the shit? Oh my god, what the actual fuck?
It's crazy, right?
I mean,
this
it
bitch,
is
like,
it
might-
is the definition of crazy. She is legitimately
It
insane.
seems like she like legitimately has like no joke holes in her brain, like straight up Alzheimer's.
Yeah.
Like
Like missing
What?
gaps.
Stop sending men to my house.
Stop sending guys to my house. What the fuck? There was a guy and then a different guy. That's weird, huh? OMG.
oh my
I'm
god.
scared.
And then, but the funny thing is, adding in the midst of that, adding an actual emoji of like a surprise face,
Dude.
like almost cutesing it up.
Yeah,
That's-
Using
that's
emojis.
weird, man.
She-
That is
she is
weird.
actually-
Accusing,
Damn.
thinking that I am sending men to her house, and
So
then,
if that's not enough reason to never ever
I
respond
know.
to anything,
I
then I
know.
don't know. I don't know what else would convince you.
like you should hopefully rest easy knowing that there's no logic that I can find to respond to this.
Yeah. Yeah, because like it started off when she was like with that fake story. It started off like just like you were saying, just an alley oop for a layup dunk. But
Yeah,
now I'm
right?
just like I am like scared to associate with you right now.
Yeah, she's a
Horrifying.
frightening person.
You enjoy how it devolves from like day to day.
Holy
Like it
shit.
starts off almost just like sort of a manipulative teenage girl, and
Yeah.
then it gets to sort of a little bit maniacal into
Like
actually
Twilight years
schizophrenic at the end.
Alzheimer's. Oh my god. Holy fuck. Dude.
Yikes.
Damn.
So, this is the closest thing I've had to a girlfriend in years.
And here's to it. Here's to it staying that way, at least with her.
I'm actually surprised you haven't blocked her yet.
Well,
Here's the thing.
This was a number, like a new number that she has that I had blocked one before. So this is a new number, and I didn't block it when she did the social security number thing.
Mm-hmm.
This one I let go off just because it was part curiosity and part just like you block it and then you never have this person ever talk to you again. I'm like, oh, that's kind of a hard line to draw.
Yeah. So
Well,
here's the thing for
Well,
me.
there's a hard
It's
line
like
here.
I don't think I would have difficulty drawing that line after those messages,
After
but
this.
I will admit the curiosity factor is very enticing to leave it unblocked just to see what else comes your way, you know?
You know what I mean? It's an
Oh.
it's an interesting thing that could happen at any time spontaneously without.
It's not a good thing, but goddamn is it an interesting thing. Like
It is
You also
super
have to-
interesting. I'm not gonna lie. When I was getting I was actually picking up my phone, and be like, "Ooh, what's she gonna say next?" I was actually curious.
Yeah, but like you gotta also have to worry about like what if she can see that you read the messages?
Okay, that
Ah,
is. I don't
mhm.
think that you can, because like I would be
I-
able to.
I mean,
because
when
we can, because we both have. But like you have like
Androids.
an icon and it says read and delivered and stuff next to your messages, but it doesn't do that on these.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think it only works if you're on the same network.
I know very little about phones, so I can't say one way or the other.
At least for Android, I like.
Mhm.
So I don't know.
Like, cause at least like on yeah, mine like it'll have like a little check mark next to it when someone's read the message.
Like no matter who you send to.
Well, I was looking at my messages with you, but
Oh yeah, so like me and you, like yours
Uh,
do it, but it's just you and no one else. None of my other messages have that.
I mean mine do that. Okay, it doesn't do it
Okay.
with the group.
To see,
message,
so you have an Android, right, Andrew?
Yeah.
It says to see read receipts in Android messages, both you and the person you're texting must be using a texting app that supports read receipts to have read receipts
Oh.
enabled. So you're probably good.
Yeah, but realistically, I should block that number. I know.
Yes, that's probably the
I think it's time. Oh, actually, man.
the adult thing to do.
Listen, your whole like it feels too final. Like good,
I
make
know.
it final.
I
Make it
know.
damn
I
final.
know.
I personally don't understand why you would like be hesitant to cut a person like that out of your life. Just because, like,
maybe,
what?
I think it's one of those. It's hard to describe
Hmm.
because it's not. There's nothing that would ever make me want to be with this person again.
Yeah.
But there's something about just like actually putting, because that's if I block this number, well, she can always just get a new number.
Yeah.
But it's actually say like you will never ever like there's something about things being that final that
Sure.
freaks me out.
I guess.
Listen,
Because like I
there's
can
plenty of
see
time
that with like
not that
exes of mine, but like I don't have exes that feel like if I
It's just gonna
interact with
accuse you
them,
of sending men to
yeah,
their
I
house.
feel like if I interact with them, they might like immediately ruin my life. Like I don't have
They
that
might
problem, so
try
I
to
so I
murder
have
you or some
less.
shit.
So I have less like or I guess I have more hesitation about like blocking those numbers. But for
Uh-huh.
you, I'd be scared. Like
Yeah, well, no, it's I do need to just block it. I think this round will do it. But I'm honestly, because I've just gotten things, I'm curious if anything else gets said. There's something really dark about the last thing that I ever hear her say is I'm
That's-
scared, Andrew.
Yes.
That-
So fucked
See,
up.
I almost feel like it
Dude.
would be easier to have like some like she has some emotional plea and I reject it and we fight about it and then like in that storm I block and it's over. But
Ugh.
her sending out these deranged, frightening messages and that's the last thing I ever hear from her, it, like messes with my head.
no doubt, no doubt.
So okay, but keep this light.
Don't respond.
This is all everyone's alive.
Mhm.
This person has always kind of been this way. It's the reason I stopped dating her. those
Nobody's
many
getting
years ago.
physically hurt. Andrew's
No
not
one's
manipulating
getting
her in any way.
She just knows
No.
where our parents live. So
Ah.
that's fine.
That's fine. Parents and little sister.
Yeah.
She's not like that. I mean, although things can change, who knows?
I don't know.
She's
Just scared, Andrew. People
I
do
mean,
crazy
if-
things when they're afraid.
I'm a little worried if she is obsessed deeply like this, she might eventually like get in touch with your parents or your relate.
No.
Blah, blah, blah.
She won't. This is just a girl sitting home alone on her phone.
And
That's
occasionally
all
with her
this-
father.
That's all this is. Yeah.
Maybe he's the one texting you.
But
Mm.
let this be a warning
Meet
to
up
all
with
of
an
you
old man when
ladies. This is the effect that I have. Once
Once
Well,
you
her,
give
you
me your
start
social
nodding.
security number, all bets are off.
First of all, it won't work out, so plan on that. And then when it
Yeah.
doesn't work out, plan on thinking about me every day for 10 years at least.
Andrew is like a Lucifer.
The old
Get out of
Dennis
here.
strategy.
Nurture dependence.
You can't stop thinking about him.
When I saw that, I was like, did I do that?
Sinister.
Separates entirely.
Entirely.
I am not that guy. I'm
Mhm.
not that guy.
What was the
maybe I
Dennis
don't
system? It was
know.
like demonstrate value. What was E?
Engage physically.
Engage physically. Nurture dependence. Is
Neglect
that? Oh,
emotionally.
no, I think it was nurture
Neg-
dependence and then neglect
Nurture
emotionally,
and then
right?
neglect.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't
And then what was
Nurture
I?
know. It's like insert.
Instigate.
I don't remember.
No.
Joking.
Because this was like the manipulation part where like
Hold
maybe
on,
maybe
let-
that stalker
we got-
boyfriend comes back.
We
Oh,
we gotta
yeah.
look it up.
Yeah, Dennis system. Okay, here it is.
You
The
got it.
Dennis
okay.
system is demonstrate value, engage physically,
Okay.
nurture dependence, neglect emotionally, inspire hope, and then separate entirely.
Okay, all right. If we can go through this real quick, I am going to explain how I absolutely did this.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
So if we start with D, demonstrate value.
Yeah.
My way of showing her, because this is what guys do, right?
Mm.
I don't think that this was even odd that I did. I was always looking for ways to seem helpful, right?
Mhm.
Like if she had car trouble, like I'll be like, I'll come over and like work on your car, fix your car. I helped her with homework. I wrote papers for her to help her basically graduate
Oh,
from
God.
college. Like she wouldn't have a degree if it weren't for me. But I constantly did stuff like that, and then I also, you know, I that was basically like how I courted this girl, was constantly like doing things for her, offering to do things for her, bringing her things. I used to bring, like when we first met at like work, I would go to the gas station all the time and like buy a chocolate milk, one for me, one for her, and take it to work and then give her one.
Yeah.
So achieved. I demonstrated value, no problem. All right. So what was the next one?
Engage physically.
Engage physically, 100%.
Well, which
I think we could all.
I don't
think-
think there's anything like inherently wrong with these first two steps until you get to the nurture dependence.
Okay,
part
now
of it.
if we get let's explore that though.
Mhm.
I don't think that I was consciously like doing this, but I was basically any problem she has, I can fix.
Mm-hmm.
And let's point out, like I said earlier, that I arranged for her to live at my family's house while I was away in Germany because her dad was drinking.
Yeah.
So I did a lot for her and gave her ways to basically rely on me completely. So I definitely did that.
There are definitely ways, like in a healthy relationship, to just depend on each other. You certainly didn't do what Dennis did, which was prank call her as an angry neighbor threatening her life. So that's good.
Is that where all the men talk that are being sent around?
Yeah.
I'm
Okay,
back,
I never-
bitch.
Yeah.
Ugh. And then you continue doing that, and then suddenly you stop taking her calls, so you start neglecting her emotionally.
I did do that. I did stop taking calls and stop responding to things. Because eventually it was just like, see you later. So I
Mhm.
did that. And what's the I?
But what was this post breakup
hope.
though? Neglect emotionally? Because
yes.
that's just breaking up.
Although I do think it's weird when people
Start
talk about
distancing yourself
continuing
from-
their relationship with their ex, like talking on the phone. I've always
No.
thought that was weird.
No.
It doesn't make sense to me.
So you
Like, you
got
should
neglect
neglect them.
emotionally. And then you
Yeah.
have I, inspire hope. Probably
Well,
the
I
most
hope it's-
nefarious, I think.
So unfortunately, I definitely did that by ever responding, which I
Yep.
which
I think
back
it's
in the
very
day-
easy
back
to
in
like
the day, I
accidentally
would.
do this, but if you're ever doing this intentionally, you're kind of fucked up, you know.
The worst thing I ever did, and I'll never do this again,
Mhm.
was after we had broken up and after she had been texting and stuff for a while. This was back in, I think, 2016, right before I went to Los Angeles. Steven.
Gotcha.
After we broke up in 2016, and like 6 months later, after breaking up, after not talking for all that time, I broke down and finally responded to some text messages and agreed to go over to her house. And that was the mistake.
Yeah.
That was what you don't, because in that way,
Yeah.
I went over there and spent the night with her, knowing that I was never going to date her again.
Yeah.
And then after that, and this may or may not be why she said that she hopes my plane crashed on the way to LA.
It's a shitty thing to do, but it is also a very, I think, a common mistake to make, you know? Like, especially at that age.
I gave her hope. And then finally,
Separates entirely.
and that's
Which-
where we're at.
Currently is happening.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
hopefully
sure
it
there's
stays
been
that way.
plenty of Macs out there having a
Oh, yeah.
pleasant time.
The
with her.
move-in after completion.
Moving after
I'm sure there have been Macs and Franks. I don't doubt that at all.
Well, you probably would have had more success courting her if you dropped your Magnum condom at that party in 2008.
Magnum dong.
Yeah.
My Magnum Dom. Mantis Toboggan.
MD.
God damn. Well, that was truly enlightening.
Sorry, I realized
only-
that that also got a little troubling at the end, but
Yeah.
I've only
I'm
I've
scared.
only ever caught glimpses of stories about your ex. So this was incredibly
it's-
informative.
I find it interesting.
It is
Massive
interesting.
D-roll. Well, we have to give Pomo a chance to catch up on the movie. So
Well, and I wanted to keep
Speaking
Jerry
of-
waiting as long as possible.
Yeah. Speaking of girlfriends, remember when Andrew Neiman broke up with his girlfriend in Whiplash?
dude, that shit was hardcore, man.
I enjoyed
Alright,
every second.
Let's
of that.
let's get to chatting here because
It's
have
time.
plenty
I mean,
of
to be
thoughts.
fair, what she was just like, yeah, I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm just kind of doing.
Oh,
I'm
I
like,
felt-
well, fuck
I was-
you. He's clearly not gonna like end up with this person.
No.
I'm glad he didn't.
So I feel like just going into this right now, this is going to be a lot like our Soul review, where we spend a lot more time talking about the
talking
ideas
about
that
the
this movie
concept.
presents
Yeah.
than the actual movie itself, which I'm fine with.
Yeah.
And in another interesting way, this to me, is like a movie that I think is like. It's hard to say this with like a definitive like sort of description of it, but it's like I feel like I like this movie as much as I enjoyed Soul, but for like not necessarily the opposite reasons, but this seems to have almost like a complete polar opposite sort of like message or tone or whatever. There's something about it,
they're very opposite.
but also have a lot of very similar themes. I feel like just explored in diametrically opposed ways.
Yes.
I don't know. It's not something that I can put to words, but it's sort of like a feeling that I have of just like, huh. I could totally have seen like Soul going through like some similar sort of concepts, but not like this. Pomo,
I think
please don't
it-
tell
it
me that you watched the
fascinates me 'cause-
finale in 1.5 speed. You have to watch those last 15
Please.
minutes and like,
So it only lasted like 5 minutes for him then.
oh
Like, no.
man.
Why would you even watch it that way? That's how do you get any pleasure from that?
I was fucking plugged in during that final performance, man.
Dude.
Yeah,
So
I could not
fucking
look away.
looking
Holy
away. Are you
shit.
serious?
I'm
Come
just
on.
like leaning up in my chair, doing my own little air drums, pretending I'm like even
Yeah,
half as
drumming with
talented as
them.
this dude.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. Oh, dude.
ugh.
It's impossible not to get
I'll cue
animated
you in.
during that finale.
Oh.
Mm. Almost
Man,
smashes
just
a
all
symbol
of-
in his face. Like,
That's so great.
so good.
There's so much character in that final scene. It's not even just music. Like everything happening with the characters is music too. It's so
Just the
good.
looks they're giving each other is just
Yes.
Yep.
And the cinema photography on the last scenes, like
Beautiful.
boom, 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 boom. Every scene is like it has a meaning, like a boom, boom,
Yeah.
boom, boom. I couldn't sit down. I had to wake up in the last scene of finale, like
Oh, yeah.
like
For-
I couldn't just.
For anybody in chat, Jerry messaged our group line chat today at 8 in the morning saying, "This fucking movie, I want to talk about this right now." So Jerry's been itching for
Jerry
a
has
solid
been
12
waiting.
hours to talk
Ready to
about
blow
this
his load.
movie.
Well, I've been waiting 2 years.
That's true.
Well, not,
years
that,
of
not
it.
that long.
Let's
Not-
come in.
I did my waiting.
And I'm glad
If
we
I can
hit this
talk about
because
this movie for 2 hours alone, I can do that.
because again,
I'm
this
so
this was
engaged.
this was a movie that was on my my own personal to watch list for a very very long time as well. So I was also eager to have it get hit because it already kind of felt like a movie that I feel like I was probably going to like.
Yeah.
So, and I did. I enjoyed this movie immensely, and like as we were alluding to like an hour ago. Holy fuck. Especially like the first half of this movie is like super stressful. Like,
It
my
the
God.
really.
the whole scene with like the folder, I'm just like
Squirming on the couch, like, oh.
It hurts. It
no.
really hurts.
God, it is rough at some points. It's like, God.
Yeah, if I can describe the feeling, it feels like a whole like a time watching the movie. I was walking on the thin ice.
Yeah.
Like just a little bit of a long step, I can just go deep down to the ocean
It's-
or something.
The whole scene with the folder, especially like when the folder first gets like lost, it gave me a similar feeling in my gut to where like you've just done something really bad as a kid, but your parents don't know yet, but you know they're gonna find out. It's that
What do
like
you do?
in between spot where I'm just like, I wish I was like somewhere else right now. Like,
Yeah.
fuck. If I could just vanish from this earth for like 2 hours and come back and everything would be
That would
fine,
be
that would be great. God, man.
I am curious, like, what actually happened to that
What
folder?
happened
'Cause
to
I thought for sure when it first happened, I'm like, oh, the other dude like hid it, and he's trying to like fuck him over by blaming Andrew for like losing it.
Yeah.
But then Andrew
Then
gets
he
the
takes.
part
He actually loses
because
it.
of that, because he remembers Whiplash by heart.
Yep.
So I'm like, well, all right. So what actually happened? Because he literally put it down, got a drink, looked around
Yeah.
the corner, and then it
Few
was gone.
seconds
Like,
ago.
there was no one else there.
I
Like,
thought
what
thought
the
for
fuck
sure
happened?
like
What?
Fletcher had picked it up or something.
Yeah.
Because
So I
like
guess
he'd
he
already made
That's what
he'd
I
already made a
guess.
comment of just like I don't want to see these fucking things lying around or whatever. So maybe this
Yeah.
was one of his moments to try and push Andrew. Maybe it seems like a definite like as long as it's not in frame, it doesn't matter how it happens. Similar to like Iron Giant, where like he's
Yeah.
somehow a silent ninja when he needs to be. Like to
Yeah,
think that
I-
to think that fucking J. Jonah Jameson could stealth sneak this thing without being seen or heard by anybody
Yeah.
is a bit far fetched.
Yeah, I think yeah, obviously he's not the one who took it, but
Right.
it's probably just like a exaggerating, sort of making you think like, oh man, look how easy it was. Like
Mhm.
He probably
thought-
didn't even set it on
he
that
probably-
chair.
yeah, like so, like anything could have happened.
Yeah.
And he like obviously to him it was that short amount of time, but it could
Right.
have been anything else. Because we're only seeing it through his perspective.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So another thing that I kind of enjoyed about this movie is that like there is certainly like one very clear and explicitly stated sort of like theme and idea throughout this movie.
Mhm.
But I still feel like it's not the only thing that this movie is kind of about, or it's not like the only concept that this movie explores.
Sure.
I also personally found it interesting how Fletcher's like, essentially abusiveness towards his band would trickle down into the members, where they would just basically vent their own sort of anger and frustration, like Fletcher style, towards their lackeys and shit like that.
Yeah.
To where like it's basically like the leader sort of bred the culture of the people inside of it, and they looked to him for like role model sort of stuff as well. And basically every single person in this band turns toxic at some point because of just the immense pressure and stress that they're under from the person leading them. I'm just like, oh, that's kind of neat. This
Well,
seems
I don't know if I attribute that just to the guy leading them though. I think I think the way I see it is it's more just the nature of people who are selfish. Because obviously, the difference between this and Soul is that Soul doesn't really explore the idea of like your dream is a selfish thing. Like your like Andrew's dream of being, it's not music as his life. It's that he wants to be the best.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
He wants to be one of the greats.
Yeah, and the whole teacher-student relationship is that Andrew wants to be the best, and Fletcher wants to find the best.
Yeah.
Like they're both of their goals are selfish in
Yes.
nature, and you see that selfishness come out of Andrew more and more throughout the movie as he becomes more determined to be the best.
That is
And
true.
I-
Yeah.
He gets a lot more bold and stuff, talking back to Fletcher constantly and stuff like that. Like that's one of the main reasons he gets thrown out is because like, no, it's my part. Give it away.
Yeah,
Oh, it's my part. And I'm loaning it to you.
Yeah, oh, man. But I appreciate that they are sort of mirrors of each other, Andrew and Fletcher.
Yeah.
It's not that Fletcher like did something to Andrew. It's that they both like use each other in a way.
And
they're
I
both
am
like hyper obsessive about
yeah.
being like the best or finding the best.
And here's the complicated thing about like Fletcher as well, because like it almost kind of upsets me a little bit that I agree with him on a lot of different things, especially with his chat with Andrew in the bar.
Oh, and
in terms of like some most harmful words in the English language are good job, or
Good
like
job.
if you don't
Yeah.
push some people to go beyond their limits, they'll never become
They'll
great,
think
stuff
that's
like
good
that.
enough.
Yeah. I'm just like, fuck. Dude, to some extent, I
Kinda
really
right.
agree with that. But at the
There
same
is a
time,
line.
there is a line because like so I also agree with him the fact of just like there isn't a line for people who are going to become one of the greats anyways, because nothing you can
Yeah,
do
you
or
can't
say will ever
discourage-
You
discourage
can't
them.
discourage them because they'll just bounce right back because that's kind of who
Yeah.
they are.
However, it will absolutely discourage people who are genuinely talented and will be very, very good at this thing, just not one of the greats. And those people, I think the collateral damage that happens with those people in Fletcher's pursuit of to like make or find the best is an overall like net negative in my opinion. Like when your teaching style starts getting like genuinely talented people to kill themselves, maybe you've gone too far. Like, I don't know.
Some self-reflection is in order.
You know?
But
'Cause,
I would also say that that's one section of your life. If you made that one section of your like, this is on the person who is taking it. If I make my entire life, if I'm Sean Casey and I make my entire life that trumpet, I'm obsessed with trumpet, and like my obsessive behavior led me to the same as any addiction. Like led me to something like Fletcher, where it's not to say that Fletcher is the reason I am like pushed too far, right? Because Sean Casey killed himself after Fletcher was out of his life.
Yeah, Sean Casey
Like,
was already
it's
off
more-
playing in the
Fletcher was not the reason Sean Casey killed himself. Like
He's the
Fletcher
reason that
was
Sean
Fletcher
Casey
is
got-
something
so obsessive and like
right.
kind of went that far for his obsession though. Like he kind of built him up as someone who would obsess so much even after Fletcher's out of his life. He kind of had
Well,
that influence on him.
he enabled it. He definitely like fueled that
And
obsession.
then Sean Casey carried that through his entire music career, but then obviously got too much for him.
Yeah.
Eventually.
But what I wanna say is yeah, he was obsessed with his dreaming, and in this context, this is not like a precious project or something. Is like a kind of little out of context because I want to say it's there is a good teacher who lead this obsession to a greatness. I mean, in history, there was a lot of proof that the students' obsession can be lead to a greatness, and they can do prosperity or something like that. But in Precious way, no love for his student, he just how can I say that? He just looking for the talent and just improving their talent. Other than these talent people, other than that, they are all garbage for him, and so he just ignore. He doesn't gives any affection at all throughout the movie, except the talent. Is this the right way to improve the talent? Or something
That
like
is,
that?
I feel like that
sure
is
about
certainly, I feel like that is certainly a debatable sort of topic, because I agree with you on the fact that there can be a healthy way to cultivate somebody's obsession to guide them towards greatness. But you also have to wonder, and I don't know the answer to this, if that sort of nurturing and mentorship can bring somebody past greatness to like bestness or legendary status, you know? I don't know. I certainly do think
Clearly
that
it worked for Andrew.
I do agree with the fact that like just encouraging and saying good job to talented people will absolutely hinder their growth and talent. That's absolutely true. If you surround yourself by a bunch of yes men who think you're the best, you're gonna be shit eventually. Like, you're not gonna improve. You're not gonna feel the drive to improve. Whether or not like there's a benefit to taking it to that sort of abusive level from somebody who isn't trying to become one of the greats, I just want to be successful. That's way too far of a line for me personally, but I don't even live on the same planet as the people who want like legendary status. The same way that Andrew was saying, like, I'd rather die drunk in my 30s and have people still talk about me than
Yeah,
90
that's a
and
different
nobody.
kind of dream.
That's
than,
a completely different kind of dream that I can't fathom.
Yeah, that's one of the main reasons that Fletcher like took notice of him, is because he saw that within him. So I don't think Fletcher's gonna just treat everyone like this, because he's just not gonna give them the time of day if they're not if they don't have that specific drive he's looking for. So
he wouldn't wait. He wouldn't waste his time.
Yeah, his process is very specific to the type of person he wants to cultivate.
Sure, but not all of the people that he's cultivating are actually that person, right? It's just who he thinks those people could be.
He's willing in the process of trying to find one of the greats. He's willing to sacrifice people, basically.
Oh yeah, he's
Right.
not, and he doesn't actually care. He doesn't.
not
care.
trying
He never
to
actually
make
cared
them
about
good.
Sean Casey.
No, he wants to be the one who found the best drummer.
And I am glad that this movie didn't ever like paint him in a heroic light near the end. Of just like, see,
No.
I was pushing you the whole time until you found your
None of that.
talent. No, because some of the stuff that this dude does is straight up like some of the actions that he takes. I could like point to and say it was like, all right, that wasn't for the pursuit of finding the greats. That was done out of spite, like 100%.
His vengeful act at the end.
Yes,
Dude, it's
there
just
was
like,
that.
You think I'm stupid? I couldn't figure it out. Like,
I'm just like, I'm just
fuck.
like, clearly, this was not meant as a stage to challenge him to discover his best self.
No,
Like,
he
this
wanted
was to
fuck, because he
this was to humiliate him and to like pen his name into concrete in the minds of these people who would make a
because
career
these
for
cats
him.
do not forget his words. He knows that if Andrew fucks this up,
Yep.
then he ain't
It's
he ain't gonna
over.
be shit after that.
Right.
His career.
So this was strictly motivated to ruin this kid's life, not to push him to be the best. And I like that.
Yeah.
That gives his character like depth and not just like I'm like
I'm only
you'll
thinking
you'll
about
you'll
the
learn to thank me later kind of thing. Like
Yeah.
this was all
No,
me.
well,
Well,
He
it's also significant to the theme of what greatness means, right?
Mm.
Fletcher is this older version of someone who was basically completely eaten into their obsessions.
Yeah.
He's completely isolated. You don't see he doesn't have friends. Like
Mhm.
no one people know Fletcher though. He's clearly respected, and clearly people like know Fletcher as probably one of the biggest names in jazz music in the country, right?
Yeah. I mean,
But
he
what
is, like,
the things that he
best
had to give
teacher
up
of
for
the
that?
schools.
Yeah, best teacher probably in the whole world for jazz music, and he has that respect. Everyone knows everything about him. He's not hiding any of it. So even though people know he's like a monster, they still want to learn under him.
Yeah.
But he had to give up some humanity to do that. Like he is someone, and I think that that's consistent to the end.
Yeah.
And I think that's more important to show that chasing greatness is about giving up like your humanity, and that's why so few people can achieve it. It's not
Yep.
just being really good at something; it's giving up a lot of other things.
Say what you
focusing
want.
solely on that one thing.
Yeah.
Say what you want
regardless of
about
anything
Andrew's breakup speech, just rattling off to his girlfriend.
Dude,
Yeah, it was very honest, and I
He
appreciate
was
it.
so
and
straightforward.
he was, I feel like, basically correct on every single point. If that's the kind of
Yeah.
person that he wanted to be, then
Then
yeah,
in no way-
having
yeah,
a
like-
girlfriend or a relationship like that will just hold him back. And that is like, that's not to say that that's like that's something that I admire or would aspire to do, because I actually want to have like relationships and people in my life that make me happy. I don't just want to be the best at what I do. But if you do want to be like the best at what
The
you do,
best.
that's what you got to give up. Like,
People will
Right.
get in the way of it. They will want things from you, and you will want to give things to them. And
Yeah.
that means that's some percentage of your soul you can't give to being the best.
you have to dedicate every fiber of your being at what you do to be the best at it. And there is no room for any sort of like compromise in that, I feel like.
Mhm.
Which
No option. I mean, right at the beginning, right? His dad, and again, I love this movie because it's just the theme is so consistent. There's
Mhm.
no fat on it.
Yeah.
Like his dad is literally an example of someone who had a passion, a creative passion, that
Mhm.
gave it up, and now is just like a high school teacher.
Well, he's more of a teacher.
But he's happy. He seems happy.
And he's like he's a classic dad, and he's also an example of just people who gave up on their thing, seeing someone pursue their own dream. They almost seem
Yeah.
smug about
Dude,
looks like
that
you
fucking
finally,
dinner
like-
scene.
I was.
Oh,
I mean, I get mad at the
Steaming.
theater scene at the beginning when his dad's like, yeah, like I guess it's time to grow up, you know, like time to.
Yeah,
You'll have other
yeah.
options.
Like already, like he's been waiting to, like he's almost finding
for it to
satisfaction.
fail, basically.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, like I learned it too. You're just like me. You're not better than me. So like
Yeah.
we can both move on with our lives now. That's a
Yeah.
very typical thing of people who gave up, you know, quote unquote greatness.
Yeah, like he's
just to see
projecting
other
his
people
failure
giving
onto
up.
his son. Yeah.
Precisely.
Mhm.
But that dinner
Oh
scene.
man. I mean, great scene. Like one of my
I
favorite
love
scenes
it.
in the whole movie.
Oh, really?
But holy shit, was it just like uncomfortable and just fuck those people. I mean, the mom was being a mom. Like I would
Right
assume
away.
that was like his aunt or something.
Something.
I
Or-
think it was.
yeah. So his aunt just being classic mom, but his dad is being a dick, his uncle's being a dick, his cousins are being dicks. Like he went off on him. Like holy
Well,
shit!
his-
But then
the aunt-
it
the aunt,
really
like-
shows just how much they really don't respect what he's trying to do.
Yeah.
either.
And
I'm like, wow.
I have felt like 1% of that feeling, that vitriol at that
Right,
table
right.
in my own life as
Mhm.
well. It took my family years to accept the fact that I wanted to be making video games like as a job.
Those are for
That's
children,
that's
Jared.
silly, Jared.
It
That's
really
not a
wasn't
real child.
until I started making more money than them doing it that they're just like,
Yeah,
oh, okay.
And they realize.
Oh, I
what's
get it.
changed.
All right. Yeah.
Okay, the money. Well, because the
Well,
success.
yeah,
was
as long as the
measured by
money is behind it,
Mhm.
yeah.
But I did stop
Yeah.
hearing those sort of like, oh, are you sure you don't like, there's a lot of opportunities in like for computer scientists and like medical and stuff like that. And you can like help people. I'm just like,
Yeah.
yeah, there are. God bless the people who take those jobs because they let me do these other things instead.
Yeah.
Because at the
Yeah,
end of the
it's
day, what
unfortunate.
I am doing is also a selfish pursuit, right? Like I'm not
Yeah.
going out of my way to help people. I want to, you know, make creative
wanna
shit
create
because
doing
I
it
have
yourself.
the luxury and the comfort to be able to do that.
Yeah, you're not doing it for anyone else. It's
Yeah.
what you want to do,
Mm-hmm.
and it's selfish. But I think that's, I think people should be more selfish.
I would argue that
Following
all
their dreams.
things. I have a philosophy that all things are technically selfish. They're all for you in some way or another. But I think it's much
Yeah, even if you're
harder
doing
to
something
be-
for someone else, you're just trying to do it to make
Just-
yourself feel
it's-
better.
it
a lot
still
of times.
benefits you in some way.
Sure.
But I would say that someone pursuing greatness like this, like actual, like genuine selfishness, where they actually
like unfiltered
admit that it's for them.
selfishness.
Yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
I think that's much harder to do. We sort of, most people sort of live this sort of pseudo selfish, like pseudo selfless life where
Mhm.
you never really know for sure, but like for the most part, we all kind of agree that if you're not doing something that's hurting people, you're not selfish.
Mm.
But the people who kind of give up that facade and purely go like, this is about me and you are in my way.
Yeah.
That's much harder to do. Most people hate that, and that's why people get angry because that person has basically like taken off the coat that everyone else is forced to wear.
Mm.
What I can say is usually in real life, people say is like a selfish acting, selfish pursuit. It's not a good thing. You have to like work together or something. But what I can think is like a selfish, like a pursuit or selfish like acting is not eventually lead to the selfish consequence because like in your example, you are saying like you are doing this making a game in reason of like a selfish pursuit.
Mhm.
But eventually, if you make a good game, it will make other gamers happy,
Yep.
like buying your sub, and they will happy playing like you hours on hours, and they will appreciate you that you exist.
I
You exist
yeah,
and making game.
and I've sort of
So it's
stood
not a
by.
bad thing.
I've sort of stood by the philosophy of as long as you're not hurting anybody, regardless
Do whatever you want.
of motivation, if something is done like selfishly or altruistically, it can still have a positive effect on people. It's the same way of just like somebody donating to charity to look good on social media. Doesn't matter why they did that, they still donated to charity,
Still
so
donated to charity, so.
cool. I
Thanks.
mean, you're kind of a shitty person for like, flaunting that around, but you had a net positive in the world. So the motivation doesn't necessarily matter in the grand scheme of things. Because I also understand, Jared, that like in the process of me like making games and stuff, I could probably make somebody happy out there in the world or inspire somebody
inspire
to be
another-
creative as well. Like these are all like and I also have
Honorable
this
things.
yeah, and I also have the sort of goal of like I want to slowly disseminate change throughout the industry. But that doesn't mean that there isn't also another motivation in mind where like I just want people to play my stuff and tell me I'm good at it. Like
Of
That's-
course.
that's a
why
big-
we make stuff. dude.
I
That's
almost
the motivation.
I almost feel like it's unhealthy to suppress that sort of voice in your head of just being aware that you are doing these things for this reason can help sort of like focus your mind in terms of like what you want to be working on. But at the same time, it's not like a black and white thing. You can have multiple reasons to do things, and some of those can be selfish. That's fine. Like selfish isn't a inherently like bad or evil word. But just being aware of where all of your motivations are coming from can actually help you to grow and succeed at what you're trying to do. So yeah, you can have like different extremes on those dials, and where Neiman sorts of sits is like cranked way up into the just like I just want to be the best and be remembered
there's
through the
nothing
annals
else.
of history. That's it. And that's just again a thought process that I can't fathom. Like that's
That's
a
what I
whole
don't
other
have the-
world to me.
I don't have the energy for that.
No.
In some ways, I do envy those people who almost that like autistic level of focus.
I feel like you
um,
have to have like a differently wired brain to
You do.
to have this drive.
It's not an average person thing to completely neglect and ignore everything except for the pursuit in front of you.
The moment
Like to be that selfish is a very difficult thing to do.
the moment I would start getting like tiny little blisters on my hands, be like, oh shit, I should take like a week off. I'm not taking
You're not
these
gonna
things
bleed
down to
through
the
it.
bone and then
Oh,
band-aiding
add
them
another
until
layer
they
of
rip
Band-Aids.
off. Like
an explosion
Blood
of blood
everywhere.
on your
I'm not
drum
gonna bring a pitcher of ice water next to my drum kit so I can just stick my hand in there when I'm feeling an ouchie. Like that's
Yeah.
there's no way I'm that driven. Like even when I'm like coding and doing game dev and doing stuff that I like, I'll sometimes just be like, I could use a nap.
Break.
Like,
yeah.
there's other things that I'm just like, I just don't have the energy for this right now. I'm just gonna go do something else. Where like that sort of like thought never appears in these dudes. They're just like, I'm gonna fucking rip my arm off banging on this cymbal for hours. Like that's what I'm gonna do until I'm the best at it. Like, god damn, man.
And-
I'm worried about getting carpal tunnel. Like,
And movie actually shows his consequence of his action, like because he got the job, like after remembering all the stuff with the exercise, like practice. Like remember he lost his like one of the chart, and the main member Tanner has a memory problem. So the
visual
pressure
cues.
gave him a job. Because of that hard work, he got a chance to get a job. So movie shows the consequence of his action.
I would say like maybe a little bit more than his hard work of just, I would say basically just having the better brain. Because like if that dude seriously does have some sort of like mental condition where he's unable to like commit that much like to memory, that you're just at a strict disadvantage then. Like straight up. It's that sucks. That's literally just like losing because of genetics, which is unfortunately a thing. particularly in like the athletic space, but like certainly I can see that in music as well. But yeah, so like you not only have to have like the physical and mental fortitude to be able to pursue something like this, but you also just got to be built different, man. Your brain's got to be
There's
built
also,
for tough.
There's also, I think it's important to note that there's an element of luck involved in all of
Yes.
this as well.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah. No doubt.
There's that.
And the movie does a good job. It doesn't just throw that in your face, but it constantly brings up like, I came across a student just playing, you know.
Yep.
And then also being able to, there's luck and there's also bad luck, because typically bad things happen to people. That's just unfortunate, right?
Yeah.
And so like not making it to your first chance, your first big break, like that's a normal thing that happens, and that can be the difference between you being famous and not famous.
Yeah. I have
the same as you being practicing at night would be the difference between you famous and not famous.
I have heard the concept that like, oh god, I forget what the phrase is actually like, but it's something along the lines of like, luck is when talent meets opportunity or some shit like that. It was just like basically the whole mantra of being in the right place at the right time, but that requires you to go
Put yourself
places,
into-
go
put
places.
Talented enough to know where places.
Know
to
where, where
You-
it's possible that good luck can occur.
Yes,
sort
you-
of
you
thing.
need-
'Cause
you
if
need
you never
to-
do anything, you're never going to benefit from any sort
You,
of
you
luck.
need to cultivate yourself to have the talent to be able to showcase it at a moment's notice whenever opportunity strikes wherever you go, essentially. And I'd sort of seen that, like, this is a bit of a tangent of just like, during my time at GDC, there were a couple of people that I'd talked to who were very disappointed in not really finding anything fruitful from their time there. And it was mostly because like they kind of just like wrote off a bunch of opportunities of just like, oh, that's just gonna be a waste of time. Like, oh, that it's just gonna be
beneath
this thing like that. No, what's gonna come of that? Like, you would have like these speed
not a
net.
God
You'd have
of
like,
War.
these speed networking sessions where like you'd be going around these tables and like talking to these different people for like 5 minutes and stuff like that. And like, yeah, there's a very good chance that nothing will come of it, but there's a much bigger chance of something coming of it when you go to it versus just not at all. You know,
And
I'm
this
just
100%
be like,
of the shots you don't take.
thank you, Wayne Gretzky, Michael
It's-
Scott. And like that
It sounds trite, but it's true.
it is.
It is true,
Like,
yeah.
you need to. Nothing will happen if you don't do anything, right?
Yeah.
So that's kind
You
of
have
one
to-
of those things.
you like, we are responsible for making things happen. It's just not up to the world to actually do
Yes.
it or not.
And this is all to say that luck is still, especially in like an entertainment industry, luck is still a massive, massive contributor to whether or not you succeed.
Yes.
But that doesn't just mean that it's a coin flip. Like, you can find
it's-
ways to create luck.
Yeah, the people who can take advantage of the luck are the ones who are going to succeed.
Yes.
Mhm.
Your big break
there's
can
just-
come at you, and if you're not like prepared or skilled enough for it, it's
Oh,
the,
yeah,
it's the
oh, yeah.
same as if it never even
fucked.
happens. Like,
Yeah.
you got to take control of the things that you can actually control, and get yourself out there and do shit until you get lucky. Like, that's kind of what it is. So
Think about
It's
how
all- it's
lucky.
only li-
Oh, sorry, Jared. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. It's all related. It's like you definitely need gonna gonna need a log,
Mhm.
but when that log is presented, you have to be you have to be ready to get that chance.
Yep.
Like by yourself.
Mhm.
So it's not like oh, I was lucky so I could get a job, or no. It's all related. Everything is connected
mhm.
together. You gotta have a little bit of talent,
Yeah.
little bit of luck, and massive amount of pressures and practice or something.
There isn't a lot of like clean lines of cause and effect to draw in this sort of industry of like getting good at something and then being successful at it. Like, it's kind of like the most logical explanation you can have for like something like karma, where like if you're just like good to the people in your life and like in the people in your industry and you're just being friendly with folks, they'll remember that down the line, and maybe when an opportunity comes, your name just pops into their head and they reach out or something like that. It's not like you talk to somebody at a convention and they offer you a job on the expo floor. It's more of just like,
Yeah.
oh, I remember.
No.
It's like, oh, I remember
People
this
want that.
person, and you know, I've been seeing them like growing their skills on LinkedIn or however you want to stay in touch with this person, but just like being good to these people without any sort of like ulterior motives can be what ends up making you successful, but you just don't know. And it's hard to like draw that line between like what actually got me to the position that I'm in. It's really just you got lucky and you built that luck based on the choices that you decided to make. And it's very fuzzy.
Something I've noticed is and people can almost always smell an agenda too.
Yeah.
So
Oh my
when
god.
it
Yeah.
comes, when it comes to like
yes.
when you want things, other people know when you want something from them, and
Yeah.
people can tell when you're just being nice because you're trying to get a
God.
foot into their door. Like
That's
they feel you trying to forcefully unzip their pants.
There's a
you know?
lot of people in my cohort like that as well. That is like the fastest way to get on my nope.
You
I mean,
will-
that's a
you will
very
be
common
remembered for
thing,
being
too,
annoying. I
unfortunately.
mean, I'll get like LinkedIn messages from a lot of students and like kids and stuff, either looking for like jobs where I'm at or like help with something or whatever. And there's a big difference. Well, almost all of them, almost 99.99% of them, like it's just such a clear agenda, even when they try to mask it with some sort of like manners or decorum. It's just always quickly turned into, I'm going to try and be extra nice to you or say things to you that I think you want to hear. And to me, like, I'll never remember them.
Yep.
Like in that moment, if I have like something to say, I'll say it, but I'm not going to be that luck for them that day, you know?
In my opinion, the best way to make connections with a lot of really cool, talented people that you actually just genuinely want to get to know, the best way to do that is to cultivate your talent and showcase that talent to the world. Those people will come to you. They will be interested in what you are doing and want to have a conversation with you because you are in the same world as them. You have a lot in common rather than just, you made a game that I really like and I think you're really cool. Job, please. Yeah.
Gimme.
Yeah, you don't aim at the person, aim at what they're aiming at.
Yeah, you basically just broadcast your signal until somebody hears it. And those people, if you're doing a good enough job doing that, like the people that you want to talk to will come to you. Like in my opinion,
that's why I have so much respect for people that they don't think about the social aspect of it all. They literally are just so obsessed with creating something or whatever it is that they do.
Yeah.
That it doesn't even cross their mind to need someone else to get them there.
Yeah.
And those people are the first people that other people help.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Because everyone wants a piece of that. Like when people see someone that actually like drops that much magic dust, like they just want a little spritz of it on their fingers. So they'll do anything to touch you. And those are the people that I've encountered in my life that I've never once seen them beg for attention ever.
Yeah.
It's just afforded to them because of what they do.
And like think about how many awesome people that we've just met just doing Ludum Dare year after year.
Right. Oh my goodness.
Like,
none of those people are begging for attention.
No. But there are some people that I feel like we've gotten pretty close to with Ludum Dare. Some people whose games I genuinely respect how they make them. And I'm just like, that's really cool that you think I'm cool too. I don't know why, but thanks.
I appreciate you lying to me, but
that's really what you just got to do is you just got to like put yourself out there and do the best that you can, and people will notice. People will have.
That's true.
People will want to have conversations with you because there's something that you're doing that they like, and that's not.
passion attracts passion.
Yes.
And if someone asks you what you want to do, don't say, I don't know.
I can just kind of go.
Why'd you choose your school? Well, it was, why'd you choose your school?
It's the best
Don't
in the country.
respond
The best
that way.
music
Well,
school in the country.
mine's Flonkerton or whatever her school was.
I don't remember what it was. It's something stupid though. What a stupid bitch. Fuck you, Nicole.
She
Well,
was
she's
pretty awful.
she's
Well, there was nothing
fine.
wrong with her, but
As a
she
human
doesn't
being, she was
deserve-
fine, but like
Nah.
they were not compatible in any
Oh, no.
way.
The opposite of compatible.
Yeah.
It's also like she found a boyfriend like immediately too.
Well,
after she-
that's what made me laugh. How much time had really?
It's probably a
maybe
couple months, I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean,
a couple months.
I don't know how many dates Andrew and Nicole went on. Like,
It didn't seem like a lot. Like,
Like,
yeah.
I
That's
feel like
why-
he broke up with her on their
First
second
couple
date.
Time.
It really
first date,
seems
she was
that
trying to
way.
play footsie with him. So he-
Which I
did
don't know what
pull
prompted
pussies
that after that conversation. Like he felt like,
I-
or it felt like she genuinely got like frustrated with him, And then suddenly they
Yeah.
started picking up the conversation
What
again.
did
She'd
he,
be like,
what did he
"Mm."
say?
I
What did he
think just
say?
like
And-
I forget, but I feel like it was just something like he was kind of just really passionate about
Something-
the thing that he loved, and that's kind of
Oh, that-
intoxicating for
he
people
was-
who
It
don't
is.
have that.
I think he was bonding over the fact that like, yeah, I think people in my college don't like me either.
But I don't care, sort of thing,
Yeah.
sort of shit. Yeah,
Mm.
Yeah, he was finding things for them to find to have in common.
yeah.
And
I think
also, I
like
do.
he was like he was because obviously he was like pretty awkward at the beginning, but the more he talked about music and stuff, the more confident he got. I think she kind of was attracted to
You
that.
do notice him make something else I like, that he makes more eye contact and things throughout the movie. Like he actually does become like
Yeah.
notably more confident
Oh,
in his
he did.
interactions between people. Less
He did
looking
not
at
break
the
eye
floor.
contact during that breakup speech.
He was staring.
I really
straight into
wanted
her
him
soul.
to.
I loved
like,
I
did
loved
what
his
I-
I loved his cadence too. Like it's just like this was something that he practiced in the mirror over and over and over until he could just like spout it from memory. Like he didn't improvise a single word in that fucking
Yeah.
breakup speech.
Fuck.
Did you notice that in the movie, like showing how competency he is, like in the first part of the movie, he was at that theater a couple of times in the movie.
Mhm.
In the movie shows that he was at the theater a couple of times, not more than a couple of times with his father, and he was looking at this counter girl. What was the name of the girl?
Nicole, I think.
Nicole, but he didn't ask her out. He couldn't ask her out. But as soon as he got like a position
noted
from
by
his,
Fletcher.
under the position of the Fletcher,
Walking
he's
tall,
got
man.
Give me the
confidence.
milk.
He
Dick
just
swinging
chocolate.
energy.
Yeah. He just came there and like asked for a date. And after they broke up, he couldn't like call her or despite that he was like devastated.
Mm.
But as soon as he was requested being a band at the end of the movie, he called Nicole again. So the confidence level of his is like reflect the how his position is. It's like
Mm.
that.
I'm trying
Yeah,
to
I-
think. I'm trying to think where Andrew's headspace was in going into that performance. Like,
Yeah.
did he think that this was his opportunity to launch into one of the greats, or did he think that this was potentially going to be a healthy way to reignite his hobby or his passion? And then once he got just like fucking ass blasted by Fletcher live on stage, there was something that
He's
snapped
like,
in his
"Nope,
head
fuck
that
this,
turned him
yeah."
right into like obsessive mode again. And then he
Yeah,
just
I
kind
feel
of
like the
fucking
fact
ripped
that-
it on stage.
I feel like the fact that he called Nicole, at least initially, kind
Yeah.
of leans to the fact that he wasn't feeling like he's gonna go and just be one of the greats now. This
Yeah.
is gonna be like a
He was
thing
just
like,
gonna have a
oh,
job.
He
I'm
just
gonna be
wanted to-
decent at drums. Like I'll be successful, but I won't be one of the greatest. But that means I have room for someone else in my life. Like
Yeah.
I don't have to go crazy. I don't have to obsess about this. I can
Yeah.
just be a normal person.
But I think
Um,
all the
which is why it was
dominoes
so
sort of
important that she had a
aligns
boyfriend.
in that night of like Nicole didn't go, his father who didn't
Thank
really like
God.
approve of what he's been doing came to see him. Fletcher fucked him in the ass live on stage. Like it all
God,
sort
what
of
a
came
fucking
together
attitude.
where he's just like, all right, fuck
Had the
everything
quote
now.
unquote symbol thrown
This
at his
is my
head.
moment. Yeah.
Yeah. Dude. And then he fucking just goes off. Oh.
Ripped it. Jesus Christ. I had to go and watch that scene again. It's so good.
It's so fucking
I mean,
good.
I get so into it every time I watch.
God damn.
Yeah, like it's amazing.
It's also so like vindicating too, because that's the first moment that you ever see Fletcher like frazzled for a
Yeah,
second.
like he doesn't have control over the situation
Yeah.
anymore. It's all
oh, and
Andrew.
he's
Like
pissed.
he's
Yeah.
fucking. He's ready to kill
I
him.
will
But
kill
But he's
the-
like, you know what?
fucking
Waiting for my
creature."
cue.
The fucking transition to the end where they're just like, he's like, yeah. Like, oh
Setting-
man,
setting his symbol
it's
back up. He's like,
beautiful.
let's do it.
Yeah, dude. But
It's
I think
so good.
it's really beautiful because you spend this whole movie like not like as an audience member like you hate Fletcher because he's obviously he seems like a villain, right?
Yep.
But you
Yeah.
also know from the movie that he clearly knows what he's talking about. Like
Mm.
that's pretty evident. so that when we get to the end, even though we've enjoyed seeing him getting like flustered, you know that when he turns and starts looking impressed, like he's finding something,
Yep.
it's like,
You know
oh,
that's
Fletcher
legitimate,
knows
like-
he's good. This must be like really good. I don't
Yeah,
even
like
need
that-
to know about
yeah.
music. I trust Fletcher because even though he's this evil guy,
Even
Yeah.
though he hates
Seemingly.
Andrew at this moment, he still recognizes how fucking talented, like what he's doing is
what's
Yep.
what's
amazing.
happening?
Yeah, what's
right now.
happening? Like, God,
And what's
I think
interesting
that's
is like,
great.
yeah.
I wish Andrew Neiman was a real person. 'Cause goddamn, I would listen to all the music.
Well, what's interesting is like that whole sequence and that whole ending is absolutely like inspiring and hype, but at the same time it's also like a little bit grim because you kind of see the moment where this kid has basically set himself down the path of dying drunk at 30. You know, like he's
That will-
going
that
he's
will
going
happen.
down the
But I mean-
legendary person's path. Which sure, that's what he
even said
wants.
himself, that's what he wants. Like
Yeah.
he wants people
wants
to
to
talk
remember.
about it. He doesn't care if
It's-
he's dead and drunk at 30. Like if people sit around the dinner table that he never met are
Uh-huh.
talking about him, that's a win.
It's what he wants, but then you have that moment of like his dad almost like peeking through the crack in horror because he also recognizes what's
realizes.
Is that what
happening.
you saw?
That's
Well,
I
saw
had to
it.
watch it a
I
couple
got
of
to, like,
times.
oh, I get it now.
Understanding.
And
Like, he
I had to
finally
watch it a couple of times.
understands.
I feel like it's a very like it's a face that you can read a lot into. Like some people can see it as just like this inspiring sort of like, oh, I get it sort of thing. When I was watching it like a second time, it's like he looks kind of sad. Like I'm not sure, but like
Like, it could be like he's
it's-
sad.
it's
He's like, why
complex.
didn't I
It's sad and
support my
joy.
son from the start? Like I could see just like I finally understand how my son's been feeling. Like that's a pretty emotional thing.
Did that get y'all when he like his first embarrassment like kind of runs off stage and his dad is immediately there for him? Oh,
Yeah.
fuck,
yeah.
dude.
Yeah,
Dude
in
knew
this
immediately.
whole fucking movie, his dad is only the like a light in the darkness.
Except
Like,
when
I
he
mean-
disses him
I
at the
mean, not-
dinner table.
Not,
Is that what Lincoln
oh,
said?
Choose a side.
He was just trying to impress the other people.
Because his dad was really insecure, so his
like,
dad
I
is
gotta
the kind
fit
of
in.
person who lives satisfying other people. So when
Mhm.
they're like sort of in control, he's going to agree with them.
It's like,
Oh,
oh,
I-
yeah, like you can't really make a career out of this. Like sort
in
of
the
shit.
in the dinner, so it was his dad. I didn't notice that. I thought he was like in the other family's dinner. Oh,
Wait,
it was
what?
his
Dad was there?
dad.
That was him and his dad eating with another family.
Eating with, I assume his dad's brother.
Oh.
Like his
It
extended.
was either
family
his
or
dad's
something.
brother or his dad's sister, or something like that.
Yep.
Something.
Oh yeah, that I didn't catch.
Mhm.
And then they had the the model UN guy with
Yeah.
It's like, wow, you catch on quick. Are you model UN? So here's the one thing about that dinner scene is that the dialogue in that scene was far quippier than I could have possibly imagined happening in real life. Like Andrew had these shits locked and loaded.
Dude, like he'd been rehearsing those.
Four
lines.
words you'll never hear from the NFL. Like he just
Yeah,
finished talking. How did you have that like in the chamber, man?
He's a
Goddamn.
jazz musician. He's really good at improv.
He's good at improvising.
That's something I'd think about in like the shower like weeks later.
Like, oh, I should have said that. That would have been amazing.
Damn it.
But I think it's okay because I know it's a bit outlandish to think that someone could be that clever, but you want to give him some credit there, right? Like it's important to know that he actually does think that he's better than them, and to give him lines that show that he thinks that he's better. Because if he walks out there and they've just walked all over him, like it doesn't show him as being this like selfish
They just
person.
show him as like this, like mega
Just
confident,
weak,
like fuck
you
you, like I'm. better than
I
you,
do
sort of
think that this is, to my memory, the first scene where he did start like standing up for himself like that, right?
That's it. Yeah.
Like otherwise he was always resigning himself to like the alternate seat and turning pages quietly until he got his moment. But once he actually got like the self-confidence to assert himself and believe that he is just straight up better than some people, when he actually would just start just saying that, because if he is pursuing like a purely selfish endeavor, why wouldn't he talk like that to people, you know? But speaking of selfish things, I'm also remembering a moment with Fletcher. One of the first scenes actually, when he's like my first moment that made me go, I'm like, oh, fuck you, buddy. was when Fletcher initially had like a pleasant conversation with Andrew, trying to get to know him a little bit better, and then he just flung that shit right in his face.
Yeah, dude.
That I think
your mom left.
that
Like,
I think
holy
was like,
shit.
I'm just like, all right, that doesn't seem like that's gonna make him better. It feels like you're just trying to make him feel like shit. Like that seemed like a spiteful
But
move to me.
in Fletcher's mind, that is a sort of like
Yeah.
ammunition to drive someone to be
Yeah,
better.
motivating.
I can believe that he thinks
that.
that that's the case, but from my perspective, I'm just like, all right, I bet he thinks he's helping, but this seems purely motivated out of spite. Like he's just trying to hurt, not
Yeah,
improve.
he goes like
you know?
full drill sergeant. In that,
Yeah.
in that.
There are some things where like when he's like pushing the drummers to try and keep time, even if they're probably doing it just fine, and he's like intentionally telling them like they're not, like just to fuck with them and really get them to focus and shit like that. I can see that you're just being a dick, but it is like forcing
Bring
them
it
to
on
focus and
Connolly
improve.
just to upset Andrew.
Yeah.
Like fuck, just to drive
can-
up to be like better and anger him.
Like I can admit that I think that stuff that's like super fucked up, but shit, it probably works for some people. But when you're just saying like, this is why your dad or your mom left your deadbeat dad and you're a piece of shit son, I'm just like, okay, I don't see how that's gonna like drive somebody other than inspire them to just punch you in the fucking face.
Yeah.
So, but I like. I'm not saying that that's like a problem. I do kind of like that in the fact that like Fletcher, I understand what his goal is. I understand what he is trying to do, but I think he is a nuanced enough character to where like I feel like I can kind of see him trying to pursue these things in maybe like the less optimal way. Like I feel like he makes mistakes in trying to do the things that he's trying to do, and that's
He's not like necessarily a genius.
right.
Yeah.
Right. Like he's not always like in the right, and that's why like I liked that they didn't like idolize him at the end of like, see, I knew the whole time.
Like no,
Because I think
he's
he
still an asshole.
does some fucked up shit that just strictly hurts. It doesn't like actually drive the people to be better. Sometimes he does it to basically just point at him and say, "Fuck you," like getting him up live on stage and playing a different song.
I don't think that he does that stuff like just with no intention of making it better. I think he just aims in their direction. He's like, some of this might land, some of it doesn't. It's up to you to decide if you're good or not. And so it's not up to him to decide which harm is good harm. It's just like, I'm going to harm you.
Yes.
I'm going to break you.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying
Because
is like
again, his selfish mentality is, what do I want? And what I want is greatness. So if I'm mean to you, like if I hurt you and you leave, then I'm right. If I hurt you and you're great, then I'm right. Like I can't lose.
right.
Yeah.
And so in his mind, he's always right. But I feel like to the audience's mind, as they're watching it, there are a lot of arguments to be made. I'm just like, oh, that was just like, I don't see how that helps. And that's what I'm saying. I like that. I like that he's doing all of these things. It's basically just like the textbook. What makes a good character is like, even if you don't agree with what they're doing, you can understand their motivations. You know, like I understand why Fletcher is doing all of these things, and it's all consistent with his character. And I like the sort of fact that like he is doing things that I'm just like, that doesn't seem like that would work. I can see why you're doing it, but I'm just like, well, that was the wrong call, bro. Like stuff like that.
The movie doesn't go to any length to make him some fantastic Miyagi
Yes,
teacher. Where,
exactly.
You don't understand his methods until the end. It's not like that at all.
And I like that because like
I'm not actually like that.
because I do believe that there are some things that Fletcher does in this movie that are just like straight up irredeemable. And I'm glad that the movie doesn't just like glorify him as like the genius who finally did it.
No,
you know?
absolutely not.
Yeah.
I was glad there was no August Rush moment in throughout the whole movie, August Rush.
I know this
you know
movie,
that?
but I don't know the reference.
I've never seen August.
I've never
Oh,
seen it.
okay. It's like a little kid playing a guitar and he became successful, something like that. He became famous, after some locks and stuff. So it's like there was a couple of times that so this movie is going to cliche. So he he win the obstacle and he goes through the hardship and he became successful or something. Please don't be like that. Please don't be like that. And
Yeah,
the movie never betrayed me.
Mm.
It
that's good.
wasn't like there was no cliche moment at all.
It's always nice when you encounter a movie that actually like respects its audience and doesn't feel like, oh, like we need the happy ending because otherwise people aren't gonna like the movie.
No,
Or we
the
need
movie
to
ended,
explain why
like,
this is happening.
in the exact way I would have wanted it to end.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
it's
movie
perfect.
ends at the moment that both these
That
characters
they
were
made it.
fantasizing about, but
That's
not
like
anything,
the-
but not a second after that moment.
Not
No,
even
just
not
the
even a second for
exact
like
moment.
the applause or anything. Just the moment it's
No, just the
no.
exact moment they fucking became
The moment
great.
because you don't know that things work out after this. You don't know
No.
that Fletcher doesn't become this like great friend of Andrew. None of that. It's just they've both been chasing this moment, sacrificing everyone in their life just to feel that moment, not to be famous. Like that one moment where
you
they
really
do
love bringing
remember
up
it,
that
and
one
was it.
moment.
that one moment.
It was like this. What I felt like at the end of the movie when they looked at each other like fantasizing something like that. It was like the breakup couple meet each other and they are having a breaking up sex. And it was fantastic. End of the day, they orgasmed at the same time, and they looked at each other. That's what it was. This was it, something like that.
So
Yeah,
I
they were- they were
so I
both
spaced
It was
out
not-
for
you know,
like 5
I'm-
seconds, and
yeah,
Jerry was
yeah.
talking about simultaneous orgasms. I completely missed the context in which you were setting that up. I'm sorry.
What,
Jerry.
what I'm saying, it was not about the successful. It was not about the achieving something over something like
finishing
that. It
on
was
each other.
about yeah.
Oh, okay, so you weren't referencing something. You were just making an analogy.
He was, yeah.
So you equated this ending to like really really solid breakup sex.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't about like a grand successful or to be a greatest or something. It was about like their first personal experience or something. It's hard to explain what I felt.
Gotcha.
But
What you're saying is that you orgasmed at the end of this movie.
I mean, I think we all did, if I'm being honest. Like,
Mm.
I was bricked up
Mm.
the entire ending.
The reason I like that ending even more so is just again, and it's the same reason we've been talking about. It's not that it's like Fletcher and Andrew are together. There's no shot. I don't think there's even a shot.
they are
at the
not
end.
friends.
They
after
still
this.
I
have
think
one of the
they're all-
most toxic relationships I could possibly think of.
Yeah.
Well, because I don't think there's even a shot. I'm trying to remember at the end where it's both of them together. Like
No, they're just. It,
No, no,
it
it
ends
does
with them
close
looking
up
at
on
each
each
other.
of them.
That's it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
But
individual.
it doesn't show them together.
shot.
Individual
Yeah.
close-ups of each of them.
And because again, like this, it's just that other person just is something that they used in their world to get the thing that they want. It's not about them achieving something together at all.
Yep. Hey, yay.
Dude, can we also just the way that the movie opens, the way it ends it versus the way that it ends? You know, like how the movie starts in darkness with the like the rap sort of tempo like building up, and then like hits, and then cuts to silence, and then at the end of the movie, like we actually hear it come back after, like for the finale. Like it was basically the whole movie was like one song, and then it finally ends at the end of the movie.
That's another thing that we don't normally talk about when it comes to movies. Just like I just basically dug the whole soundtrack of this movie as well. Like it perfectly sets up the tone. It's like I never.
It's just really good jazz throughout, even when they're playing like shit.
Yeah,
it's still cool.
It's really good jazz throughout, and also just like I feel like they picked some pretty solid tracks to emphasize like the pressure and the stress and anxiety that Andrew's going through like the entire movie for some of the scenes. Oh, another funny thing is that this movie was made in 2014, which puts it in a very specific time period that I feel like dates this movie in a very interesting way, because when he's going to the band competition and the bus's tire blows out, because this is happening.
Where the taxi's at.
This is happening in an era where smartphones exist, but Uber doesn't yet. Like, because I'm just like, dude, just call an Uber. Like, just do that.
Yeah.
And he has to like go to a car rental shop and like get things down and drive out there with his nav system on the dashboard. And I'm like, oh wow, yeah, I forgot about that.
Remember that?
Yeah, but it's not like retro, but it's old enough to just be like, oh,
It's the
things were
interlude
different
between two
Yeah.
eras.
Things were different back then, sort of thing. I'm just like,
Yeah.
didn't think I'd be saying that about 2014, but
Yeah, that didn't even cross my mind actually.
yeah. Because I think as I was watching it, I was trying to picture what I would fucking do in this
What you would
situation
do.
to try and solve it. It's like, oh, call an Uber on
I'd
the
probably
spot.
just cry.
Oh, you can't. Oh,
Dude, there's no way, like, if I was in that situation, I would have ever made it to the place. Like,
no, man. Good God.
I give up a lot sooner.
Yes.
well, there goes that, I guess.
Yeah.
I'll call Fletcher and be like, hey, sorry.
In the morning,
Can't
if
make
I
it.
wake up like 10 minutes too late, I know that how long
just
it's
don't
gonna
go to
take
work.
me to get. I know how long it's gonna take me to like get up, brush my teeth, all that stuff, and
Yep.
then finally get in my car and go. And I know that if I miss a certain window, I end up in traffic going.
Yep.
And I know that
Yeah.
traffic doesn't die down for like a certain amount of time. So usually, if I wake up and I wake up just like 10 minutes later than I should,
You're just like,
I'll go
maybe
back
tomorrow.
to bed. I'll go back to bed and then just wake up an hour later because I know I don't want to sit in traffic.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
That's how easily I give up.
Yeah.
I've been
So
there.
put me in this situation.
Oh,
God, no.
I am not famous for a reason.
And that's fine, you know, like that's
I'm not
like
trying to be one of the greats.
The great.
dead by 30 and talked about for generations is unfortunately not how I want to live my life. I'd rather be longer than that.
I want to also
well,
point out.
Andrew's already
how-
30, so time's ticking.
I know. I could just get drunk and die right now.
better pick up
Yeah.
I
those
wanna point
sticks,
out
man.
How we like to idolize people from like the 20th century, these icons.
Yeah.
We're like,
Yeah.
how easy was it to be an icon back then? Listen, were the Beatles the greatest band ever? No, they were just the most famous band.
They were the
There
greatest
was
band of
one
their
thing on
time.
the radio. There was one thing on the
Mhm.
radio. There was one thing on television. It was the Beatles.
Yeah.
You didn't have a million different artists all performing and having their chance at the limelight. Like,
Yeah.
so back then, I know that there's still like talent and stuff there, but
Mhm.
it was way different than it is now. The competition for being famous.
Yeah.
So this idea that there's just like 10 names from the 20th century that everyone knows now, no one's famous anymore. There's honestly like less
There's too
people that are
many
famous
people.
now because you can't remember them all.
I
Or
feel
just
like there's
oversaturated
just
with the amount of talent.
I wouldn't
Yeah.
say that like no one's famous. There's just a lot more like less famous people. Like there's no like massive peaks of like
Well, you have like
unless
Elon Musk,
you're in like the
and
fucking
then-
Marvel movies. Nobody's like
yeah.
nobody's like peak celebrity. It's just a bunch of like
But I think even
famous
some of those
kids with like
celebrities-
millions of followers and like
I think
people
even
who
some
follow-
of those celebrities, like when we talk about really famous Marvel actors, easily get sort of like forgotten after like a decade.
After a while, yeah, like
Like who's out there talking about
Chris
who
Evans.
plays Chris Evans? Who's talking about
Yeah.
Chris Evans and what movie he's gonna? No one gives a shit.
Oh shit.
So it's about the immense amount of like information. In the early like 2000, the internet was not like a super popular. It was still popular, but not this level.
Mhm.
So if I caught like my attention with one celebrity, I remember him. I bind him with my like power in my power. But nowadays, oh, there's a new popular celebrities, but immediately there will be another celebrity pop up in the internet.
There's
And
always
we are
something new.
we are exposed with this so many new information, so the old information easily forgotten.
Mm,
I think the turnover rate of fame is a lot faster these days.
it's not like the
Yes.
old days where like the only famous actor was like Humphrey Bogart and no one else.
Yeah, and the
even
worst
mattered.
actor ever.
Yeah.
And they are still remembered. The older days,
remembered.
like famous people, they are still remembered because it was that impact.
Look,
Now there is no
Casablanca's
impact
greatest
anymore.
movie ever.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
It just
Let's
a
calm
guess
down. There were
complete-
like 10 movies out back
lie.
then.
I guess
That
it's
on
hard. I guess it's hard to judge at this current stage. But is there like anybody, not from like our generation, but like people who exist right now as we've grown up, who will be remembered as like a multi-generational, like famous person or group?
Not just famous, legendary.
Right.
Yeah,
like
legendary
Beatles
actor.
status, where like your kids'
Right.
kids are gonna know who this is.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I don't think many actors apply it. to that. Like I don't.
But it
think
could
they
also
fit
be
that
like
category.
musicians or just.
I think
musicians, any sort of-
Elon Musk is going to be one
Yeah,
of those legends, and that's
probably.
just because he's sort of cut through. He's cut through just being I'm a famous actor or this. He's just like a name that people use to say things now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think even someone like Jeff Bezos, someone on that same level, can compete with that sort of name and legend.
None
So-
of
if-
like none of
if
the big
Amazon went out of
Avengers
business,
names.
No one would talk about.
I don't
Jeff
think
Bezos.
any of the Avengers, even Robert Downey Jr. is not going to be someone people are talking about in 20,
Mhm.
30 years.
Mhm.
They'll just be like, "Oh, do you ever see those movies? Oh, like this
You
actor."
remember
It's
those?
not the legend, you know? Because it's not like like. There's nothing that these actors are doing that no one else can do.
Right. You have to have
I
some
think
sort of
Leonardo
like.
DiCaprio. I think Leonardo DiCaprio is one of the last like legends,
Hmm.
and that's just because like his name and like his history of upcoming like has made
Oh,
him.
Leonardo.
stand
Maybe
out that way.
maybe directors. You know.
Oh, I could see that. Like a
Maybe like
Spielberg
Quentin
is gonna be
Tarantino
all-
Yeah,
or
Steven
Spielberg.
Spielberg. But he's
Spielberg
all
is
the
a
timer.
Steven
legend.
Spielberg is definitely like
Mhm.
a
John,
legendary
John
timer.
Williams is a legend. He will always
Yep.
be a legend.
Yeah. Hans Zimmer maybe.
Yeah,
Oh,
maybe,
in the
maybe.
music, yeah, in the
Maybe.
music, maybe, yeah.
Although I don't really hear about him all that much nowadays.
No.
He just does things. Like I was like, oh, that was Hans
He's
Zimmer.
still remembered.
Like,
I think the Hans Zimmer era is slowly fading.
hmm.
Yeah.
And
Man.
it started to die with his new rendition of Lion King.
I was gonna say, I was
Oh.
like, but he did the soundtrack for Lion King 2019.
So
Wow.
I
I,
never
think
saw
that
it,
was the
so.
beginning of the end.
Damn it, Hans.
Yeah, I'm trying to think because I think you're right in the fact that like most of like the Avengers are just like, yeah, they're good actors and they do their job well, but it's not like, oh god, this guy's just so fucking good, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, because we also
Oh,
like I like Pedro Pascal. Like I think
Mhm.
he's a good actor.
He's a good actor and a
But-
cool dude.
But the way we treat like the way things are in Hollywood, where like he is the hot name now, put him in
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah, and that's
Yeah,
like
that's kind of
there's
that's kind of what we do.
there's
and
some
it makes things
celebrities-
forgettable.
Like a
I
Chris
feel like-
Pratt type.
yeah,
Right.
I feel like there's some celebrities who have kind of just like they're good at what they do, but they have sort of rocketed into super famedom because of like meme status. Like you think like your Keanu Reeves or your Nicolas Cages, where, like,
Right.
yeah, they're good at
Right,
what they
yeah.
do, but mostly like a lot of people just really like talking about them. You know, like they're
Right.
fun characters.
Because it's current.
They're fun
it's current
people.
it's material.
yeah.
It's something you can actually use.
But are
But
they
those, like, meme-ified
legendary
people
at
probably
their
won't
just
be.
talents?
Yeah, probably like
I mean,
decades
Nicolas
from
Cage
now,
definitely
like
not,
they're probably not gonna be like just like, oh man, like Keanu Reeves was just ahead of his time. It's like, no,
Yeah.
he's good. He's
No.
good in what he's in.
It-
I like him.
Yeah, like he's cool. I like
yeah.
Keanu Reeves,
But
but he's just
it's
another
also like
actor.
really hard to think about like, oh, what are we gonna think about this in the future?
Exactly. That's
Because
what I'm
there's
saying.
just-
Like this is kind of hard to judge right now. But
yeah.
but
Because I've thought about that all the time. Just like what are gonna be like when I'm like an old person? What's gonna be like the thing that everyone remembers? And
Yeah,
like,
what are you still
oldies. What's
possible
our
to know
oldies?
today, 30
Yeah.
yeah, what are the oldies? But I think Andrew's right. Like there's just everything. There's just so many different things. Just actors, musicians, just these days that no one is like gonna be the Beatles ever. again.
yeah, I think the best we're gonna get to is like, even if a
Taylor
band is
Swift?
not even if a band is not like a one-hit wonder, like their most popular singles will be what makes it into like that sort
the
of
way we treat
legendary
80s
status.
music.
because there's I feel like in
Yeah.
this day and age there is, you're right, so much fame to go around at this point because it's so easy to
Yeah.
reach people. You're not
It's
gonna
exhausting.
have a group like the Beatles that just dominate the airwaves for years on end,
Right.
because there's always something new to be looking at now, and that's very easy to access. So I'm curious as to how that's going to impact like future generations. Like if you think of like are our kids gonna know who fucking like PewDiePie is, one of the biggest YouTubers of all time? It's hard to say, but he is enormous. He has tens of millions of followers on YouTube. Like
Yeah.
he's one of the biggest names on one of the biggest platforms.
If he's, but if
is
he's
Is that famous enough? Like Yeah.
If
I
he
would be
retired
curious-
tomorrow, how long would people talk
Is
about it?
he still popular though?
Yeah.
Like,
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
sure he
I've
still
never
has
watched
all
him. I
those-
never watched
I'm
him,
sure
so
all
I
those
don't
guys
know.
are still technically popular.
They're still making
my
millions.
my question would be, what is the statistic on how often a new YouTuber account gains 1 million subscribers?
Pretty frequently now. Like it's
Yeah.
still a difficult thing to do, but in early YouTube days, it was like something to be celebrated across the platform when a channel got 1 million
Oh,
subscribers.
A million?
That's-
Yeah.
that's-
Now
This it's now
now-
like when somebody hits 1 million, they make a special video for their audience, and like
Yeah.
I'm still
on
discovering new YouTube channels where like I'll watch a video and I'll scroll down to this new channel. It's like, oh fuck, they have 2.1 million subscribers. Like
and I've never heard of them.
we
I've
never
never
would have
heard of
found Gray Still Plays if he didn't play our game, and
no.
he has like 2
Yeah,
million
that's huge.
followers. Like,
Yeah,
huge.
which is insane.
but that's peanuts compared to PewDiePie, who apparently has 100 million subscribers. 100,
That's
111 million
absurd.
subscribers. That's ridiculous.
Absurd.
It's
Um,
also bonkers. Like, remember how insane it was when I think it was Gangnam Style went
Oh,
over
yeah.
1 billion views.
Oh,
and now
yeah.
there's like 10 videos that have like 20 billion views or some shit like that. It's
Mhm. Those
insane.
Those numbers are insane.
You also got like maybe Mr. Beast will be remembered.
I just don't think. I think that
I don't
these
think so.
internet personalities are
not, at least.
they're the same as interesting. Just anything interesting happening on the internet.
They
It's
burn
only as
bright,
relevant.
but
It's
short.
only relevant as long as it is actively a part of the conversation.
And I
It's
think-
something
I
for
think-
people to talk about.
You know what? I think the difference probably is kind of tying it back to the movie is like you don't have to captivate and inspire an audience to be famous anymore. You just have to entertain them. So
Right.
Yeah.
so I would think the difference between somebody who's going to be like a legendary status person for generations to come has to in some way inspire their audience or like captivate them rather than just be the video that they put on when they eat dinner and they really like how this person talks so they keep watching their stuff.
Right.
There has to be more than that. But
Yeah.
you can still put out some like pretty benign content. Not like it's interesting, but and it's inoffensive and it's entertaining, but like you're not gonna shit your pants watching it. Just be like, holy shit! Like,
Oh my
how did they do that? No, it's more of like I
No.
kind of just want to watch a
This
true
is
crime
brainless.
documentary
Yeah,
or some
I,
shit.
I think
It's interesting.
I think those types of internet entertainment just inspire you to want to be that person, to
Yeah.
be that famous. I don't
Mhm.
think it inspires you to go and create something yourself for
No,
selfish
you're just
reasons.
like, man, imagine if I could have that much money and do the stuff that
I
these
can make
people are doing.
I can make a YouTube. I can be famous. I can
Because
be
like,
a
what
dad.
kind
That'd
of
be-
drive or what kind of like steps do you have to take if somebody's like, I'm gonna be the next PewDiePie, just you watch. Like,
All right. Well, step 1, YouTube account. All right. Well, that's free, so we're off to a good start.
great.
Step 1, turn time backwards back to when YouTube first started, and
It's
Yeah.
back to
and
20.
get extremely
12.
lucky.
Yeah,
When there was a blue ocean out there.
it's basically just like a classic like first to market sort of thing, where it's like that's the
It-
edge he
it
had.
really- it
That's
really
all it
is.
is. Like
And now the
there are
market's
plenty of
super
people.
saturated.
Say what you want about PewDiePie, like some people just legitimately find him entertaining, but there is a whole sea of people on the internet who are probably just as, if not more, entertaining than PewDiePie that have like 100
matter.
subscribers. Nobody knows they exist.
Very, very true.
Yeah, like,
just got
Very
buried.
true.
We're the most entertaining thing on Twitch, but for
This
some
is all- yeah,
reason we
this is
still
all
haven't.
just-
I'm
gotten
just
noticed.
waiting to get
I don't know
discovered.
why.
Like we said,
they-
right place, right time. You just got to keep putting yourself out there
You
every
keep putting
weekend.
ourselves out there, the luck will come.
Reject pursuing any sort of relationships with people. This is your passion.
We're doing all of
Yeah.
it. We are following the steps. We don't have any friends.
Clearly.
I cannot tell you how many women I've said no to just to pursue this passion.
Oh man, just earlier today, Jared had to use a broom to start swatting them,
Beating them off with a baseball bat.
Yeah.
0 is also a number.
It is the number.
I'm not a loser.
I'm a 5-star
Cool, I
man.
promise.
Oh man. But yeah, so another fun fact about this movie actually. Apparently, the director who wanted to make this could not get funding for the movie based off of the script. He would take it to a bunch of producers, and they would basically say no. So what he did instead was he made a short film out of one of the scenes in the movie and submitted that to a bunch of film festivals, and then the money started coming in.
Yeah, they're like,
Ah.
oh, this could work.
I watched that short film last night immediately after the movie. It is essentially the first band practice with Fletcher, where he's like slapping the kid and shit like that, and he starts off being all nice and all that stuff. It's essentially that scene from beginning to end. With I think there's a different kid who's playing Andrew, but I almost said J.J. Abrams.
J.K. Simmons.
J.K. Simmons. J.K. Simmons is still playing Fletcher, and he fucking like verbatim plays that scene exactly. That dude's got like a sharpened talent. Yeah,
Dude, he is an actor.
The acting in this movie, phenomenal.
Dude,
absolutely phenomenal.
If this movie doesn't make you
movie-
love Miles Teller,
Dude.
it makes you want to
Oh,
watch anything
man.
with Miles Teller in it.
yeah. I actually looked at his IMDb. I was like, oh, he's not in.
Top Gun Maverick.
I did see that. Didn't know it was him.
Like Goose's son.
Yeah.
He has a mustache.
Yeah. It wasn't
Before
until
this movie,
like. Go ahead.
before this movie, I only know J.K. Simmons as like a Spider-Man's like.
Yeah,
the
that's what I'm
US
saying.
favorite. So
And it-
I was like, oh, he's a good actor, but he can act like this one. I'm
Yeah,
not, I
and
was like, at the first part of the movie, I was not sure. Like, oh,
Just
so
the guy
this
from
is
those insurance commercials.
is this gonna be like a funny movie or
He's the
something?
original farmer.
Because I have no information about this movie.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
and
that's
after
good.
the finale, I'm like I'm gonna be die as your fan.
It wasn't. It
Yeah.
wasn't until like I had seen this movie where I just started realizing just how much like good shit he's in, or like shit that he's good in, essentially. So you have
Yeah.
like obviously the Spider-Man movies, and you have Whiplash. But I'm also remembering that he's basically one of the main reasons that people enjoyed watching Invincible. Which, say what you will about the quality of that show, like the one thing that people did say is that the character
voice-
that
yeah,
he played,
that
Omni-Man,
voice
like
acting.
they really enjoyed
Oh.
watching him on screen.
His voice. I mean, he's got a great voice for acting.
He really does.
He
was-
delivers lines so well.
He was Cave Johnson in Portal 2. He's good
Oh.
shit. Yeah.
I think you mean Kara Johnson.
Shut the fuck up. Hmm,
He's still salty.
dude, of course. Jesus
Printed
Christ.
in ink.
That.
For those of you who don't know, Jared's senior quote in the yearbook was Cave Johnson.
Oh,
Demand to see life's
There you
manager.
go. He misspelled it as Kara Johnson.
Did you hand write it? to
Yes!
him? Oh, this is the problem. You can't.
I
you can't
know.
You're
Letter
bad
it.
at writing.
I don't know how
Aaron
you understand.
Johnson.
How you misread a V as an
You have no
R.
defense.
I
Carol
can, I
Johnson.
can. I've
I
seen
can
how
picture
you wrote
your
Indiana
writing.
Jones.
And Toronto Jones comes to mind. So I imagine what happened.
I didn't misspell it,
makes sense.
Pomo.
Well, no, he has really bad handwriting, and so it was misread.
Yeah.
So shut up
Oh,
and take
listen,
it.
I'm
fault.
pretty sure I can picture the exact person who picked up our like submissions, and I know exactly who it is, and she's stupid as bricks. So.
Yep.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I immediately pictured her face when I saw that. I was
Yeah.
like, you bitch.
I hate you.
Now I look like the dumb one.
Yeah, exactly.
Carol Johnson.
I'm not stupid.
I'm not stupid, they're stupid. I'm not stupid.
I'm not
they're
loser. They are loser.
Man, my senior quote was so lame. It was just the Dante's Inferno, abandon all hope, ye who enter here.
Ah.
That's it's embarrassing, but that's what.
I
it
mean, mine
Well-
was just Texas in all
Texas.
caps with an
was.
exclamation.
That's funny.
At least it wasn't shoot for the moon, and if you miss, you'll land amongst the stars.
Aw. So inspiring.
Was that?
It's a pretty cliched, like generic quote, but I'm pretty
Okay,
sure.
I didn't know if that
so,
was someone we knew. But...
well, when I spent some time being tech support at the library, one of my jobs was digitizing all of the yearbooks for our high school.
Yearbooks.
Oh yeah.
And I dude, that shit went back to 1950.
Woo!
And to see like the evolution of senior quotes change as the years went on.
The references.
You see a lot of similar ones.
It's actually
What a
kind of
long,
interesting.
strange
Yeah, it
trip.
was. I didn't appreciate it at the time, but it's kind of neat to think back on.
Yeah, you were seeing history unfold.
I'm like, wow, some of these people might be dead.
There's also
Some of these
probably a
people
lot of,
To be fair, I can look at my yearbook and still say that.
I bet there's a
Wow.
lot of good MILF
Because
pickup
there
lines
are.
hidden back there in those yearbooks.
I'm saying, dude, there's probably some hotties in those yearbooks. You could have
They
found
they're a
them.
little softer these
So,
days.
I got-
but
Yeah, but soft is good in some.
I got
serve,
curious
ice
and
cream.
just typed in
Yeah.
cliche yearbook quotes. Let's see what we got here.
Oh boy.
Don't stop thinking about tomorrow. It'll soon be here.
Wait, what the?
I'm out of here. See you
advice.
guys later.
Nice.
That's it?
How can I sum up my amazing time here in such a short space?
Is that the end of the quote?
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
The thought
Wow,
of anyone
I'm glad that's-
reflecting on a 4-year span of time, such as high school, as this like life-changing thing.
Dude, those were the best years of your life.
Oh, that's
What a
Just think
long,
about that.
strange
Imagine
journey
that.
it's been.
Your peak was in high school. Don't forget that.
Oh
Forget
man. Somebody's is just. I cheated on all my exams.
And
Great.
girlfriends.
When the last bell rings, I might actually miss
God.
this place.
Aw.
Please cry over 4 years when you were 18 years
What
old.
what's that last quote from Ferris Bueller? Something about blinking you'll miss it
Oh.
or some shit.
Yeah, I forget exactly what it was.
I don't know.
I can
Stop
believe
and-
that's one.
It's I think about life where
100% that would
life
be.
moves pretty fast, and if you blink, you might miss it or something like that.
That
I
sounds
feel like I've
close.
seen that. Let's see.
I detect a lot of movie quotes.
I don't always graduate, but when I do, I barely graduate. Life is
Sweet.
like a box of chocolates. You never know if you're gonna graduate.
Oh, that's a good one.
This was so easy a
I
caveman
actually
could
like
do
that.
it. To the class below me, stay here as long as you can. Cherish it.
Aw.
Wait, stay here as long as
Want
you
them to be
can.
held back? Like, what's your deal, man?
Fail, and fail some more.
Any pizza's a personal pizza if you try hard enough.
Wow. A fat person wrote that, didn't they?
Not even sure what
You
that
will
means.
regret dating me in high school.
The fuck?
Is that a threat?
I know what you're all thinking. How did I pass this guy up?
Whoa.
Uh,
Oh.
Roads, where I'm going, I won't need roads.
oh,
That's
hell
funny
yeah.
because I've seen that. I've heard of it. Like
I
someone said
also
that in a
saw
movie,
that movie,
and I like that movie, so that's a cool thing. To
which means
say.
I like you.
Yeah, and I love you, and I'm gonna regret not dating you.
If you follow your dreams, you are capable of anything.
Oh, that's so inspiring.
I wish there was some kind of game we could play that would have a yearbook photo at the end and
Yeah.
some kind of quote to kind of sign off on that photo.
Mm-hmm.
Wish a game
Yeah,
like that existed.
Someone should make one of those, and then like the puppet. I mean the people.
Sorry, not puppet. I mean people.
I mean the human people.
Okay. There's
I misspoke. Sorry.
so there's one more quote that I really like here. Playtesters are human subjects. All researchers
Oh,
should
no,
ensure that
stop.
safe and
You
ethical
can't.
testing is conducted. Data should be kept anonymous and shared with only the respective development teams.
Wow.
Uncredited.
That's good. No, that one's
Uncredited. Wow. That's speaking the truth right there.
Someone
Like,
should put that
that's
on a
good.
poster.
They really should, or a mug.
Mm,
I'd buy that
mhm.
poster.
Man.
I'd drink
The
that.
geniuses of our time, am I right?
Well,
Yeah.
they're all. I feel like the
Great
geniuses are all
minds.
hidden. They're just the world doesn't understand them yet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And man, so this is one of those like conflicting emotions that I felt when Fletcher and Andrew were talking in that bar near the end of the movie. was when he was basically talking about like the greats won't get discouraged by this kind of stuff.
Yep.
To a much more dialed down extent, that premise is still true for the people who want to get good at a certain thing and follow that
Right.
kind of passion. You don't have to be pursuing bestness in order to hang on, let me formulate my thought here. So you're not exempt from like, oh god, this is tough to say. I'm agreeing with what Fletcher said there to a lesser extent of just like,
Okay.
if you get discouraged from like the smallest hardship or piece of
bad.
criticism for pursuing your thing, and that gets you to stop, I would argue that you weren't really that passionate about it to begin with. If somebody's
Agreed.
words hurt you that much to the point where
Then
it's
you're
like,
just
well,
like, I
why
give
would
up.
I even try? It's like, all right, well, there you go.
Then you
Yeah.
don't really love this.
It doesn't matter to you that much.
And that's fine. That's good. You should learn that about yourself.
I think
And you
yes, I think that
Ideally,
is
learn that as soon as possible if you're trying to pursue
you
learn that
ideally
now.
should learn that. Which is why I think I agree with him when he says like saying good job can be a super harmful thing. I wouldn't say that it's always harmful or the most dangerous words in the English language, but like coddling somebody can be a very easy way to hamper their growth and improvement.
Lying to them.
Yes.
It's not
Yeah.
healthy.
You can't like don't say they're like hot shitters, like you should be really proud of what you've done when they turn in a turd or some shit, right? Like
Yeah. Don't give
Just trying
people
to spare
don't give
their
people
feelings for no reason.
affirmations.
That being said, depending on the person, the way that you dole out that criticism might have to differ. Like maybe some people will get broken by some tough love. So there are some ways that you can maybe, if you want to put in the efforts, mentor somebody to bring them up to a point where they can maybe handle harsher criticism. But I also think at the end of the day, if you want to become extremely good at what you do, from
need
the
to be able to handle that.
outset, I feel like you need to be able to handle
Right
that, or
away.
at the
This
very
isn't-
least learn it
no.
very quickly. It shouldn't
This is not-
discourage you.
But yeah,
for
if
pursuing
I
it.
can share a little bit from the perspective, and like you guys know what this is like, but I'll share from like my art school perspective. I had teachers that were Fletcher-like, and I had teachers that were very just nice and served you platitudes to get through the day.
Everyone's
But
favorite.
I think the most critical thing, especially if you think about school is expensive. School is expensive, and if you want to choose a creative life, not a life of just, I am going to go do a job that anyone can do. Like, you're going to do something that is actually like a personal thing to you. This is a very difficult thing for anyone to do. So if you are going to go down that route, you better find out sooner than later whether or not that is actually something you want.
Yeah.
It is actually more cruel to allow a young
get
kid that doesn't know any
Deep
better.
in there, like spend all the time.
Oh
and
man,
then
spend
realize-
all that money on college, which is not cheap because you're gonna go to school to learn, whatever. If you're doing something creative, like creative stuff costs money because people know that rich kids want to get a free pass. They think art class is just a blow off and all that shit.
Yep.
So it's gonna be expensive and it's going to be hard because even once you get out of school, there's no guarantee that it's going to work out well or that
It is
you're
one
gonna
of the more
ever be able to
difficult
do-
fields to get a payoff in. Like,
and it is an inherently critical, and people do not give a shit about you. You are not special. Like one of the funniest things I learned coming out of high school, because when you draw in high school, you're always the kid who
you're the
draws. You're the artist at the school, and
Yep.
it's
And
a
you can draw
small city,
anything.
small town. And then you go to college from your high school, and you realize you're going to college with all the other kids from their high schools where they were the artist.
yep.
Yeah.
And then when you finally
realize
get
just how shit you are
into,
compared to them.
you realize that you suck.
You're
And
like the
then you get out into the
valedictorian
real
of
world.
art.
Oh, dude, once you get to the
Wow.
global level of that and you start to realize who is out there,
Yep.
oh my god. So the people who walk around thinking that they can avoid criticism, no, it's allowing them to walk without being criticized and not falling and not actually abruptly striking them is so mean. I know kids that spent all that money at school, did not get jobs, and ended up doing something completely unrelated. It's not even being creative is not even a part of their life anymore. Yet they spent all that money and were never told whether it was good or not, and they had to figure it out later on their own just through happenstance.
Yeah.
It's a teacher's job to break you to see if you are meant to do this or not. That's way nicer, in my opinion.
Yeah.
It's it also reminds me of, God, I have no idea when or what context that I saw this, but I remember there was some talk show, like late night talk show that Mark Hamill was on, and he got asked like that generic question of just like, what sort of words of advice would you give somebody who wants to become a successful actor like you? And what he said was like, so I think he literally said, don't do it. Just don't do it. Don't pursue this. You will fail. And he said the reason that he constantly answers that question like that is because, one, some people really
It's mostly true.
should probably need to hear that. It's mostly true. And also he knew that regardless of how many times he said that, the people who actually would be successful in this field wouldn't
Aren't
give a
gonna be
shit.
deterred
They'll just be
by
like, fuck you,
They're
I
not gonna
can
be
do it.
dissuaded.
Like, yeah,
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
exactly. So like, I'm just like, oh, that's actually a really good point. Because it's like, I feel like the best advice you could probably give for somebody like that is just to highlight all of the shitty, hard, awful things that you have to deal with on a daily basis to just exist in this sort of world. And for people who are like, you know, kind of casually flirting with it and then maybe looking into how to get that done, they just be like, oh God, that sounds awful. I don't want to do that. Like, and that's fine. That's way better than
that is fine.
It's fine. Not everyone needs to do the thing that they think they need to do.
yeah.
No, because maybe you even just were inspired. You're a young kid. When you're like 18 years old, especially, it's really easy to just spontaneously just be into something that you could easily fall out of love with in a year or less. So to be not only convinced yourself as a kid, but have a bunch of older people who don't know any better, just like again giving you platitudes, massaging you, and basically propelling you through that trajectory, whether you like it or not. Because again, you're ignorant. They're actually fucking you over without giving you a chance to like critically hit that wall and check with yourself if that makes sense or not.
Yep. Yeah. Absolutely. And this is why that I've made sure to title today's stream, "We occasionally talk about Whiplash." Because I knew that we were going to be having conversations about this, which is why I really, really enjoyed this movie, because it gives me, I love these sorts of movies that give me so much to just like chew on and discuss, because like, regardless of whether or not you've even played a musical instrument in your life, there is something inherent about this movie that I think really connects with somebody who's sort of like creatively driven, somebody who's walking towards a path with no sort of like guaranteed success and no like roadmap to get there.
Something pretty selfish.
Yes. So I always love it when I can sort of connect with these sorts of movies and also discuss with other people who have, even if you're not like consciously thinking about these things on a daily basis, you're experiencing them very frequently. So when they're presented to you like that, there's so many things that you can draw from it. You're just like, oh yeah, this kind of reminds me of like this aspect of my life and like this. And when you can connect with somebody on that way with that sort of shared experience, it does, in my opinion, make walking down that path feel a little bit more feasible, in the fact that like you're not the only person who's been doing something like this, right? Like everybody is struggling to get through something like this. I don't know. It's nice. It's nice when a movie can have an impact on my life in this way, or reveal things that I've already kind of known but have never really thought about.
Yeah, just challenging some of your philosophies.
Which, given that little rant there, I'm sure has got a little bit of a spoilies for my final score. But
Spoiler. Yeah. So I also, man, it's definitely personal for me because I've heard there's stories about a teacher, this old guy from like years back at the school that I went to, that all the old guys that are working now all had when they were kids. So like 60 years ago, this guy that used to teach there.
Yeah.
And that guy, I always enjoy hearing stories about whenever I talk to old designers, because this guy was always accused of being basically a Fletcher. He was this really abusive, kind of like cruel, old, short Italian man named Homer. But I enjoy the stories because these guys all talk about how they always like that guy when he died. It like was devastating to them because they realized how important he was in their life. Even the guys, because I went to dinner one time when I was in Detroit with a bunch of these designers, and one of them wasn't even a designer anymore. He went off to do something totally different, and like this guy Homer played a reason in like helping him understand like that wasn't for him, and then he pursued something else, and that was like the best thing ever for him.
Yeah.
So like they only all have good things to say about him. And one of the funny stories. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go. If you keep going, I'm just about to change the topic.
There's just one story about him that I was entertained by. So he was notorious for always having this big fat marker on him whenever they were doing reviews of the artwork. So for anyone like listening, this is like car design school, which
I think I remember
back in the like 60s and 70s was like this. I mean, this is like the NFL of art jobs back in the day, you know?
Yeah.
And it was very, very elite. There were like very few designers. So people going for this, it was a really big deal. And this guy was a notoriously hard teacher for that field, and in Detroit, which was like the car capital of the world. So he had this fat marker that he would carry on him when he would review the artwork. And it's not like it is today, where like I'll do paintings or something digitally and then print those off and hang them on a wall, or even just show them on a computer. Back then, like everything was done by hand.
Yeah.
And everything was done painstakingly by hand in either like pastels or airbrush or actual like gouache paint. And these things would take many hours, like maybe multiple days, sometimes like a couple of weeks, like if they were really struggling or doing multiple paintings, and they would usually be big. So these guys would hang up this work on the wall, and then Homer would come by with his big fat marker and just start marking it up. He would walk up to the wall and just start like saying like, no, like you need to change this is bad. And he wasn't really concerned about the painting. He was just like, no, you need to make these changes, these fixes. And that was always devastating, right? These kids worked all day to do that.
Yeah. Someone just comes with a marker and just
And this one guy back then decided he was going to hang his work up just a little too high so that Homer couldn't mark it up with his marker. And he thought he was quite clever for this. So while he's presenting, Homer is like nodding his head and stuff, but he's grabbing a broom, and slowly as this kid's talking is like taping his marker to the end of the broom. And then when the kid is done talking, he like holds the broom up the wall and starts marking on it up on the wall.
amazing.
But and again, like he's destroying their work, but they all eventually thanked him for it because it meant something. Like that was an important part of their life.
Yeah.
And this kid that was the one that actually gave up on design, like because like he was basically realized like this isn't for me, and went off to pursue. And he like builds like stuff out of wood now. It's totally different than art design, but he's happy. He's
Imagine if it took him
really
imagine if it took him several more years and several tens of $1,000s in debt to discover that.
And then he realizes like I hate this. I'm not. This isn't for me.
Letting someone waste their time is cruel. I think that's evil in my opinion. I'd rather be honest with someone and save their time because you can't get that back.
So that actually kind of reminds me of good old Mr. Greaves from our high school, because I remember before I ever had a class with him that a lot of people said like, oh, I hate Mr. Greaves. He's the worst teacher. His classes were always my fucking favorites because he seemed like the only public education teacher who actually gave a shit about like docking points if something was done incorrectly or something like that, like actually like teaching the students and shit. So most people just didn't like him because he would always give bad grades to people.
Yeah, I mean, literally all the teachers that everyone hated were my favorite teachers.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Because like they actually, I feel like most of the teachers that people hated were the ones that actually like gave a shit,
Critical.
and that's what
Yeah.
would cause friction between the students because they didn't.
The students don't want to give a shit.
Yeah.
So when
I
someone
want,
else
I want
gives a
my
shit,
grade for
they-
showing up, please.
Yeah, gimme.
Yeah. So like, and it's
Not,
not like,
not everyone's capable of being pushed, just even
Yeah.
lightly. Some
and it's
people
not
will
even like
fold.
they were like
Mhm.
Fletcher-esque like Nazis of like drill sergeant
No,
shit.
not at all.
Not
They
even-
they just
not even
cared about their
close.
craft and they cared about whether or not you learned it. So you could still totally talk with them after class and they just be super chill people. Steve, I'm thinking of like Meller now. Like,
Dude, me and Meller
Yes.
were bros.
Yeah.
Even though she was a woman.
soup, soup.
You can't call her by your first name.
I can do what I want.
That's what he did on the walkout of graduation. He said like,
Yeah.
"See you, Sue." He gave her up.
I did.
That's the one time you would have been safe to do
I-
that.
I was the equal with her by the end of high school, which no one else can say.
Oh no, she hated me. I was nowhere near her.
He looked her right in the eyes and said, "Now we're both adults."
Yeah. Are you doing
all the
anything later?
better.
How's that husband going?
Oh my goodness.
Still alive? We'll see about that.
We'll see.
Nice.
Get a couple years. I'll be there.
But yeah, you're right, Steven. It's like all of my favorite teachers as well were the ones that everyone else hated because
Yeah.
oh darn, they made them work hard. Like,
Oops.
shoot.
It's like no, they're just good teachers.
Mhm.
That's your problem with them.
Yeah.
Sorry, you're a shithead. Like
I
you
love-
deserve to be yelled at.
I loved my teachers that told me I was shit.
Mm-hmm.
My
Yeah,
that,
I needed to hear it.
that Japanese teacher that I had at art school that came up to me one day and in his thick Japanese accent as I'm like, modeling a clay vehicle,
Yeah.
and he goes, "Oh, Andrew, genius? Andrew, genius?" I'm like, "Oh, Kuni, hey, yeah, thank you." And he's like, "No, I'm just kidding. It's terrible. It's terrible."
Oh!
Shit.
And
Dad,
he
ouch.
was laughing like this. This killed him. He thought it was so funny, and I was so caught off guard. I'm just looking over at another student who is crying, laughing too. And I just am I supposed to be insulted? I don't know if that was
What's
kind of a
happening?
good burn.
That also
That
reminds
guy was
me.
also he was famous for telling people to quit and go work at their family's donut store. Because he's like, you're not.
My
cut out."
family
He would
doesn't own a donut store.
He would actually like genuinely walk up to students like, "You should quit. You should stop. You should leave."
Oh man,
I mean,
that's
so-
that's
yeah.
huge. Holy
But
shit.
a lot of them, that was almost always true. And he came up to me later when I was back at school, there with a job, and there to actually look for someone to hire.
Yeah,
he
big
came up to me,
dick
he's
on
like, "Oh,
campus.
Andrew, job? You
Genius.
have job?" He was shocked that I had a job.
That's hilarious. Well, yeah,
It's
I'm a
okay.
genius. You said so yourself.
Oh god. That actually reminds me of a moment in Whiplash that's kind of related in the fact that like when Fletcher is pretending to be nice to
Oh, the first time in the hallway.
the first time in the hallway, but then when he
first
performs for the
starts
first
playing.
time and he's playing, he's like, "Oh,
Like,
we got a
a-
regular whatever his name is." I'm trying to look up his
Oh,
name.
Yeah, some famous drummer probably.
Yeah, and
The
you know
Buddy
it's a
something.
Buddy Rich.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like we
Buddy
got a
Rich.
Buddy Rich here. And what's interesting, and I feel like I'm not sure if this was in the actual movie, but in the short film that I watched, like this is the scene that played out. I'm listening to it as he's going, and it did almost seem to sound like he started playing worse after he heard that. Like he's like grinning and he like keeps going.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
It almost
he
sounds like
got-
he got a little off there.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, cool, I'm good enough, sort of thing.
I am good. I
Yeah.
yeah. Way back.
So that I liked that. I'll have to rewatch the movie to see if like my ears are deceiving me or something. But I'm just like, that would be a very an incredibly subtle thing to put in there, if that was actually like what was happening.
If they had that much control of the music there, where it was that subtle, I
Mhm.
wouldn't put it past them because I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure even Miles Teller learned to play the drums
Well,
for this movie.
so apparently he had been playing drums since he was 15, but he took like 6 months of lessons to get back up to speed for this movie.
Huh.
Yeah,
Jeez.
Kind of incredible.
I think it was 4 hours a day, 3 days a week, or some shit like that. Like
Look,
he would
That
get
was like
legit
his version of
blisters.
getting like a That was like his version of getting like a Marvel body.
Yeah.
Where you like
Yeah.
basically like you go like full head on it. Like this is like your life for months and
Pure
months.
drum training for 6
Just
months.
just to
Yeah.
perform, you know.
Mm-hmm.
God.
Impressive. Like that.
I mean,
that is
that's-
impressive.
It adds to like the realism of the movie though. Like that's
It
what
does.
makes it
Dude,
Oh, God.
watching Miles Teller actually like
God,
move the
just
sticks
him-
around.
It's
yeah, and then
inhuman.
him
It's so
like
good.
seeing him like legitimately struggling to do this shit.
his,
Like
his face as he's
fuck,
trying
his
to hit
face,
that
oh.
rap at the right pace.
yeah, dude.
That is a
Those are the best moments.
performance of a
on.
lifetime, no doubt.
Fucking great.
Hmm And he really sells the frustration, especially as he's like just punching through a fucking drum.
I
Can't-
Dude.
love that because I
So
know
good.
that
Yeah,
feeling.
Andrew punches things all the time.
I do. I get so mad.
Oh my god.
Sorry, I'm mad.
Sorry, I'm mad.
I'm sorry. I thought I was gonna make core. I really wanted to make core.
Dude, when he said the way Fletcher calls, all right, drummer, you're with me. He's like intentionally
Yeah.
making people angry. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Yeah. It's
Oh
like,
no,
no,
I don't
No,
know,
the
like-
other drummer.
No one.
yeah.
Oh
And then
man.
when Tanner's sitting down, he's like, "Hey, core's only today." Like, oh
Yeah.
What are you, a
Like,
fucking statue?
I don't have time for
alternates.
reserves. For alternates. Core's only today. Like shit.
damn.
That's another thing that I was constantly feeling throughout the movie is when you have like the alternate drummer sitting next to the person playing, you can always see and feel the resentment on their face whenever they're sitting in that chair, man. It's just oh,
The chair of shame.
fuck you, Johnny Utah. Turn my pages, bitch.
Damn. Spicy.
he gets up there, man. Like
Yeah.
Andrew turns pretty malicious.
Oh,
at the
yeah.
top towards the end.
Absolutely, for sure.
If he doesn't, I felt like if he doesn't die in like a 30 as he told, he will become another Fletcher.
Well,
I was
that's
so sure
kind of
about that.
Well,
that's
only
kinda
only
the-
only if he wants to be a teacher, right? Like if all he cares about is being
Yeah,
like
yeah,
the best
yeah.
of the best, like
Yeah.
the only thing that was
But-
driving Fletcher was like he wanted to be the
Fletcher
person who
wanted to
made that
discover the
guy.
Yeah, he's responsible for finding and he wanted to create. Like Andrew wanted to create music, but
Mhm.
Fletcher wanted to create the musician.
Yeah.
But yeah, there is a difference between that. But they both want the perfection. Like
Sure,
they both want like a pursue their greatness.
Yep.
So when the Andrew got his band, don't you think he's gonna push them hard enough, like as like a Fletcher?
Maybe. I don't know. If his passion is strictly music, then probably. But if his passion is just I want to be the best goddamn drummer there is, and people will hear it no matter where I'm at. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think Andrew's goal is to be the best in a band. I think Andrew's goal is to be the best drummer. Like that doesn't mean that he won't be playing bands or things like that. I don't think he actually cares about the band or the teacher or any
No,
of that.
he just wants. He's very selfishly. It's like I want to just be the best.
Mhm.
Like someone thinks of a drummer, they think of me, sort of thing.
Yeah. I'm going through the IMDb trivia right now. Another one I really liked was for the slapping scene, J.K. Simmons and Miles Teller filmed several takes, with Simmons only miming the slap. For the final take, Simmons and Teller decided to film the scene with a real, genuine slap. That is the take in the
Damn.
film. Because, like, that shit looked real. I'm just like, damn, that was contact. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh, that whole scene is so.
It's
I'm
so
upset.
goddamn upsetting and stressful,
hard,
man.
It's hard to watch.
Like
Holy shit.
I'm just tense the whole fucking time, because especially when you're thinking about like, how something like that gets in your head. Like when he's just like, no, you're rushing now. You're rushing. So let's try this again. And he's like sometimes starting a little too early. He's like, no, on my
Yeah.
cue.
No.
Okay, so now you're dragging. So let's just like,
Yeah.
so like
oh,
you're
man.
once.
Yeah.
Even when I'm playing like tennis or something, the more you start to think about your intricate movements, the worse you
Oh,
get
dude.
at them. So the more that you're
Yeah,
like thinking about that, I'm just like,
calculate muscle movements. It needs to
Yeah,
come
like
from
oh
memory.
man, yeah. When Andrew like started without his cue, I was like, oh no.
yeah,
Oh,
It
dude,
hurts. It hurts.
everything about that scene was like,
Because we've all been flustered like that before,
Yep,
and like
yep.
just you feel it because oh my god.
The pressure to prove yourself in a moment where you don't believe you can do it.
yeah,
God.
I
So
I
good.
really hate that.
dude, it's like
It's like that scene in The Menu
Yeah.
The one in the menu
Yeah.
is like this hellish punishment, whereas this is just a real life thing.
This is
that
real,
happens.
like
Yeah.
it's not like this like exaggerated like kind of comical thing. This is
No.
like a legitimate scenario that
Some-
happens all
yeah.
the time.
Some of these
Brutal.
scenes were just genuinely like stressful and unpleasant to watch. I'm just like, I wish we could go to another scene right now because I don't want to see the
Yeah.
consequences of this.
What would you say was the most uncomfortable part of the movie? Like,
That
what-
scene
what
that we
part
had just
made you
talked about, the first time that he
That one,
was
yeah,
drumming, I
yeah,
think is the
Oh,
big
yeah,
one.
that was
brutal.
pretty rough.
I think the runner-up would probably be the folder scene, because just like I was already like at my peak before they even like went up to Fletcher for anything. I'm just like, no,
Yeah.
no.
I mean, it all ended out. The
It
floor
did.
scene ended up okay, but
It did.
by golly,
Mm-mm. Didn't like it. Which means it
What
was
y'all
really
think of the actual blood, sweat, tears
Great.
imagery throughout
Fucking
the whole
great.
movie?
Yeah.
oh, it's
The
phenomenal.
way that shit was just like reverberating off the cymbals and shit, I'm just like, fucking hell.
Everywhere.
And even how just like
So
callously
wet.
it's addressed, where Fletcher's just like, alternates, clean the blood off my drum
Clean the
set.
blood off my kit.
fucking kit. Yeah, like shit.
God damn. Another fun fact: this film is one of the lowest grossing movies ever to be nominated for the Academy Award for Best Picture.
Oh, did this
Wow.
thing win awards?
Oh, yeah,
did.
it won a
like 3
couple.
Academy Awards.
Yeah.
I feel like it was a pretty small release. Because I don't remember it being like a huge
I had to be told
movie
about
when
this.
it came
and
out.
That was back when I was paying attention to movies coming out.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I don't remember it being like this like big thing that like people like that was. They probably just didn't market it very well.
I never
didn't have
heard
the
of
budget
it,
for it or
so
something,
so-
that proves.
Yeah.
This movie was actually recommended to me by my teacher at school.
nice.
Who, if I showed you his picture, you'd be like, "Oh, I get it."
Does he dress like
Because
Fletcher?
he kind of looks like Fletcher.
And your name is Andrew.
And my name
oh
is
my God.
Andrew.
And your
That
name
was-
is Andrew.
Which
JK
when I started watching it and I was like, shit, the kid's name is Andrew. I'm like, everyone's gonna make fun of me tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh wow, you picked this movie just
Oh, I
because they
wonder
say your
why
name
Andrew
a lot
likes
in
this
there. Oh, no
movie.
wonder he likes this movie.
You just wait. It's not your turn yet.
Rest easy in the fact that J.K. Simmons won an Oscar for Best Actor.
Fuck yeah. he
Oh,
did.
there's that.
Shit.
Yeah,
Very
for
much
sure.
deserving.
I would
Did
be
Miles,
disappointed
does
if he
Miles
didn't win.
Teller win anything, or did he get
Du-
nominated
du-
for
du-
anything? Or
Let
just-
me
he's the lead,
see.
though.
Yeah.
Well, I just mean just not supporting, but just
Oh wait, no, he
Was-
won.
was-
Wait, J.K. Simmons won Best Performance by an Actor in a Supporting Role, so he won
Oh
supporting.
yeah. So what did Miles Teller win?
Miles Teller wasn't nominated.
What?
Huh?
He wasn't even nominated?
No.
what
Wow.
the fuck?
All right.
Wow.
The Academy is rigged.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is.
Okay.
I mean-
and that year, who won the Best Actor?
In 2014, who was best?
Yeah.
actor?
Yeah. 20.
But you imagine like a young, like kind of nobody, like Miles Teller was only
That
in
was
like
his
Project
first
X
role.
before
Oh,
this.
Project, yeah. Damn.
And like that, obviously they're not gonna give anything to like this like young
no.
Best.
kid, even
because
no
that-
matter how well he
They
does.
need to give the awards to the olds on their way out.
Like J.K. Simmons makes sense. Like he's old. Like he's an established name.
he's a
sort of thing.
name.
Mhm.
Yeah, he deserves it.
Best Actor of 2014 goes to Matthew McConaughey for Dallas Buyers Club.
I thought it was gonna be
Wow.
Interstellar because I think Interstellar came
Ooh,
out.
no,
or is
Interstellar
that
is 2011,
2015?
I think.
20.
What?
No.
Hang
no,
on.
No. Pretty sure Interstellar is 2014.
Oh, you're right. Wow. Wait, what? Okay, hang on. Am I looking at the wrong thing here? March
But
2nd,
it's possible
2014.
Both those movies came out that year.
Man. I mean, I guess I haven't seen Dallas Buyers Club. But-
It was all right, but I don't know why that's the one that he wins
Yeah.
an award for.
It's because the movie itself was just like
An
like one of those
Oscar
bait
movie?
movies. Yeah.
I hate that. Fuck
I
the
hate it too.
Academy Awards.
But yeah, so
the Academy
there wasn't
Awards are
even
useless.
Miles Teller wasn't even nominated for actor in a leading role. We had Matthew McConaughey, Dallas Buyers Club, Christian Bale for American Hustle, Bruce Dern
Both
for
those
Nebraska,
movies.
Leo DiCaprio for Wolf of Wall Street, and oh god, Chiwetel Ejiofor, 12 Years a Slave. That's her name. I'm sorry.
Black guy.
It's a tricky name.
Wait, hang on. This is
uh,
not what I'm looking for here. Is it? Did it put me to
Maybe
2010 or
Interstellar.
what?
Do awards for movies that came out that year or like the previous?
This
year?
looks like it's saying like the 2010s. I'm like, that's not what I want.
What?
What specifically that year? Like,
'Cause-
what
oh
is-
wait, no, hang on. So I was looking at the
about
I was looking at the 2014 Oscars, but apparently the 2015 Oscars is what we want because that's where I'm seeing J.K.
Oh.
Simmons in the supporting role thing. Okay,
Oh,
so
okay.
the actors in a leading role still no Miles Teller, but we have Eddie Redmayne for The Theory of Everything,
Never seen it.
Steve Carell in Foxcatcher,
Not
I
a great.
I did
movie.
watch that. You watched that with me on the airplane.
Yeah.
It
It was
was,
fine.
it was alright. It was weird.
I don't remember liking it.
No,
I don't know.
it was something strange and
It
uncomfortable about
wasn't
it.
bad, but
we got Benedict Cumberbatch in The Imitation Game,
Never seen it.
Michael Keaton in Birdman,
Birdman is
Yeah.
interesting.
So I've
Very
heard.
Interesting movie.
and then finally Bradley Cooper in American Sniper.
Ah,
yeah, that makes
No.
Yeah.
so
I
who,
watched
who,
it.
who won that
Movie, but
year?
it's
Eddie
not-
Redmayne, Theory of Everything.
What? Fantastic Beasts.
yeah, fuck off.
Oh, another funny bit of trivia was that one of the people who was nominated for the same award as J.K. Simmons was Ethan Hawke for Boyhood, who Boyhood was a special kind of movie where they filmed the same actor at different stages of life, like actually,
over the course of like
and this was like a
10 years or
12-year
something
movie
like
to
that.
make.
12 years.
So Ethan
Whoa.
Hawke
Whoa.
played the same character on and off for like 12 years, and he lost to somebody who started a movie that took 19 days to shoot.
Oh, that's
Shit.
And it's Eddie Redmayne. Like he's not that special. And Theory of Everything was like some.
Oh no! I'm talking. This is supporting role. So
that's
J.K. Simmons is supporting
so
role.
J.K. Simmons.
Ethan Hawke.
Oh.
Ethan Hawke lost to J.K. Simmons.
Yeah, because Ethan Hawke was a supporting role in.
Yes,
Oh.
Yeah. but it was still like a 12-year production, and Whiplash was a 19-day production.
Oh, that's brutal.
Yeah,
On
No,
that,
I
I'm
mean-
curious about this movie Boyhood.
Yeah.
How many
it's always
how many
I've definitely
years
heard
it
of it before. I've never
take
seen it.
doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's true.
It's just
yeah.
good or bad.
I mean, I do agree. I had that conversation with someone recently about like the amount of time you spend on something is meaningless.
Yep.
Yeah.
Flappy Bird was made in like a weekend and made like hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah,
Like-
artwork is not defined by how long it took to make.
Yep.
No.
Or how much effort you put into it. You can spend your whole
That's
life
so
making
true.
something that's a piece of shit.
That's very true.
And that's why you need people in your life to tell you it's a piece of shit so you can pivot.
So you don't
This is
waste your
garbage.
fucking time.
That's why you can't clutch on to whatever you're making and just feel like it's not ready yet. Like
Oh, I know. You gotta
can't.
show it. And I think
You can't
that's
do
a
that.
hard thing to learn when you're young.
oh,
So
absolutely.
even to this day, I hate showing work in progress. I hate it. I'm like, no,
yeah.
can I show
yeah.
you?
No,
that?
no.
Like,
I'll show you the finished version, so then you can critique it. And then I know that it needs work instead of you pointing out things that I
Well,
might
it
already know
certainly
about.
it certainly
I
hurts a
hate
lot
that.
less when somebody tells me my work in progress is shit rather than this thing I spent years on is shit.
I-
So
yeah.
Yeah, I guess there's not a ton of things that I'm spending years on in the
Right.
art world, at least.
Yeah,
Right.
so Steve and I are thinking of stuff that's like an hour of work or. a
ah,
day of
gotcha.
work.
Yeah.
Animated feature film Big Hero 6 won. And it was up against
Nice.
The Box Trolls, How to Train Your
okay.
Dragon 2, Song of the Sea, and
Yeah.
The Tale of Princess Kaguya.
Okay, so easy win.
That was a slam dunk for
There's like no
for
fucking
for
brainer.
Disney.
Yeah. Ooh. Oh, wow. Birdman won the award for best cinematography, but
Yeah,
also
best
on the
cinematographer.
list, for best cinematography was The Grand Budapest Hotel.
Oh,
Yeah, well, okay.
That's some
Wow.
stiff
Italian-
competition.
I would Birdman won because it's not technically all one camera.
It's
shot,
filmed
but
like a
it's-
one shot, right?
It's filmed like it's one
Yeah.
shot.
Yeah.
They
And
have
I
some
think that
tricky
they do
stuff.
some really creative things with that, and also
It
that
probably deserved it. But
Sure.
that cinematographer, he also did Revenant. Like he's just
Ah.
a really he's
really,
really
good
good
at
setting up
long, like
beautiful
like,
shots.
yeah.
Gotcha.
So
Oh,
and Grand Budapest is pretty, but it's just Wes Anderson, so it's
Sure.
nothing special in my opinion.
yeah, like
uh,
kind of been there, done that sort of style.
Whiplash
Yeah,
won
not
for
that
best
it's
editing.
bad.
Dude,
Nice.
the editing in Whiplash is incredible.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's extremely musical the way that they edit.
The fucking cuts that like slowly zoom in towards Miles Teller during that final scene. I'm just like,
Oh, dude.
fucking get it,
Huh?
boy. Let's go.
All of it. It's always it because man, I love these shots that are all about focus, because that's like what the characters are thinking about at the time.
Yeah.
It's not even just that sort of the cliche shots of like, oh, if I show this up close, it makes it dramatic. No. Like the idea of focus is threaded into the theme of the movie and used to tell
Focus
the
closer
story.
and closer in on something
I
very
freaking love that. I love it.
Yep. Oh, this will break your heart. Best original score of 2014. Winner, The Grand Budapest Hotel. Also nominated was Interstellar.
Oh, no.
Are you kidding me? Okay, all right. Listen, I know Hans Zimmer sometimes is kind of hacky and doesn't say, but Interstellar is his best
perfect
work.
Perfect
Is his
fucking
best
score.
work. It's perfect score.
God.
Grand
Come
Budapest has just some like dingy dings.
It's quirky, and I still like it, but it
Yep.
is nowhere near the same level.
It
as
is not
Interstellar.
transcendent as far as scores go. Interstellar has made its way into all manner of culture. Grand Budapest has stayed in the Wes Anderson.
Yeah, I don't hear any
film
memes
countries.
coming out of Grand Budapest, Grand
Yeah.
Budapest Hotel music.
I mean,
so.
it's just simple as plain. I remember the Interstellar music, but I don't remember Grand Budapest Hotel's music.
I can just hear bell chimes and
Yeah.
You can rest
Then it's
easy.
fine.
You can rest easy in the fact that Interstellar did win for best visual effects.
Oh, I mean,
Up
it
against
has-
Captain America: The Winter Soldier, Dawn of the Planet of the Apes, Guardians of the Galaxy, and
Well-
X-Men: Days of Future Past.
well,
bunch of
that
Marvel
one, I'm surprised
properties.
that one even showed up.
I think they needed 5 movies.
That's what it was. Yeah, and nothing else was visually interesting. So like, we'll add X-Men.
So
Yeah.
so here's an interesting one, and we'll see if you can guess this one. Best Picture, 2014. I'll just read off the nominees, and
Read
you
off
tell me
the
what probably
nominees.
won it. We have, and I'll read them in a random order so you won't know. We have Boyhood, The Grand Budapest Hotel, American Sniper, Birdman, The Imitation Game, Selma, The Theory of Everything, and Whiplash.
Selma.
I don't know what Selma is, which makes me think Selma, but also American Sniper because it has America in the name.
Mm-hmm. What do you think, Jerry?
It's hard to say. Grand Budapest Hotel.
The winner of Best Picture 2014 was Birdman.
No
Oh.
way.
Oh.
Interesting.
Oh.
American Sniper. I've
Kind of an
never
art- it's
never
kind of an
seen
artsy
it.
Film.
I've never seen American Sniper, but it kind of just felt like, from an outsider's perspective, just like a military schlock movie, like just a
I-
fun popcorn flick, and that was it.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
it's based on a real
exactly it.
person,
I've
like,
seen it.
Sure.
I've
And that's
seen
why
it.
my
I thought
mom keeps
actually-
telling me to
I-
watch it.
I thought that's what would give it the edge. Is it's an American
Yeah.
hero story.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see it as like a popcorn flick. I haven't seen
Okay.
the movie,
Okay.
but to me, it doesn't seem like just like a popcorn flick from the outside. It seems more of like a real sort of
Mm,
It's more like a
this
like
is
a
how it is
realistic
you kill people sort of
sniper.
shit.
Gotcha.
I have seen it, and it definitely isn't like a casual movie watch.
Okay, cool.
That's not me necessarily recommending it as like a movie to watch. I can't remember. if
At
it was
every
really
at every
recommended or not.
opportunity, my mom tries to recommend it to me because she thinks it's a very important movie to watch because it was based on a real person's life, and God bless the American military.
Those real people exist. There's lots of movies like that.
Hmm.
I mean, the
You're
movie
gonna
I'm
be-
suggesting is based on a real person. For
October Sky, is that what you got in there?
That is true.
Yo.
It's very good.
I did notice
That
a
one will
certain
get you
someone
tearing up.
snuck in a Con Air.
I saw that.
Did he? Man,
I'm
out of
cool with it.
nowhere, this kid.
Dr. Dactyl.
Dr. Dactyl.
Give it the news.
Dr. Dactyl!
Pillow fight.
I still don't understand
this
why
is the one
American
week that I
Sniper was
can't
on
add
so
anything.
many.
Wow.
I can't add a movie this week.
You're gonna have
Yeah.
to start thinking of what you're gonna submit.
I did think of what
Oh,
I
we
did
could
think of
think
what
about
I'll add,
it.
though. I did think
That's
of what I'll
first.
add, though.
What were you saying though, Jerry?
Oh no, I was like thinking like I've actually watched the American Sniper. It was not like a super impressive movie to like to be nominated.
Mhm.
I'm actually wonder like how it can be nominated in like pretty much every section
You
in
underestimate
the
how much we
Oscar.
love our troops, boy.
I mean,
Yeah,
yeah.
It was a good movie. I mean, no
Mhm.
doubt. It was a pretty entertaining movie.
Yeah.
But it was not like a complete like compared to the other movies that is nominated like a Whiplash, Grand Budapest Hotel, Birdman.
Mhm.
It is not as nearly as
Well,
It's
you
not
have to
changing
think.
movies.
You have to think though that like of the movies that you just listed, I would say American Sniper probably appeals to the widest audience. You know?
all right, right. That makes sense. Yeah.
The
Like you
widest
feel
or
like
the
a good
whitest?
person for seeing it. It doesn't just feel like a waste of time. It feels like, oh, a real story about real people.
I
This
saw I
other-
saw something
this-
important.
This fiction stuff is a bunch. It's for the kids.
Yeah. It didn't really happen. I don't care about it.
You know, Bradley Cooper didn't serve in the military. You know that, right?
What?
It's important to me that you know that.
You know he's not
Al-
actually a
also,
raccoon,
also,
right?
my mom has sort of cultivated a bit of a lady boner for Bradley Cooper after she saw A Star Is Born.
Oh, I don't
So-
know what that is.
Okay.
Bradley Cooper and Lady Gaga. That's
Singing
Sounds
Christian
awful.
country music or something.
And every single time I try to say the title "A Star Is Born," I have to stop myself from saying "A Fault in Our Stars," because that's always what's on the tip of my tongue.
I will never get over knowing what that movie is about.
Speaking of like
Also nothing.
shitty, like depressing, like movies like Fault in Our Stars, we were talking about like our favorite movies at work, and
Uh-huh.
one of the guys is like, "Yeah, my favorite movie is A Walk to Remember." It's like,
What? That
What?
Mandy Moore movie?
Yeah, I'm like, how is that your favorite movie?
What?
I
Dude,
don't-
I still remember watching. It's such
Hang
a
on. Two North
stupid
Carolina
fucking
teens,
movie.
Landon Carter and Jamie Sullivan, are thrown together after Landon gets into trouble and is sentenced to perform community service.
Huh.
It is such
It's
a.
one of the it's one of the classic. One of them dies at the end. I'll let you guess which one.
You can, yeah, and it's really tragic and
Cancer movie.
and it's Mandy fucking Moore.
No, I was gonna let him guess, Andrew.
More movies
It's
like
like a-
this: Dear John, The Notebook, A Fault in Our Stars, Love Rosie, The
Yeah,
Last Song, P.S. I
Got it.
Love You. It reminds me. Do you know that? I forget. I think the movie's called like Remember Me or something.
Remember.
I knew you guys were gonna go off into that, but
No, you have to
it's
go.
I think it was like some sort of like romance movie with Robert Pattinson, and at the end of the movie, it's revealed that this takes like the end of the movie ends on September 11th, 2001, and he's going to work in the Twin Towers, and the last shot
No
is a
way.
plane coming towards the towers.
Oh! What?
Yeah.
Holy shit!
Let me see if I remember
I do
this
still remember
right.
watching like Flight 93 or United 93 or something like that back after 9/11. I remember that movie scaring the shit out of me.
I don't
'Cause
think
it
I've
was
seen
literally
any
just like
of
a
the.
minute by minute of what happened on the plane.
Yeah, I don't think
Oh.
I've watched any of those like 9/11 movies because they also had like the one with Nicolas Cage in it where he was like a firefighter and stuff.
Oh
like,
yeah.
Oh,
They
yeah.
made a bunch. They made a bunch.
Dude,
of
there was
movies
that was
I
a
didn't watch any of them.
trend. Well, because we went from a bunch of like remember 9/11 movies to a bunch of like terrorist movies, and then that sort of like propelled us into like Marvel movies and stuff after that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're
Because, like,
oh,
one of
Iron
the-
Man's fighting terrorists.
Right, yeah.
Yeah,
there was a nice
it's
little
like a
lead-in
transitional
in there.
period.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Yeah, a romantic drama centered around on two new lovers: Tyler, whose parents have split in the wake of his brother's suicide, and Allie, who lives each day to the fullest since witnessing her mother's murder. Okay, so it's not like
Why can't we?
it's not a
Why
rom
can't we have
com,
people suck after
Got
bad things
that.
happen to them?
but it is like some sort of like romantic drama story that ends with the main character
Whoa.
watching a plane careen towards him in the World Trade
Plot
Center.
twist.
What
Like-
a way! Wouldn't that movie end better with him just saying, like, seeing the news and it's like, today is September 11th, 2001. You see him walk out the door on the way. He's like, I'm heading downtown,
Yeah.
and then that's how it ends. Having an actual
Hey,
shot
I
of the
don't know,
plane coming
yeah.
towards the window.
I need to see this. Hang on. I actually haven't seen.
I don't know what the scene looks like, but in my head I'm picturing like some really shitty CG
Cartoonish
plane
Oh,
that looks like
man.
some like
This looks
Oh, tell me
promising.
we can-
movie.
This
Tell
looks
me we have
promising.
it. Oh boy.
Oh wow, is that Edward?
More of a Team Jacob guy.
Wow, I'm fighting words.
So I'm on the plane side in this one. What? Why is he just longingly?
Why does he know to look out the window?
Oh,
Rip.
dear
Oh no.
Lord!
Why would you do
Don't
this?
do it! Don't you fucking do it!
Why are you making this the plot twist of your movie?
Don't you dare do it!
No.
Look in the sky.
I wanna see
they have
how-
the crowd.
No.
Don't.
Oh.
Okay,
Wait.
they
Oh.
had some restraint. They had some.
Okay.
No, no, we're still going. Hang on.
What?
We're still going.
Okay.
Okay.
No fucking way. Or what are we about?
I
to
think
see?
that was meant to be like the oh shit moment, and then it's gonna like
Or the tower's just gonna be on fire or something.
I don't know.
or the smoke.
I doubt they're gonna actually show like any like.
Will they show
It would be
pain?
such an amateur move to show any of
What are
that.
you doing, like?
Yeah.
We'll be in
There's
second.
so much of this
knows
clip.
what
There's so much of this clip left.
There is.
Oh, it's got Pierce Brosnan.
But it's
shit.
very important that you do it
James Bond.
because
Not my James Bond.
nobody else will. Like when someone comes into your life and half of you says you're nowhere near ready, but the other half says make her yours forever.
He's an October Sky.
Oh, October Sky Guy.
Hey, it's October Sky Guy.
Well, father.
Caroline asked me what I would say if I knew you could hear me.
Dad?
I said I did
Dad?
know.
Nice haircut.
It's like you look like you're 48 years old.
Yeah. Why? Who did that to you?
God, I miss you.
This,
And I forgive you.
this,
All that like burned dust and then a perfectly intact shoe.
I
this,
feel like
this
it's not
seems like
cool
a.
to use something
What?
like that.
It,
as
it just seems like a fuck you, you know? It's like,
That's
I'm
so
gonna
cheap.
make you sad.
yeah, just a cheap
That's
like
cheap.
get
That's
sad
super
sort of
cheap.
thing. Like
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like that's manipulative and kind of abusive to the
I thought they were
situation.
yeah.
geniuses coming up with that though.
Oh
To
man,
geniuses.
it's like, dude, the moment they see those twin
Oh,
towers.
filmmaker is genius.
Can you? I'm genius? Oh, just kidding. It's
Oh,
terrible.
just kidding,
It's
yeah.
terrible.
It's terrible.
Especially,
bet they
especially
had-
if the
they had a-
movie wasn't about that up until like the last 5 minutes, you know?
They had
I
they had
doubt
a
it
finished
was.
love movie that ends in them like being apart or whatever, and they're like, I'm just not feeling it. I'm just not feeling it. Like, what if?
And then
What if
boom.
9/11 happens at the end of the movie? Yeah,
They
yeah.
can-
No, yeah. A guy just starts making a plane sound, and everyone's like,
Yeah.
"Oh, I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing."
I understand that noise.
Yeah. Great.
Yikes.
Well,
That's your reminder of just how much bad content is out there. How many things are made by people who think they're legends that are just
Mhm.
making garbage?
and those people can get jobs and funding.
Yep.
So just keep on doing your best.
I was surprised to see the Blumhouse logo on Whiplash.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
Like, oh shit, what? Probably it's just like it seemed like
They-
it was
they
like
gave
an
him some
indie
money.
sort of movie.
Mhm.
Like they just kind of gave him some money to.
Hello,
production,
Patch.
so.
Shots.
Hello, Patch Shots.
Shots.
What else do we have here? Oh yeah, here's a little bit of trivia. J.K. Simmons was up against Ethan Hawke at the Academy Awards for Best Actor in a Supporting Role. Hawke played his character on and off occasionally over the course of 12 years. Simmons played his for 19 days.
Get fucked.
Well, but it is true that that Boyhood movie isn't necessarily good just because of
Just
12
because you
years.
spent 12 years making it, like it's an interesting concept where you're like actually following these characters for that, like for a realistic amount of time. Doesn't mean the movie's gonna be good.
Yeah.
And, like your story might be shit and like all this other stuff. Like
Mhm.
So
I can
true.
spend,
Imagine spending
years doing
12
something.
years making a piece of shit.
yeah.
That's got to break you. But something tells me that Ethan Hawke was doing a lot of acting in between then, and something tells me that Boyhood.
He was a
not the
supporting
one-
character, so I'm sure like he wasn't like
He was just
on
showing
set
up.
and- Oh, there it is.
Everybody.
No pressure, but real pressure.
No pressure, 30 minutes from the end.
Rook trying to abuse the system here.
It doesn't work that way, Rook.
Doesn't work.
It doesn't work.
Vodka.
Wood. Hey.
Any rerolls or
I doubt she was gonna want to reroll that.
you never know.
The water of her people.
Ah.
You mean fire water?
That's racist.
Oh, that's racist. I'll have a whiskey.
I want to watch Parks and Rec so bad.
Well,
know.
I have an alternative for you, because I'll leave you with something fresh while I go get my drink.
Oh? Oh, like I'll think like, oh, that sounds complex, but I don't know what is actually like legendary play.
Yeah, what's like the
Just
most
don't know
amazing
enough
shit.
to know what is not just, oh, I can do something really fast or play like something really complicated. Like, is there something else to it that I'm just not aware of?
I mean, like even like legendary jazz musicians and stuff. Like when you hear like a trumpet player or something, or like, I mean, it sounds good.
Like,
But
is it different
I
than all
don't-
the other saxophone players?
Yeah, like they're
I,
just
I
doing
never
it
really
decently
know.
well. So I don't know.
Okay,
Maybe we're just
there's a
musically
good
ignorant.
example. Like a drum is kind of easy to enter, but it's like hard to master. So I on high school days, I was actually at the band. Like I was a drummer, and
Jerry was
one
a
of
drummer?
yeah, on high school days. Like
Okay.
so we like perform multiple times on the like a school festival or something. And
Wasn't-
one of the senior member of the our like a club or something like the team actually came to our room and like started teaching. And I was like a most fresh member. The other guys already was like playing.
Yeah.
And this drummer guy, this senior drummer guy, told me that you don't know how to like how can I say that? You don't know how to timing like your
Oh yeah.
tempo.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're
So
off
your
tempo.
tempo,
Not quite my
your
tempo.
tempo, your tempo is like a messed up. It's not like it's not working, something like that. And
Yeah.
I thought myself, oh, I'm doing a great job. And like it's like
Yeah.
I'm actually leading the team because that's what drummers do.
Yeah,
And
the
I
timing is up
didn't
to
know
you.
what's the difference. I do, that's like the normal people's perspective. You don't know
Yeah.
that.
I don't
You
know
don't
it.
have to know
Can't
that.
hear it.
Yeah. You don't
Yeah, I
have to
think you have
know
to
the
know, you have to
tempo
know it
to
well
enjoy
enough to
that.
hear it to distinguish what is
Yeah.
legend, what is amateur, mediocre.
So I forgot until I opened up my liquor cabinet that I still
Liquor?
have like half a bottle of some disgusting pineapple vodka that my mom left
Oh.
in there.
Oh
Oh,
boy.
So that's what this is.
Bottoms up.
Come by, Ninja.
Hey, pineapple will make your cum taste good. So.
That's
Oh, thank God.
true.
It's been too long.
Oh,
All right.
and I am hungry.
Boy, am I famished.
Carved.
He loves pineapples.
He loves pineapple.
I'm
I
glad
do.
you like it.
That's the upsetting thing is I do like pineapple.
So the other upsetting thing is if you just had actual pineapple juice and normal vodka, that would
It
be a
would
very
probably
delicious
taste
drink.
a million
It would
times
taste
better.
Really good.
Oh,
But when you make when I don't know what brand it is, like Smirnoff or
I think it's
whoever you
Smirnoff.
bought. Yeah, when they put a flavor in
Amsterdam. Oh God.
Oh, sorry.
something, when they flavor it themselves, I just how
They
did
they
make it
flavor
taste
it in
so
a
bad?
way that has to like still stay good in a bottle, like
Yeah.
preservative wise. Like
Preservative,
like-
just chemical flavor.
because I'm sure actually using juice will go bad a lot faster.
Oh yeah.
And this shit has got to sit on the shelves for months because nobody will buy it.
Years even.
because nobody wants it.
Oh, it's disgusting.
Ew.
Maybe don't make it then if no one wants it. I don't know.
Probably- you
Well,
probably get
it
a lot
wouldn't
of
exist if people didn't buy it. Because people
Yeah,
like my mom
Buy it
exist.
because
Or just don't buy it so they will stop making it.
Me not buying it is not going to stop my mom from buying it, Jerry.
That's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, but you guys cancel each other out.
That's true.
So
That's true.
it breaks even.
It links.
Hey-ya. Oh, the
I
director
am
got
looking
in.
forward to Barry though.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ah!
I was kind of. I wish I'd have like thought of it sooner that I could rewatch and catch up for season 4.
I'm
But I guess it hasn't been like terribly long.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna try
don't-
because it's like 8 episodes a season, half-hour long. It's not like you're catching up on Game of Thrones, you know.
It's
Yeah,
definitely a lot.
probably
It's
do it.
definitely
I mean,
possible.
you do only have a week to do it, so
It's a lot.
comes
but
out next
it's-
weekend.
It's technically possible. We've done a lot more in a lot less time.
It's a bit unfortunate timing because I've also been thinking for a couple weeks. I'm like, I think I'm due for a Barry rewatch. And it wasn't until I just randomly got recommended that season 4 trailer, which by the way was out for 5 days before I shared it with you guys. I'm like, how the fuck did I not see this?
Some trailers just go way past my like that. I just don't even know that
Well,
they
it's
exist.
because
and
like it's because nobody knows about it, so it doesn't get recommended on YouTube. So it's just
I
upsetting.
thought that the last season was the last season.
It could have very easily been.
Definitely
Mhm.
I don't know. I was under that impression even while I was watching. I'm like,
Oh,
wow,
really?
they're like, this is it. I don't know why. I don't know where
mean,
I got that from.
I kind of felt the same way. Yeah.
Because I mean, like, it's hard to imagine. I'm just like, okay, like, this seems final. Like,
I didn't like the title of the trailer or like the subtitle of it.
Hang on, let me
At
see.
that trailer.
Yeah, I won't show it on screen because it'll
Is
spoilers.
breakout role?
Yes.
Oh, really? Wait, what?
Yeah.
Is that just a straight spoiler or what?
So,
I mean,
I'm
to
not-
me that says he's breaking out of prison. That's all
Yeah,
that.
but
That's
you
what
don't-
that says to me. I'm like, well, why would
I'm
you
not
say
seeing
that?
that
Why would you say
anywhere.
that?
Actually, was that like in the
It
trailer?
was in the one thing that you
It
shared.
might have been in the description or something. I don't know.
Okay, because all I'm seeing now is just Barry season 4 official trailer. Barry season 4 final season.
Yeah, like if you go look in line at what you
Yeah, let me
shared,
take a look.
It's in the description of. It's not in the title. It's in the description of the video.
Oh.
Ready for his breakout role.
Well, also apologies, Roka, if you are in the chat or watching this VOD and you haven't gotten
Oh.
up to that point.
Oops. Well, that's your
He
problem,
wasn't
not mine.
here before.
Okay. Well, hopefully he finishes it if he ever decides to watch this VOD. We'll update later, please.
Listen, if someone is really committed to something, you can't discourage them from doing it.
Okay, let me see this here.
Yeah. If he can be discouraged and not want to watch.
Oh,
Barry,
boo!
he's
You're
still
right.
probably
It's in the
gonna like
description
Barry.
of the official HBO.
How dumb
Yeah,
is that? How
that's
dumb is
really
that?
It really is just a person who's like, that's a pun.
Hey, got him.
Yeah, but they're like.
But
like, isn't
I don't
that,
think
like,
I don't
Puns, play on words.
that almost reeks to me of just like, that's because jail.
could be.
I think
It's
it's
not
less about like, oh, this
necessarily-
is what's gonna happen, you know.
Not necessarily, but I'm not gonna lie. If it happens, I'm gonna be pissed at HBO.
Oh,
Yeah,
but it's
we'll
just
see.
Not Barry. I'm gonna
Mhm.
be pissed at the
Whoever
20
wrote
somethings that are in charge of uploading
Yeah.
things to YouTube.
yeah. I'm super excited for this season, man.
I'm
I
quite
totally agreed with you when you said it's like finally a show that I'm like genuinely excited
Yeah,
to come
I'm
out.
not gonna be like, well, we'll see how it goes, or hopefully
Yeah.
it like keeps
Hopefully
its
it's not
quality.
as
No,
bad
it-
as I expect it to be.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I'll try
why-
it
that's
out.
why I
I'll give it a
posted-
few seasons.
That's why I posted that image of Ahsoka, because I'm like, Ahsoka's a character I like,
Yeah.
and
What was
I-
that?
it's
Is
much
that was
like-
that like an in
it's a
progress
Star Wars
shot, or was that supposed to be like some
No,
weird visual
that's-
effects?
No, that's just like
No,
the planet. Yeah, that's just
man.
what it looks like.
Hang on, let me
It-
see
it-
this. This
it
is a
didn't
movie?
have- that seemed all right. No,
Okay.
it's a
Show.
series.
It's-
Okay,
it's
teaser
a
trailer
Disney
Disney Plus. Let me
series.
take a look at this.
That's
I
like-
have no attachment to this
Look,
character whatsoever.
man.
Let's see, but I am familiar with what she
Opening
is.
up with that shit.
Oh, come on. You know I'm not trying to highlight this, YouTube.
Like, that looks like a shot out of Rebels, doesn't it?
It does.
The
I
render
mean,
style.
all these characters are
Right,
from.
right,
Yeah,
right.
it look at
What's up?
you could.
Look at these columns.
Yeah,
Oh
bad.
no.
it's real bad.
That's worse than Star Wars Episode 1 CG.
Oh.
I don't know
That's
how that
shocking to
happened.
me.
I mean, I feel
It's
like
shocking.
Disney has been kind of on this trend lately with like their big name IPs, where like they're trying to fart them out so fast
The
that like,
production's way lower than it should be.
yeah,
Yeah.
like
Only a
this
few of them have seemed like they actually got real money.
when I see stuff like this, especially for like Disney properties these days, it it almost screams less, because I still think that this probably still costs a significant chunk of money to make.
Oh,
But
sure.
they probably made this maybe less on a shoestring budget, but more of like a shoestring timeline, right? Like they just had to shit it out as fast as they
That's
could.
possible. That's possible. I think these days
They've been talking about the series for like
Wow, that's an
Wow,
actual
that's bad.
shot. I thought for
I
sure
know.
that this was like a behind the scenes thing.
no,
no, that's
Oh
in
no!
the show.
this caught me
Holy
so off
shit.
guard.
Where's the shadow? Oh, those aren't
Yeah,
the
it's everything
shadows.
about this is rendered wrong. This looks
Look-
like this looks
Look
like
at the rock on the right hand side.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
the
just
way it
floating up
interacts,
there.
yeah.
it's just a floaty thing. Yeah, it's
And look at just how
Wow.
like hard, just the way that it's lit. This scene is just so amateurly lit.
They have barely
Yeah.
any like what do you call it? Like internal shadows. Like it's not casting shadows on itself. It doesn't.
like
It's
the
all flat.
It's
global illumination.
very
Like I'm
It's just
I'm
very
seeing
just,
like all of
one
these
directional
rocks
light.
that are in my human brain. I imagine them to be like very like distinctly
dimension to
shaped.
them.
There's dimension, and that casts shadows even like on a single stone. You'd see contortion and shadows
Look
and
at
stuff.
yeah. Well, look at the. I mean, this rock on the right is the worst one, but look at the resolution on the shader that they're using. Even the shaders
Maybe-
that they're using feel like low res pixelated texture.
Maybe this is just a Fortnite map that they accidentally leaked.
Even Fortnite map would be nicer.
Like it's
Oh,
just.
what was that?
It's got some goofy. It's just got some goofy. I mean, look, the lightsabers look really bad.
The way she falls down there
That's
so
awful.
slow,
That's
like,
awful.
her
This
like-
is a
Yeah,
rock.
it's like there's no impact.
Look at this.
Oh no.
I also think that. I mean, she'll be
Ah,
fine, well, but
Disney,
everyone
could
knows
you,
that.
could you please stop ruining my favorite character?
What was that?
You gotta stop it somewhere.
And the direction of these things is so bad.
Wait, hang on. I need stop YouTube for the love of God, please. Pause when I.
Okay, yeah. Look at.
Hang on,
the
hang on.
rocks
I
and
have
stuff
to.
there.
This is a new beginning.
Right.
Oh.
Well, there's a chance for a plushie
Some-
toy.
War. For others, power.
Not. Not.
Oh man.
it don't look great.
I mean, look at dude. Okay, go back to that shot where they're kind of like standing out there on this bridge.
Yep.
Because this is a great example of what all movies, or sorry, all series are now, right now. All sci-fi or fantasy series do this exact thing, and you can
It
look
looks
up.
like Meet the Robinsons.
Holy shit, dude! Go look at any shot of any other Disney Star Wars property, or even the Amazon shows these days. You will always find shots like this, where it is so obviously shot in a half circle Unreal Engine screen room. And it's so apparent. And you'll also notice between shots that the lighting changes each time because of that. They're always changing the lighting in between. It's lazy screen work on the back, which is why it's so empty and flat, and why everything in the stage area has to be flat and unbroken. It makes them look like they're floating in a screensaver, and a bad screensaver.
You know where my eyes refuse to leave right now is this little like specular highlight here that almost it makes this whole thing look like a fucking like a PS2 render. Like
Dude, there's no detail in it. It's so strange how little detail there is.
it makes me feel like I'm looking at like cabinets on a website that were 3D modeled and designed.
Listen, Diesel, I know y'all are crazy about the Rebel story, like
Yeah, like Thrawn's cool
get
and
it.
stuff like.
I'm
But
into-
Don't you
I
wish
like
it looked
that.
better though? Like
the
wish
presentation matters. I don't just want things. I don't want names to be said or people to show up that I care about. They need to show up in the actual respect of the story.
I started hearing whispers. about Thrawn's return
Oh, everyone's excited about Thrawn. I get it, okay?
as heir to the Empire.
But when every shot looks like an Unreal Engine stage, and
Am I weird, or does that lightsaber not look good?
It doesn't look good.
I mean, it looks pretty.
Yeah,
cheap.
you're light. Your eyes
I
are
think
light.
I can see the edge of the mask on it.
But
If you look, I can see a pretty defined edge there.
oh.
We have to prepare for the worst.
Like you can actually if you go back to that Ahsoka shot, you can tell when they turn a light on her in the stage.
Oh no.
When her lightsaber comes
Wait,
on, you can
yep.
see them like.
Oh,
turn
it's
the
like
light.
Yeah, it's just a little like key
See
light
how
that
they
they have
turn the
hovering
light
above her.
on her.
oh.
I mean, it's like there's just again James Cameron, right? Stop showing it. There's ways.
Is this James
to
Cameron?
direct- No, it's
Okay.
just they're doing it. They're James Cameroning it, where they just think
Yeah.
they can show everything.
Well, I mean,
and then
that's the really big thing is like if you're working on a limited budget or timeline, I don't know a lot about 3D modeling and 3D rendering, but one thing I do know is that if you have shitty CG, you cover that shit in darkness.
look at this. Look at
This
this building
stuff
on the
is
right. Look at
bright.
that building on the right. This is really amateur stuff. Like the ships
Yeah.
look maybe okay, like but that building.
Look at the
it's
person
really
composited
bad.
in the shot.
I want you, Jared, go look
They,
up.
they don't look like
look
they
up-
exist.
Go look up Star Wars Rebels so you can see that style of 3D. It looks a lot like that.
Whoopsies.
Maybe that's what they're going
Hang on.
for.
It's
Maybe they're like, hey, let's make it look exactly like the cartoon.
but I would like to see that style everywhere and not just in the environment.
Yeah, it seems very clashing to see because I know my only knowledge of Ahsoka is that she only appeared in like an animated series, right? Is that right?
Yep. But that impact a lot of story. in the Star
But she
Wars
never had
universe.
like a live action
She's
counterpart,
got
right? She was
no,
always
no, no.
animated.
She never did, but yeah, she just got a lot of impact on storyline.
Yeah, no, I'm not knocking her like importance of it. I'm more saying it's like visually, people have only ever
Oh,
seen
yeah.
her animated,
Yes.
Right.
and that seems like that's easier to have them fit. Like, okay, hang on.
Yeah, so these are like rebel. It's definitely rebel homage shots or literal shots from
Oh
Rebels.
yeah, because all these characters in the Ahsoka
Mhm.
show are from
But
Rebels.
that doesn't sort of excuse the laziness of the environment design.
This at least
here-
like
also it
Say-
wasn't a style choice here. It was a hey, we need to shit these things out fast.
yeah.
So,
And say what you will about like fidelity or whatever, but at the very least, all of this looks cohesive. Like it all belongs here.
Yeah, it's one style.
Yep.
together.
And that's when I look at this and this character right
That's
here,
straight out of
right
The
here.
building.
out of Rebels and just chucked it in.
Yeah.
What is this?
It just doesn't look good.
And also, I hate when you can tell that people are on a stage.
Mhm.
That's the one thing you're supposed to be good at, and it's by using the environment to your
been a
advantage.
while.
But you're being lazy with it.
Things have changed.
They did it really bad in Book of Boba
started
Fett and
hearing
the
whispers.
episode 2 that I saw.
I mean, I think the first time I heard of like that sort of like ovular stage or whatever was in The Mandalorian, and I feel like
Yeah,
people
they
are
were-
praising
they
it at that point,
popularized it.
right?
Well,
Did it
'cause
look
they
good
were-
in
they were-
Mandalorian?
They were using it to like first season Mandalorian. They used it to stretch their ability to create worlds and stuff.
Mhm.
But after people realized that it works, they got lazy with it immediately and just started let's just shoot everything on this stage.
Yeah.
And they weren't creative with it at all. They stopped using the tool to grow and they just used it to get stagnant.
And like, dude, this looks like ass on my computer monitor. Imagine it blown up on a TV.
Yeah,
About
something that I'm
Thrawn's
paying
return.
for.
I don't pay money for this.
As heir to the Empire.
Why does it the forest scene there just it looks like a CW
About Thrawn's
show
return.
shot. Where's the depth?
As heir to the Empire.
Oh
It's
my god,
so-
that I didn't realize that was meant to be a forest. I thought she was on a ship.
Yeah,
I thought she was on the mural.
I was
There
I was,
was-
I was
there-
confused.
There was
I
a
was
wall
confused
and
for a second.
mural.
the harsh line of fog in the background. It's like
It doesn't
you
even
can
look
see
like a
where it is.
forest. I'm actually surprised that you realize it's a forest.
I thought
thought
for
it was
sure
some
she
kind of
was.
mural.
I thought she was. I thought she was on the same ship as this bitch in the last shot. Like I thought for sure.
Pretty sure.
Whoopsie. No.
The
Ah.
environment stuff and the
God, I
lighting
hit the
and the
wrong
directing
keys.
is really bad. And I
It's
guarantee this
I
is
think it's
another-
mostly the lighting that's making things look
As heir to the
unfinished.
Empire.
I think you're right. That's their biggest weakness right now is the lighting.
Yeah.
Look at that. All of these scenes, look at the lighting. This looks like stuff before it's color graded.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't doubt that
This
all of
doesn't
these
look
like
finished.
these objects are high fidelity and stuff like that. It's just like bad lighting can
They're
make
really
things look like shit. It is
Yeah.
like the easiest way to make something look
We have
cheap.
to prepare for the worst.
All the environment looks like a giant one picture painting.
Wow, dude, go
There's
back.
no depth.
Those rocks again. Rocks are supposed to always be just inherently detailed because they're rocks, right? Look at this. Look at these. Like an
These
asset pack was
smooth.
dragged in. Like a really cheap asset pack, and look at how it sits on top of the ground over there with the hard edges of the foliage. Are you serious?
Man.
And then again,
Yeah,
look at
if-
the really shitty framing of this.
If that's
This
supposed
is
to be an orange lightsaber, they did not do that correctly.
yeah, sorry, that ain't orange. Like
It
red,
just-
red. They need to understand that red burns orange. So if they just have just orange, they're not going to capture it. It needs to have some like yellow in it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But again, the framing, like this is the least interesting framing for a fight.
Also,
This
I
is
just
so boring.
I don't like this little leg move she does either.
Yeah,
like,
it seems
Is she
unnecessary.
floating off of the wall?
I
She
think
does-
she's
she does
mounting
it-
herself up to the wall and then it cuts.
No, that doesn't.
But
make
it
sense.
looks like she's pulling a dance move here. Wah!
Yeah, that's
she's
weird.
using it as like a brace, but the way like she stretches out, like that ain't gonna do shit for you in a
No.
fight. What are you doing? You're
If
off
anything,
balance
that
now,
just
you
takes your
fucking
balance off. Yeah.
idiot. Yeah.
It looks like forced choreography instead of actually like.
Mhm.
Like have her react like being pushed back and then she pushes back off the rock or
That-
something.
see,
Not
that-
like
that would
she's
be
already on the rock before he's even touching her, basically. Like stop this shit.
So awkward. And again, look at how poorly framed. This is an ugly shot. No
It's not-
photographer would
not
ever share. This is bad
It is
photography.
not good.
This is bad. Look at the like the focal.
You know what? You
that
know what?
lighting
I wouldn't be surprised if Bryce Dallas Howard is the one who
I
directed all of
swear,
this.
they gave Bryce Dallas Howard this show.
I also don't know much about cinematography. But
But you
one
know what
thing that
looks
I do know is the rule of thirds. And Ahsoka is like right in the middle of the line of like the right third there,
also a
between like
clear
the
weight. Look at
center
all
and
of
right.
the weight. So, like one thing to always consider is just the balance of weight.
Mhm.
Look at all of the weight on the right. You have this like large foreground object taking up a lot of weight on the right, and Ahsoka's leaning on it, and all of the light and everything is pointed in that direction with this large rock right in between them. And then you have these two smaller rocks leaning off to the side. All of the weight is shifted over on the right. There's no balance. I feel like the screen's falling over.
Mm.
And at this distance, it's again just showing the really poor lighting. It just looks flat with no focal point.
Yeah, Diesel, I have heard that Disney has absolutely just been spitting in the face of any like non-visual lore. So anything in the books is like they'll decide whether or not they like it. Which is a big fuck you to like hardcore fans, I feel like.
Dude, great pause. Great pause. Look at that Unreal Engine like
The
volumetric,
volumetric
like,
like smoke.
volumetric smoke. Like I
Like-
could
like
buy
the-
that pack on Epic.
Yeah, the fucking like I
you
did a
kidding me?
tutorial sort of shit.
This is
God.
straight out of the package.
It looks like
You
the new smoke that they were like so proud of in Counter-Strike 2 that they're showing. Like, yeah, it's a video game, not a fucking
The Jedi fell a
multi-million-dollar
long time
production.
ago. There aren't many.
Oh. I don't like that.
I hate. Look at how cheap that. They're not doing anything special with that hologram. They're literally just turning the opacity down on the person and then shining a light. They're not doing anything graphically. No
Easy left.
shader effects for the hologram.
Warrior outcast threat. Jedi?
Pretty lame. Jedi question mark? Well, no, because she left the order.
Dead outcast.
Yeah. Oh.
This looked weird to me. It looked like she didn't even make contact with it.
Oh, it's definitely weird because again, they're doing it all on a stage and it's so obvious.
Like it looks
She's
like
not even the stuff she's stepping on isn't real.
Oh, she was expelled from the Jedi Order.
It's a shame.
so.
It's another just like potentially like fun to watch like lightsaber fight character because it's just a person with dual lightsabers and they're pretty talented. So just cool orchestrated, choreographed lightsaber fights, and then they're gonna put it in this super ugly direction.
So
Who's the director? Who's the director for this?
I don't know, let's
I
see.
guarantee it's someone new that's never done anything before, or they did one thing.
Let's have everything be just like lit.
Okay.
And when I say
Oh.
lit, I mean equally lit all over the place with no
No depth
shadows or
whatsoever.
depth
No-
or dark spots. Nothing.
Yeah, and if there is texture on stuff, don't light it in a way where you get to see that texture. Let's light it
No,
dead
just
on. So
light
looks
it direct. Yeah, directly point the light at the thing so you can't see shit.
So
And then everything else is like textbook lighting, where it's you just sort of backlight that, and then
Yeah.
where's the director?
Dave Filoni.
No
Dave
freaking
Filoni.
way.
No,
Dave.
I mean,
don't believe
okay.
it. I don't believe it.
So
Oh, he
he's
did
really
Rebels
good
and
at
Clone Wars.
directing.
Ah, okay.
He's really good at directing
Oh.
animated series.
Animated series.
Huh. So he's like the guy that you would theoretically get for this show.
He's the Star
Yeah.
Wars nerd, man. If he's actually one that people trust to tell Star
Uh-huh.
Wars stories.
So you guys know the
Produced
new.
by Jon Favreau.
Yeah, of course.
Mhm.
You guys heard the news that like they Disney hired a lot of like a not super famous director, and they command them to do whatever they want. And one of the guy actually exposed the news that when we were directing these we are directing movies under the Disney's command, we were forced to do whatever they want without our
machine-
intention.
I
with
mean,
being
I
that
do know
we want to
that
express something like that.
I'm pretty sure that's the reason why Edgar Wright had to step away from Ant-Man because he wasn't going towards Disney's vision for it. So they had to
They're
get a
just
new
trying
guy
to
in there.
control everything instead
Mm.
of letting the art do what it needs.
Yeah.
And the wrong people are the ones in control.
Boo. Oh well. Well, we'll see. Ahsoka's one that I kind of was hoping would be good, but we'll see.
Yeah.
And
I'll
that
still
was
give it a
one of
shot.
my favorite character.
It's
Yeah.
They are
possible.
ruining it again.
Possible that this is like the beta version of the visuals.
Maybe.
and
Maybe.
When has that ever been the case, though?
Never.
It's not.
I can
I'm
dream.
pretty sure they saved a lot of dollars for that.
Maybe
Well,
they're only showing the worst looking scenes and everything else looks really good.
typical trailer.
Yeah.
All right. Well, then we can at least wrap up our thoughts on something
Yes.
genuinely good.
Yes. Score
Actually
time.
good.
Yep.
Something that was well made.
Mhm. So for me, this movie fucking knocked it out of the park in pretty much every aspect. I really, really enjoy it when a film has genuinely interesting characters with motives that I can understand, even if I can't personally relate to them, or if I would do something differently, I can understand why the character is making these decisions, and it is extremely entertaining watching them play off of each other in this sort of script. There was a lot of things that I very personally connected with, or it just like lit my brain on fire in terms of a lot of ideas or thoughts that I've personally had, which is always great to discuss and sort of reflect on. I love it when a movie helps make me do that. It sounded great. It looked great. J.K. Simmons fucking killed it. Miles Teller broke my brain. This movie basically nailed every single emotion that it wanted to impart on the scenes that it had. So it was all just very excellent in that regard. And I feel like I could watch this movie again and get new thoughts and opinions about certain characters, certain motivations, and just based on how much effort everyone put into even their performances when they weren't saying anything. I think there's a lot to glean from that, and there was always so much happening during some very critical scenes where like you can still find some stuff that you might have missed on the first time. So all of this wraps up into. So this is a similar situation, I think, with Interstellar, where like I can't really point to too many things where I would say it's like I didn't like this part, or I wish this part were a little bit better. Pretty much everything in this movie I feel like kind of nailed it. But I'm always hesitant to give 10 out of 10s until I see it again and confirm my suspicions. But this is a very solid 9 out of 10 for me, with a high possibility of being a 10 out of 10 the more it incubates in my mind. So a solid 9 from me. I really enjoyed this movie. Jerry.
All right. So I was so stressed out while watching this movie. So I'm not sure if I can watch it in a year, maybe after time pass. But in the best way possible. In the best way possible I can describe it. I was so stressed out because I was into the movie so deep, too deep, if you may. So it was that I was so into the movie, and then I couldn't even usually when I watch the movie I like lean back and watch the movie as it is. And this movie, I couldn't even lean back. I was like so stressed out, and like I was like shaking my hands, like, oh, what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? Please don't do this, and something like that. And they never betrayed in the whole movie. Throughout the movie, they never betrayed my expectation. It's like, you're not gonna do this, right? You're not gonna do this. Oh, thanks God, something like that. And as I told you already before, like. While watching this movie, I was like a whole movie, never a single moment I was not in a comfort zone. I was like walking on a thin ice. If the characters like stepped a wrong foot, like the thinnest section, they gonna just fall down to the deep ocean, and it was like I couldn't be distracted. I have to watch this movie like a whole time. I have my eyes on, and I was surprised every little bit of subtle detail they didn't miss anything. Like while they playing the drum, somehow I don't know about the music, but somehow I could see that when they mess up or when they are good at it. I don't know how they did that, but I could see that. I could hear how they do it, what they are doing. It was so surprising moment that like I'm not an expert, but how can I see it? How did they do this? How? What are you, genius? What are you, like a movie god or something? And the like a relationship between the characters, like even the characters that just passed, like one time showed up, they had their meaning. Like in the not the major club. What was this the team that the main character Andrew was in, but he wanted to step off.
Yeah.
The old team. The other character was like a kind of like a. They didn't express it like a very aggressively, but they didn't like the Andrew. It shows in the movie with their sizing. How can I say that? With their eyes and their attitude, because Andrew was so into into this industry, and he wanted to be a good, and he practiced more than them. So they kind of despise him somehow.
Yeah.
And I could see that they didn't in the movie. They didn't express it so progressively. I hate you. I don't like you. No, not that. But very subtle, but surely. Like throughout the whole movie, it shows like their mental situation and something like that. It's just so good, so good. There wasn't a part that wasn't unnecessary. Wasn't wasn't unnecessary. Yes, wasn't necessary. No, but whatever. You know what I mean.
I know. Yeah, we know.
I will say that it was refreshing to finally watch a movie that was under 2 hours.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And surprisingly, when I watched the movie, this is so good. Like I wanted to watch the more. I don't want it to finish it. But this movie is a total different. This is so great movie, but I want it to be finished. Ah,
Just like,
please
be
done
over.
with it. I
Please be over.
I can't take this anymore. Something like that.
Yeah.
And in the finale, the music was so great. I still don't understand why you like pronounce it whiplash, because it's whiplash. Well, honestly, it's whiplash. Why do you pronounce it whiplash? But this is just my opinion.
We
and-
speak English, so
Yeah.
Yeah. So we win.
It's a whiplash, right? Not whiplash.
No, it's Whiplash. Whiplash.
Whiplash.
Whiplash,
Oh,
yeah.
it's connected, like something.
Yeah, it's one word.
By
Yeah,
the way,
it's one word.
yeah.
yeah, one word.
So whiplash, whiplash, whatever.
Yeah,
And
whatever.
caravan and music was so connected, and everything is so good. Like starting with a whiplash, like a brand starting, and the caravan that is like the main character is struggle with and finally overcome,
Mm-hmm.
but not in a glorious way. Like the showing he's overcome the situation. He's a hero, not in that way.
No.
He's
Yeah.
become the Whiplash.
Whiplashing.
Beginning to whip.
I'm beginning to whip.
Yeah, so the Gerard mentioned that like in the last scene, like a father show him how he's like he finally done it. But like I agree with the part of the Gerard like idea is like you say like you guys said like a father understand him, finally understand. But I actually saw like a complex emotion, like he understand what his son is doing, but at the same time he's worried that he's gonna be another pressure or another destroyed musician that he don't want his son to be, because he want his son just to be a normal happy people, not the destroyed musician, successful musician.
Yeah.
That's what all like parents want, something like that. That kind of like emotion. Everything is in it. Everything's just in the movie. I can surely say they show everything they want or show to the audience in the movie. So no doubt 10 out of 10. This is like a second
No
10 out of
doubt.
10 movie, but in the opposite way possible to the soul. It kind of has
It
a
hurts.
similar theme,
Mm-hmm.
but opposite way possible 10 out of 10, not the same 10 out of 10.
Negative 10 out of 10.
No,
Hate
not
it,
that,
hate
not
it.
that, not that.
Terrible.
Yeah.
I'm not even gonna rate it because it's so bad.
So yeah, I'm
Not gonna
glad I
dignify
watched
this
this
movie with a
movie.
rate.
I'm grateful.
Mhm. It only took us 2 years.
Yeah,
My goodness.
yeah.
Good lord. You were no, actually, I think it only took 1 year because we are
It
about
was
to
a year.
reach. We started this summer of 2022.
Oh
yeah,
shit.
I think it's
Oh
like a
wow.
year.
It almost,
A
it
year
almost,
of
it almost, we
movies.
almost
A year
hit
of
Andrew's
movies.
1 year anniversary.
Oh man, we're gonna have to do some sort of like.
We
this
should do a
year
good.
in
We should do a
movies
good
sort of-
anniversary.
Mhm.
movie
Yeah, we could
thing.
do an anniversary movie and it's a Whiplash.
We'll have to see.
Maybe
Maybe
we'll
we'll,
finally get Fifth Element someday.
or maybe we'll
whip
out the
We're not
Breenus.
putting it on there for nothing.
Alrighty, Steven, you're up.
All right. Obviously, this is a phenomenal movie. I think we're all in
Yeah.
agreement on that. I think the kind of the thing that resonated with me the most, obviously, like the theme is really good. I like how they tie it back to like the bird or whatever. I forget the
Yeah.
I
guy's
forget
name.
his name.
But-
But
Yeah,
yeah, the
But
bird.
the one who got the symbol thrown at him, like
Yep.
that,
Charlie
like
Parker or something like
yeah,
that.
seeing the parallels of that and like how Fletcher took that sort of like idea and used it as his like defining, like this is how I'm going to breed talent. Like,
Yeah.
I thought that was really cool, and they were very consistent with it throughout the entire movie. Both characters were pretty much like obviously like Andrew, he gets more and more like obviously obsessed throughout the entire as the movie goes on, like way bolder, way more like possessive of like no, this is like I'm going to be the best, like I am the drummer on this like thing, instead of before where he's like kind of cool when he has to switch back and forth. He gets like legitimately pissed off and he obviously like he attacks Fletcher because he gets pushed out.
Which, fun
and
fact,
like,
apparently J.K. Simmons broke 2 ribs in that shot.
whoops.
Oh wow!
Dude, I mean, and
Shit!
that's another
Credit.
thing that this movie just does so fucking well is the realism of everything.
Mhm.
Like holy shit, the acting in this movie is gorgeous. Like
Really
everyone does
good.
such a great job, but like specifically the very painful moments when Miles Teller is playing the drums.
Yeah.
Like you feel the pain that he's feeling as he's doing it. Like every like little wince and stuff, like
Yeah.
he's sweating buckets. You know that he's in like a fuckload of pain, or like his character is at least as well.
Both physically and mentally, too.
Yeah,
Mhm.
like seeing him kind of like powering through that because of how obsessed he is with becoming one of the greats.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's super like I don't want to say like inspiring because like I like that's like a scary that's like the most extreme like sort of version of someone who's trying to become great.
But it sort of
But
like
is,
lights a fire in you, right?
yeah, you're like holy shit, like I have like that like if I could be even just like a little bit like that, like
Yeah.
like
I used to
Some
have-
of that dust.
just a little bit of it, which like to the point where you're saying like oh yeah, people who are like that do attract other people around them.
Yeah,
So,
Mhm.
of course.
because even though like Fletcher's an asshole, like he is a pretty like he's got talent, so everyone knows
respect,
him,
too.
and people flock to him because they respect him as like a teacher and as a musician as well, because he still plays piano and stuff
Mhm.
in his own band. Yeah, just the whole movie throughout, like I was super impressed with just how grounded everything was, and how like they every time they wanted me to feel something, I felt like I was feeling it. They made me feel uncomfortable at times, but they did it in such like a perfect way that I really appreciate it. Like yeah, I'm uncomfortable, but I'm also like into it.
Yeah.
I was like glued to this movie like, pretty much the entire time. It was super good.
Absolutely.
And then obviously the music, like
Gorgeous.
we can't say enough about the music. The fucking ending scene is probably one of the greatest scenes in
If you
movie history.
if you
Yeah.
didn't air drum during the ending scene, you have no soul.
Yeah, like dude, I was like
shit
I was
is
like
so
cheering
good.
like I was in the
Yeah.
audience when I was watching that. You know, I was
Yeah.
like,
I
like,
had to stand
felt
up at
it.
the
I was
end.
like, yeah, I was like, fuck. I felt you feel the energy.
My
of the movie
muscles were
'cause
all tense in my face.
Oh yeah!
Yeah,
Oh
the
yeah!
way-
Yeah!
the way they do in like all the camera cuts and angles and stuff, like
Oh,
you
the
feel like
cinema
you're-
photography.
you feel like
Oh,
you're in it. Like
perfection.
you're not just sitting in the audience. You're part of the music, and I think
Yeah.
that's like, super cool.
It's so good.
Yeah, like overall, this movie's like near perfect. I would
Mm-hmm.
say like it's super good.
Mhm.
So I think I'd probably be like a 9.5.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Hey,
like a
I'm
really
kind of in the same boat as Jared, where
Yeah.
like this is my first time seeing it, and I really like it. But yeah, obviously I'd want it to kind of simmer a little bit
Yeah.
more before I push it
This-
up to a 10. But I
This
think
has a high likelihood of
yeah, like, it could
marinating
easily
into a
become
10.
a 10
But we'll see.
because it there's really nothing that it does wrong. Like it does everything that you want it to do right. It does right, and I think that's super cool.
For sure. And now the Bella de Ball.
The Belle of I can't believe I get to rate
Oh my God!
my movie.
After
made.
here,
with your name in it.
If anything, I'm just
your name
relieved-
in it, yes.
If anything, I'm just relieved that the movie I suggested everyone liked. I mean, I didn't really doubt that.
Yeah.
But I definitely knew Jared would be into it, and I guess since when I was watching it, I'm like, wow, this is really just like watching Soul. Jerry's gonna like this too. And Steven and I usually are on the same wavelength, so I'm like, okay. I wasn't sure if you had seen it or not, Steven.
I had not. No.
Mm.
But I just think that we're all very similar in a lot of like the way that we think creatively. So I figured you guys will appreciate an inspiring movie.
Yeah.
So like my overall sort of thesis on this movie is just purity. This movie is a great example of purity. Like because its story is so simple, because the characters, the complexity comes from the insides, not from all the things that they do, and it's you get to experience all of those parts because there's no obstacles in between you and the thing that's trying to perform. And that's why the music and everything is so great too. It's just pure. And because of that, this movie finds itself not just being original, it's actually just really iconic. So even though there are other movies about dreams and becoming good at something, like that stuff, sure, all that exists. But this movie does something more iconic, where it actually starts to challenge the idea of student and teacher, and what it means to be great is not about just the challenges that you have to overcome. It's also about the things that you have to give up to be great, and what that looks like. And then you get to see it from the perspective of a student and from a teacher. And I just think that that relationship, because it's so pure, because it's so simple, makes this movie iconic, and it would stand out against any other movie that would claim to be about the same thing. So I give it a 9 out of 10 for originality. Creativity, this is the lowest score that I give it, and it's not because it's not creative. It's just because I agree with all of you that there's nothing that this movie did wrong, but I do think that, if I'm being honest, that there are things that this movie could possibly do that I think would maybe even make it even better than it is. And that's just where I think they didn't really do much. And this is a credit to its imagery, credit to its purity, is that they don't use a lot of nuanced imagery, or they attempt to do any sort of like deep symbolism or anything like that, which is like, spoiler, other movies that I might recommend that's like the whole thing. But those movies also have some weaknesses where they don't have that purity, right, where they rely too much on symbolism and metaphor, and the thing is basically poetry. But I think that there could have been a few more like little threads and tangents and webs that sort of glued things together on a more sort of like a level like that you watch again and you start to understand those pieces together. But this movie, its strength is not that, and so that's why I say it's nothing wrong, it's just something that it could do to be even better. So I give it a 7 out of 10 for that, because I do think that the creativity with the character development, like the way that they design the personas of Fletcher, is super creative. The imagery, the blood, sweat, tears, the movie, the way that it's shot, the way that it's edited, the use of focus, all of this stuff is super creative, and it's also the service of the movie, but not never to betray the purity. The theme is obviously a 10 out of 10. I don't even have to explain that. You can go into all of the details of the theme, but you guys are well familiar with it. It's just a really beautiful example of theme from beginning to end. Literally the whole movie is a song. It just wraps up so perfectly. There's really not much more to say. I will point out, because we didn't talk about the name of the movie, the movie being called Whiplash is even significant. This idea of a sudden force and the injury of impact, and the impact that like music has on Andrew, that Andrew has on the people around him. Like, he sort of crashes into Nicole, Fletcher crashes into him into Fletcher, and sort of
that
the
truck
injury
into
and
his
fallout
car
that comes from all of that.
Big
I mean,
crash.
and a literal car crash. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. So I appreciate how, like, even though I kind of like dock it points in creativity for not going into these like sort of deeper areas of poetry for the movie, I really give a lot of credit for being so pure, because there's nothing between me and feeling everything that the movie has to offer. So obviously 10 out of 10 in story as well. Again, that's also just because of the purity, the simplicity, getting to feel all of it. Man, just it's so satisfying from beginning to end. Presentation, I give 9 out of 10, and that's only because there are no like musical themes that like stick out iconically to me the way that maybe another movie would. Interstellar, like that movie where it's just so iconic, the movie scores and stuff. But this not to say the music is bad in this. There's just the music is less iconic and more just fitting of the presentation.
It does a great job setting the tone and ambiance.
Yeah, I mean, and it is jazz, right? Jazz is not necessarily about theme. It's literally just, I mean, jazz can have theme, but it is about being more spontaneous with the scene and pure emotion. So
In the words of Ray Skywalker, it's a feeling.
Ray, I have to tell you something.
Never mind.
It's not important. And obviously the shots, beautiful cinematography, gorgeous. I can never get over it. It's just so simple and straight to the point. Man, the use of like focus and these like on the note shots where you just like beat in, beat out, see something, take it away, focus, moving across. There's always such intentional movement. The lighting to sort of highlight what someone's thinking about or looking at. Whenever J. Jonah Jameson's hand is up, all the light is on his hand because everyone's waiting for that hand to move. I just love all that stuff. It's so intentional and well designed and just gorgeous. The yellow warm lighting, the cool lighting, beautiful. Because in other movies, I've talked about this before, how movies feel slow because the scenes all look the same and feel the same. This movie does not do that. You always feel a change in scene, change in tone, even if we come back to the same room later. Entertainment, 10 out of 10. I never feel like I'm not getting something out of this movie.
Yep.
It's the right amount of time. It's the right amount of scenes. The right amount of things happen. Everything that's there is important. Everything does something that either makes me cringe, laugh, get tense, or literally like stand up and cheer or tense every muscle in excitement or in like or even get like teary when like the dad comes out and meets up with this. I mean, that stuff is just, it's great. There's no missed opportunity to make me feel something. It's beautiful. Yeah. So this movie is a 9.2 out of 10. It's a near perfect movie for me, and I'm really glad that none of that's changed for me. It's still as significant for me today and as inspiring for me today as it was, you know, back in 2014 when I first saw it. And I think that anyone that thinks that they might be passionate about something should watch a movie like this just to get inspired. I mean, it's watching someone be good at something is amazing, and then even better to see the reality of what that looks like.
One of my favorite things that I noticed when I looked this back up on Amazon Prime Video is it has the usual tags for every movie, and the tags that this one has are drama, arts, entertainment, and culture, inspiring, and malicious.
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 Wow. That's not wrong.
Yeah.
It's
I was
just,
hoping you were
Those
gonna
words
say
are
and
so-
malignant.
Malignant.
actually, I changed my pick. Instead of October Sky, I'm gonna put
Malignant. If Jared didn't know what that movie was about, 100%, I'm putting it on the list.
I know. Unfortunately, he knows the
He
twist.
knows. He knows.
Oh wait, no, it's 9.
Yeah,
9,
this
9,
this
9.
movie is definitely one of my favorite movies I've ever seen and probably will ever see.
A 9.25 overall.
Pretty good.
Pretty
I feel like the people
Very
who-
good.
the only people that wouldn't like this
Outstanding.
movie could not come up with any objective reason why it's bad. It would be they'd be like the characters in the movie who are
They're a Nicole type.
resentful
They
of-
just felt really mean. Everyone was so
Or
mean.
a dad type.
yeah,
Also, what was up with the raisinets being poured in the popcorn?
Okay,
Was
that-
it his
that-
dad who wanted that to happen?
I think
was the
so.
dad.
Yeah.
It was the
Because-
death,
But then
yeah.
he's just like eating around, like, oh, have a raisin. Like, who does that?
I've never
people
heard
whose
that.
wives leave them.
Wow.
when the father says sometimes I don't understand you, and when I actually said like I don't understand you, what are you doing?
Yeah.
His dad's a monster. He deserves to be single.
We're here, boys.
I can't believe I don't have a dog in this fight.
Wow.
We
Damn.
have
Must be
Homeward
good.
Bound, No Country for Old Men, About Time, October Sky, Con Air, Hardcore Henry, and Gladiator.
There's only probably like one on here that's not great.
Well, guess what we're watching?
Hardcore Henry!
Okay,
Oh,
okay, we're
Con
good.
Air! All right.
We're good.
Oh,
Oh,
So I was actually thinking about this movie earlier today. I'm like, what if we ever do like a guilty pleasure movie wheel? And
That's-
this would have been my pick for guilty pleasure
That's
movie.
what Con Air is. Con Air
Listen,
is a guilty pleasure.
It is a
movie.
very much guilty pleasure movie, but I'm excited.
I'm gonna have to tell Nanas that if we're gonna watch this movie, that he has to be here for the review,
Oh yeah, for
because
sure.
this was submitted
Oh,
by
for
someone
sure.
who doesn't come around.
Edging
For
me
sure.
all week.
Catching me all week.
That is
Like,
true.
I'm
We've had
almost-
some close calls.
I want to put this by you, Jared, because
Oh, whoops.
Nanas is
I don't
definitely
want
not-
anyone to get, I
don't
don't want
get it.
anyone to get set up
Nanas
at
is
that.
not guaranteed to be here, and since he's not part of core things, it's okay if you remove it, in my opinion.
Uh-huh. I've heard
I'm
you
also
guys
fine
talk
to
about it
watch it.
enough to the point where
Listen, I'm putting my foot down. We're watching Con Air.
all right.
Okay, I wanted to put that past so that we have some consistency in the rules.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what are we rating Linus?
Because he's
Heck, what?
live. I saw him live. It's like there's nobody else who's live. So, and
All
you
right.
had mentioned him, so it's a throwback.
Throwback.
All right. We will be back tomorrow with more Resident Evil 4 make. I think that's about it. I feel like I'm forgetting something.
Oh.
One thing to look forward to. It's not happening next week or the week after that. But the week after that, aka the last weekend of this month, is going to be the best chance to stockpile a bunch of channel points because it's Ludum Dare weekend!
Ludum Dare! Oh. We're coming back.
Which also is going to be unfortunate, Ruds, because the week after that, I'm graduating. So my,
shit.
my
Oh my
parents will
God.
be here, and I will be unavailable for the following weekend for Ludum Dare playing.
Oh, wow.
So,
They can stream with
Unless
you.
we get them involved.
yes. Anyways, the raid timer is rapidly decreasing. Jerry,
Oh, God.
take us out of here.
This is your mom left you.
Oh.
See you later, Game Smash.
Okay, bye.